Amen. What it is, this is Deem, and I am your host, and this is By Any Means. Windy City Assassin, Skills from New Orleans. What's the deal, y'all? Hope everybody doing amazing, man. For sure. I hope everybody's doing amazing, man. We got a lot to talk about today, so I'm gonna let everybody get in here. Y'all know. Hold on real quick, y'all. What's the deal, y'all? What's the deal? Savage Bo, what is the deal? Hollywood, what's going on, y'all? Oh man, y'all see the title, man. Y'all know what I wanted to talk about. Y'all know what we talking about today. And I just a couple questions I gotta ask. Savon, what up? Evans Entertainment, what up? My guy, what's the deal, Brody? Y'all see the stuff Turkey out here doing, y'all? Or maybe it's me. Maybe I'm tripping. But do y'all see the stuff Turkey out here doing, y'all? It's just a question. Oh man, people don't like listening to me, and it's all good. I understand why. I get it, y'all. I understand. I'm just not okay with Turkey playing the type of games that Turkey playing. But if y'all okay with it, y'all think it's all good. Hey, who am I, man? I ain't nobody. 600. What's the deal, Brody? It's and how I know that Shakur Stevenson is bothered by it, because all Shakur said was, I'll see y'all Saturday. It's his response that let me know. Hold on. What you say? Got my second amateur fight August 16th. I'm listening. Hey, bro, man. Yo, congratulations, Cameron. Congratulations, bro. You make sure you go in there and put hands and feet. You understand BTA, jab, jab, uppercut, body, jab, jab, uppercut, body. I'm telling you, that combination works every time. Turkey Combs, y'all shout out. Nah, y'all just they gotta downsize the arena. You gotta take a ferry to get to the joint. Turkey keep taking shots at Shakur. So all y'all Shakur Stevenson fans that was sitting up there telling me that he was talking, there was no running rule. He wasn't talking about Shakur. Look what he did with Padley. Well, if he wasn't talking about Shakur, then why did he say what he said and specifically pointed out Shakur? He didn't say Zapata. He didn't. He said Shakur. After earlier that day saying, this is the Tom and Jerry cat and mouse stuff. He said it again. BTA, you hear what I'm saying, brother? BTA, jab, jab, uppercut. I'm telling you. And as soon as that uppercut come, I don't know if you're orthodox, but you probably orthodox. I'm gonna just go with orthodox. Once you hit him with that uppercut, go back down with the uppercut to the body. Get him every time. Right hand uppercut, left hand uppercut to the body. He's done. Oh, my mama, I'm telling you. They don't be prepared for that. You hit him with that boop bop, and then don't let you come in with the with your off hand with the hook afterwards. It's over. It's a wrap. Somebody going to bed. Yo, who all going to the Shakur fight though? Everything's subjective to change. Lord have mercy, man. Like, if y'all don't see what Turkey is trying to do, I told y'all and I've been telling y'all, it's like the movie of Troy. He brings the Trojan horse to your door, and then I told y'all what Turkey gonna do. Y'all don't read. See, that's the problem. Y'all don't read 48 Laws of Power. What's the richest man in Babylon. Y'all don't read. That's y'all problem. That's your problem right there. Y'all can't even see when somebody trying to finesse you. Do you know what you do, y'all, if you trying to get into the drug game, but you ain't got no clientele? Let's talk real. For people that was telling me, Dean, you ain't it. Bro, if I told y'all about my life, I guarantee I'm more than I have been and was in the streets more than 99.9% of people that listen to this stuff who be on YouTube panels and all of that. So much so that I can't even speak on things too much. But one thing I will tell you, when you trying to get into the drug game and you ain't got no clientele, yo, do you know what you do? You make sure you get good product. That's number one. And then number two, you try your best not to make a profit. And why would you do that? Because you're trying to create a monopoly. So normally my normal prices, I wouldn't make that my prices if I move to a different city or move to a different neighborhood. I'm going to slash the prices of great product and then let that sell itself. So by the time where people is, they not even going to want to come to you because my quality is just as good or better, but my prices is half of yours. That's a marketing strategy. And then guess what? And then guess what the couple of fiends going to tell everybody else? Yo, you know, homeboy around the corner, he got these Jones for the low. Then they gonna come. Then eventually all of them are coming back now. Now they telling everybody else, and then there you go. You give it 4 or 5 months time. Now you done built all of those people up, and then what you do? Oh yeah, y'all, I had to pay a little bit more for this, y'all, so I gotta make the prices this, but it's grade A. Then you step up the product. Then after that, and then now they so used to coming to you. There you go. That's exactly what Turkey is doing. If you want to get in boxing, the only way to get people to deal with you and the way that Turkey wants to do it is you have to overpay them. What else would be the incentive? You understand? What's up, y'all? Night Rider, what's the deal? Shelton Moore, what's the deal? You make fat rocks out of good. I'm just saying, like that's what you do. And it works every time. You know why? Because people want money. People want their product. And if people can get their product and get their incentive for dealing with you, that's exactly what people are going to do. It's human nature. Hey, y'all, what them like buttons looking like? What's up, y'all? Tell me what them likes looking like, man. Y'all know how I gotta get. People don't like, it'd be a bunch of eavesdroppers. They don't like, showing love or whatever. So just somebody tell me what these like button, how many likes we got in the building, y'all? 16. Oh no. Get them likes up. Why y'all eavesdropping? Why you hating? Is you hating because you mad or you mad because you hating? Somebody tell me. I want to know why you eavesdropping. Is you hating because you mad or you mad because you hating? Let me get together. Y'all want to listen to me talk, but don't want to hit the like button that's free. I just think that's crazy. That's diabolical. That's the new word everybody uses. That's diabolical. Yeah, somebody talk to me about these somebody talk to me about this about these likes, man. Cause I ain't liking what I see. Where them likes at, man? Where them likes at, man? I don't understand why y'all ain't showing love. Like, what a brother gotta do? I just gotta not talk or something? Like, what 21? Oh, no. Get the likes up, man. How y'all doing? Hope you're doing amazing and all of that good stuff. But get them likes up, please. Thank you kindly. It'd be highly appreciated. Let's try to get to this super chat goal, man. I ain't gonna be up here too long. It's Sunday. You know what I mean? It's Sunday, man. George, can I get my wrench? Yo, George, I got you, bro. Next time you come up here, you'll have a wrench, bro. Promise you that. Once I go through my live comments and everything, all I gotta do is find your comment, bro, and I'll wrench you up, bro. That ain't no problem. Where them likes at, y'all? Somebody holler at me. I'm over here doing something too. So y'all got the perfect timing on not hitting the likes because I'm over here trying to work something out real quick. Sunchild, what up, bro? What's the deal, Brody? Hope everything's amazing with you, family. Hope everything is amazing with you, my guy, for sure. Mm-hmm. But nah, y'all, we gotta Turkey just so disrespectful right now, bro. It's just crazy, bro. And like I said, the reason why I think that Shakur is bothered by it because it was a response. Shakur didn't have a uh like a the typical response if he really felt as though he was trolling. I think he's tired of the trolling because it's insinuating that he's going to run. That's why Turkey said it. And then Turkey talked about the Tom and Jerry stuff again earlier that day. So it is directed towards him. So all y'all people were saying that it's not directed. If it's not directed and all of that towards Shakur and all that, well, we got the answer now. And if Turkey trolling or not, the part y'all don't understand is him saying that does nothing good for Shakur. Why say that? On the week of the fight, like, wow, yeah, we gonna have a shrinking ring and all of this nonsense. Like, why even say that, bro? Why even say that? I don't even get it, y'all. Like, and it's just, and I hope it is motivating Shakur, but it comes to my bigger point. Y'all Shakur Stevenson fans, y'all cool with Turkey doing all of this just as long as he pay him, putting them on undercards in stadiums where they got to shrink the stadium. You got to catch a ferry to go to it. Y'all okay with that? I'm just wondering, man, because I'm not okay with that as somebody that supports Shakur Stevenson. I think Shakur Stevenson deserves much more than that. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, but I could be wrong. The undercard and being on the undercard is bringing his value down. Thank you, Brian. It's bringing his value down, man. No matter how y'all try to twist it or turn it, that's just what it is. So I need to know, how are y'all okay with this? How is everybody just so comfortable with this? Jab Queen, all things, Johnny, what up? And like I told y'all, when you trying to monopolize a market, yeah, you go to your competitors and give them cheap prices. In Turkey case, overpaying them. Once you corner the market, though, that's when you boost the prices back up. And then now they so used to getting the product with you done already put everybody else out of business. Y'all don't know game. And y'all don't, this is nothing no different play than people taking the streets. But Turkey's a gangster, so I don't even understand why y'all think these tactics, they use these tactics in real life. Everything is the streets, y'all. That's why street guys become as big as they become. And people always say, if they would have took that same mindset, they could have ran a Fortune 500 company. Whatever, bro. It's the same thing. I'm just smart enough from being around it. I'm hip to it. I know what he's trying to do. And the TKO thing was just the first step in y'all seeing it. I called that. The Melvin Air podcast to tell you, I told you eventually he's going to pull the rug from up under your feet. The problem is he going to create a hole under that rug. So before, if he pulled the rug out, your feet are still land on the ground. But now when he pulled the rug out, it's going to be just like Bugs Bunny. You going to fall right through, fam. But y'all could go ahead. Keep being great. Go ahead and try to downplay a guy, the most popular guy you have on your card, but you keep taking shots at him. Melvin Air podcast with the 5 ball. Turkey is going to turn out to be a flash in the pan, in my opinion. These fighters killing their value, rocking with this dude. Yeah, and the crazy part is, like, just look at what Shakur has been through since dealing with them. He's been on undercards, people saying that the Saudis poisoned them. So even this is the part no nobody talk about. Even if, let's say Floyd Schofield is capping, and we all do believe he capped, right? He capped. But he even still blaming it on Turkey and the Saudis. So either way, you doing business with them is hurting you. You might be getting the bag, but it's an extra $1 million worth your marketability. This is the problem with y'all. Y'all don't understand that people investing in themselves. Yeah, you can go get the money, but the minute he chooses to cut your water off, what happens? Now your fights is going to purse bids, like this one was about to do. If Turkey, everything, when you that reliant on one promotional company, on one man, on one person decisions, you are at heed to everything they demand of you. And that's why Turkey can move how he's moving, because what are y'all going to do about it? You need him now. You put yourself in a position to where as though you need him. That's why he don't talk about David Benavidez like that. He ain't talking about Canelo like that. He don't when he do business with Gervontadavis, he not gonna act like that. Do you want to know why? Because he knows they don't need him. My man Jay wouldn't have these problems with PBC. African American boxers stop signing with the racists. They never gonna learn. That's why you got Floyd Schofield out here signing 5-year contracts for $5 million. You could make $5 million in one fight with Gervonta Davis. Why would you ever sign that contract and you're number one in the WBA? That's idiotic. I would have told Oscar to kick rocks. Think about it. If you Kid Austin, I'm already number one in the WBA, and the person I got a chance to fight is Tank. I'm signing 2 fight deals. You're out your mind. I'm literally in line to fight a Gervonta Davis fight. To where as though I don't even want everybody else. That would be me. If I was a boxer, once I get to this point, oh no, I'm playing a promotional company game. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I do that? Seems like it's worked out for Pitbull Cruz very well. Oh, man, listen, y'all. What them likes looking like, y'all? Show love, man. Let's hit our goal with these super chats. It's Sunday. I ain't going to talk y'all head off too much. I'm about to drop the link in a minute, but I just wanted to get y'all opinions on how everything going on. Angry Mexican says, PBC puts on 4 or 5 fights a year. What maybe this year PBC fighters aren't active enough. The problem y'all don't understand is Turkey has to put on all of these fights because he don't plan on being here that long. The PBC is playing the long game. Turkey is playing the short game. So Turkey better give you fights, Angry Mexican. He better give you fights because he don't plan on being here forever. PBC ain't going nowhere. PBC going to still be here 20, 30 years from now. And that's not true that they only put on 4 or 5 events a year. They've already put on 4 or 5 events, Angry Mexican. They literally have already put on 4 or 5 events already this year. I don't know. When y'all be saying stuff, I don't think y'all think about what y'all be saying. They have already done what you said that they don't do. And we still got half of the year to go. And actually, we didn't even get to the most popular part of boxing, which is the summertime, fall time. We didn't even get to this part yet. It's just starting. And Manny Pacquiao's about to fight Barrios. Like, nah, bro. Like, I'm just saying, y'all got to understand, man, how this stuff go, man. Show love in the Cash App if you can. Show love in the Super Chat if you can't. You feel what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all already know, bro. Like, y'all already know how we gonna give it up over here, period. Always. But I just don't like that Shakur Stevenson fans. Y'all just seem so cool with this man playing these games, these ghetto games. And I'm telling you why he's doing it. And this is how I know a lot of people not from the streets. Because you don't see the play. That's why I don't be letting people talk street stuff to me. You don't know nobody that's a millionaire from the streets. I do. Can you call people right now who really literally still in the streets and they know you on a first name basis? Probably not. Will they pick up the phone? I'm not sure about that. What I will tell you is I know how it goes. I've done it. I've lived it. I've watched it. I've seen it. I've been around it. So Turkey can't fool me. He's never had me fooled. I've been knew TKO was going to happen long before TKO happened without even knowing TKO was going to happen because I think how he moved. It's only so long you're going to be willing to not make a profit in any business, no matter how rich you is. Rich people don't get richer by not doing smart investments. Sometimes, y'all ever heard of this saying, in order to make money, You got to have money to make money. Money makes money. You want to know who also knows that? Is Turki. And this is the biggest part that y'all leave out about Turki. Turki is not playing with his money. Y'all keep saying Turki, Turki, Turki. Turki has no decisions over this. The minute the prince and the king want to cut the water off and say stop doing that, like if everybody start going through World War III, if that ever pops off, Turki's not going to be over here doing all of this stuff. That'll be dead. It's not even him. He's getting permission to do these things. And y'all so reliant on somebody who needs permission. That's a dangerous game to play. That's all I'm telling y'all. That's a very, very dangerous game to play. John Byers with the foul ball. See what's happening with Jared Anderson's career after messing around with this dude. They in the same camp, and he should have seen this coming. Hey, John Byers, guess what? Exactly. Oh, Turki is good. Turki is good. Y'all never talk about the fighters who lose, though. What happens to the fighters who lose? When the next time we're going to see William Skull? Huh? Jab Queen with the two-piece. She says, showing love and support. And you always is, Queen. I already know you support me without even you having to support me. I appreciate you. Y'all never talk about the people that lose on Turki cards and what happens to their career afterwards. Ain't Ryan Garcia out here begging for a fight? Y'all heard from Jose Ramirez? What about Hot Rod? Israel Madrimov after losing to Virgil Ortiz? Wonder where his career is going to go after that. Huh, it's mighty funny. Y'all never talk about the fighters who lose on Turki cards. Y'all notice that? Fighters lose on PBC all the time. Caleb Plant lost plenty of times. Caleb Plant going to get another bag. They could announce Jamal Charlo and Caleb Plant tomorrow, and we're going to watch it. Why y'all never talk about the fighters that lose on Turki cards and how Turki moves with them afterwards? Jared Anderson. Yeah. How old people be? How Dick Gregory be? Huh? Why y'all never talk about that? What good has Jared Anderson going to Turki and going against Bob Arum? What good has that done him? William Old School. Man, this my old head for real. William Old School, you was my guy, bro. I just want you to know that, bro. Like, you was my guy, bro. Day one supporter. Literally, William Old School's a day one supporter. People say that, him, all things, day one supporters. Like, they were some of the people that was like, Dean, you need to start a channel because I be cooking too good. I already know. That's why all the boxing channels love me and know me. They don't come over. Y'all ever notice that the boxing channels don't come over here? Arena. Hey, Arena, I'm sorry yesterday for saying Floyd Schofield could knock out Tank Davis. I apologize, Arena. I don't even want you to get on me, Queen. All right. I might have been tripping. I might have had a little smoky smoke. So I was just trying to give the kid his credit. But I understand, Queen. I shouldn't say things like that. I get it. Cam J, what up, bro? Yo, y'all was cooking last night. You and your Ohio brothers. I was tapped in and I hit the like button too, bro. You know, just you know how these Earthmen is. You feel what I'm saying? 43 likes. There's a lot of eavesdroppers around. Hey, Auntie, is that you? Hit the like button. Hit the like button. That's free. Because this the best boxing channel, hands down. Nah, Scooter not gonna fight Tank Davis, bro. Scooter, that's his man. I mean, they could wind up fighting. The difference with that is, see, it's like it's different than this Keyshawn brother stuff. Scooter Davis literally came up under Gervonta Davis. Like, I have to believe Scooter is signed to GTD as well. Like, Scooter just talk about how much Gervonta has done for his career and put him on and, like, literally help get him in this situation that he is in. And he already said he would never go against Tank under any circumstances. So that's just a fight. I don't mind it when it's like that. Like none of us ever got on Earl Spence and Jermell for not fighting. We don't even mind the Keyshawn and Shakur thing. The part we had a problem with Keyshawn and Shakur is they was trying to make everybody their brother. That's the problem. And then y'all was trying to be in the same division at the same time and then hold up the belts together. No, fam. No, you don't get to do that part. Like, no, if y'all ain't gonna fight, okay, don't fight. But what you don't get to do is one got a belt here, one got a belt here, and y'all just fam. Yeah, this is not tag team. This is not WWE, fam. Like, this is not what that is. And I think that Scooter's going to be moving up anyway. Just, do you see how they doing, your boy? Just, do you see, bro? Do you see what I be talking about, brother? Now, why do that to Shakur? Because now everybody was like, who Turkey's not addressing him. He ain't talking. Well, he talked about the Tom and Jerry thing yesterday and then put the shrinking ring thing out. And how I know Shakur is annoyed just because he didn't say nothing smart back. He didn't say nothing funny. All he said was, I'll see y'all Saturday. And me thinking I know Shakur, how I know Shakur, that way he said that in a somber voice, like, yeah, I'm tired. Like, I'll see y'all Saturday. Whatever. No matter what you try to do, Williams Zepeda is going to lose. But why even put that out there? Why put that out there? And then literally direct it towards him. I don't understand what the hell Turkey is doing. Bro, if that's a marketing strategy, you're hurting it. You're not helping it. Because now people are like, is he really going to do that? Is it a gimmick? Is it this? Is it like, bro, what are you doing? Why ain't he the main event? Why do you have him a place where you got to take a ferry to get to? Why isn't this in Madison Square Garden or the Barclays or the Presidential Center? Please tell me. I don't understand this, man. Nobody give a flying foot. Listen, man. Yo, like, bro, this why he be pissing me off, bro. Because this whole promotion, he has done nothing to help Shakur Stevenson's marketability. Nothing. If anything, all he been doing is low-key taking shots. Ain't want to give the man his money that they agreed to in the beginning. This is this is what I'm talking. Like, is that extra million or two worth all of this shit, bro? Like, and then even Kid Austin and them got an excuse because they using Turkey and Saudi as an excuse for why they ain't fight you. Guess what? If this was at the Presidential Center, they wouldn't have been able to escape out of this ass whooping. They would have had to come up with another excuse. Shout out to my guy, Just Do. Just Do said they disrespectful, Dean. But Turkey Aliki Ashiki going to force Shakur to show who he is should make this even more entertaining. And entertaining fight. He wild, but Corey gonna show him. I believe that wholeheartedly. Just I think me and you, when it comes to this particular fight, a lot of people are on the other end. They think Shakur about to go in here and get worked, his hands and all that. Listen here, I think I know Shakur a little bit as well, and I know Shakur is I can tell he's very aggravated by all of this. I think Shakur Stevenson is offended that y'all think that Williams Zepeda could do anything with him. I think he's seen the hype Brian Nerman Jr. and goddamn Kid Austin and Abdullah Mason getting, and then his homeboy Keyshawn acts a fool, which kind of looks bad at Shakur because now everybody asks you this question. Damn, dog, that's your man's? Oh, no, and then the Tank Roach fight coming up. They talking more about that than this. Got you on the undercard. Nobody cares about Shiraz and Berlanga. Him and Berlanga started going through it. Like, he almost lost a friend because of how Turkey moving. Think about that, y'all. All because Shakur said he think he should be the main event. And it ain't a person in this comment section that don't agree. It ain't a person in this comment section that don't agree. I could have sworn Cam J was already wrenched up. Cam J, you not wrenched up, bro? Dankfather not wrenched up neither. Hold on, man. Hold on, y'all. I'm about to try to take care of this right now. Hold up, my peoples. Show love in the Cash App. Show love in the Super Chat. But more importantly, can you hit that like button on the way in? Where are we at on these likes? I'm tired of y'all eavesdroppers. I see why everybody be on it so much when it comes to you eavesdroppers, because y'all, boy, y'all trapped. What day they say? Y'all trapped. Y'all just goofy as hell. Like, all right, hold on, y'all. Hollywood, you a moderator now, Hollywood. Robert, yo, Robert, I'm gonna get to your super chat, bro. Let me do this. I gotta wrench up my guy Dank Father because they'll block Dank. People won't even know if Dank is trolling or not half of the time. So I gotta make sure Dank straight. Hold on, y'all. John, I'm getting to you right now, my guy. Hold on. John, you are officially a moderator. How Cam J not? I could have swore I've been had Cam J as a moderator. Like, that's crazy. Cam J been supporting the channel. Cam J, you locked in now, Brody. Hey, y'all, man, I really appreciate y'all chopping it up with me, though, man. Like I said, man, yeah, y'all good now. Everybody should be wrenched up and straight. You hear me? But nah, y'all, I just get tired of, like, shout out to my guy Just Do, because Just Do know, like, on air and behind the scenes, why y'all feel this way. I don't give a damn why y'all don't like Shakur Stevenson. I keep telling y'all I think Shakur Stevenson is special because I think it takes a special fighter to beat him. And I think y'all gonna find that out this Saturday. I think y'all definitely gonna find that out this Saturday. So you ain't gotta think Shakur got power or he boring or whatever you could think. The part I like about Shakur is how difficult it is to beat him. With everybody else, it's a little different. But with Shakur, it's he makes it so, like, he's so good defensively that you have to crack that. I'm interested in seeing somebody crack that code. Like, whether you think he's boring or not, I don't care. Can you beat him? No. Can you beat him? Because that's all that matters. He could be as boring as he wants. He got to deal with that from the marketability standpoint. But he's already a world champion. You have to deal with him. So all of that doesn't even matter. Either deal with him or don't deal with him. But you can't not fight the man. Or, like I said, if Shakur is boring, put him in there with people who not. Like they doing with Williams and Payton. I'm just be honest. Like, John Byers with the foul ball. What's worse is Turkey talking reckless and barely promoting the fight is truly by diabolical. That's my other thing. When he was with Bob Arum, Shakur was promoted. You were seeing it on ESPN because this one they was with ESPN, y'all. So you want to know why Shakur has the most viewed ever on ESPN? It's because you couldn't turn on ESPN, and once they went to the commercials, they was showing you Shakur versus Arthur. Shakur versus who was the other boy? Who was the boy? Valdez. Like, they was showing you Shakur. They was marketing him. Now he's just been, now he's just on YouTube. That hurt. And it's just the truth, y'all. And if you ever watched him in that Showbiz interview, then you know how annoyed Shakur hears all this stuff. Shakur, that's why he want to stand on business. He hear it, it bothers him. I know it do. There's no way it don't. So all you people be like, man, I don't care as long as he get his money. He cares how he's perceived, though. He cares. Shakur, out of everybody, y'all understands the entertainment value equals dollars. He understands that. So stop coming to my channel telling me you don't care about it. Well, I don't care what you care about. If you are a Shakur fan, you should care about what he cares about. And what he cares about is being more respected in the sport, people not looking at him like he boring, him actually displaying how bad of a man he is, and he feels as though he ain't been able to do that because of his hands, and that is his problem. But what I'm telling you is that's how y'all feeling about it is not how Shakur thinks about this. He don't want to be looked at like that. He don't like the jokes about the cat and mouse. That's how I know he's annoyed by Turkey. Ever since Shakur been dealing with Turkey, yeah, it's been all bad, y'all. The only good that came out of any of this is him fighting Williams Zepeda. The problem with that is he was going to fight Williams Zepeda regardless. Regardless, y'all. Regardless. That's just my take on it, y'all. My guy Lee Jackson in the building. Hold on, Lee. Lee, hold on. I gotta get you situated too. I'm about to drop the link, y'all. Y'all come holler at me, man. Y'all come up here. Oh yeah, and I need all Shakur fans, mostly all Shakur fans to come up. Just do if you got some time, please come up just for a little bit. I'll make sure ain't nobody over talking to you, my guy. You feel me? Big Bob, hold on, Big Bob. Let me get you straight to. How Big Bob now? I swear I got him last time. Don't worry about it, Big Bob. You a moderator now, my guy. All right, I'm about to drop this link. Everybody been showing love in the super chat and cash app, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all thorough ones, man. Y'all always come rock with your boy. And y'all know why. Because deep down inside, y'all know I'm the thoroughest. Deep down inside, y'all know Dame ain't got no filter. Deep down inside, y'all know I don't care. Deep down inside, y'all know I don't be capping. And I'm probably one of the most transparent people on YouTube. I have no problem saying I'm wrong. And y'all know that. I have no problem saying I'm wrong and say it just as loud as I say everything else. Shout out to All Things. Fire emoji. My guy, All Things. Always on all things. Y'all already know. Oh, man. D1.
What's up with you, dog?
D1, what's the deal, Brody? Hey, Brody, I had put
Yo,
out my schedule live, bro. And when I did it earlier in the day. Then I saw that you was going live at the same time, and I already had people waiting, bro. But just know I pay
it's
attention to
all
stuff
good,
like
bro.
that, bro. You hear me?
Me too, dog. Me too. So I seen
Like,
you live. I said, fuck it, I'm gonna go over here and see what's up, bro. You see Coach Calvin on the rise just now?
say it again.
You didn't see Coach Calvin on the rise just now?
I was dipping now, D1. I was dipping in
Man.
between um the Rise podcast, and I was watching your video actually, and Jab Queen. It's funny y'all up here because I was watching both of y'all videos, and I was
What's
dipping
up
and
with you,
like,
Todd?
yeah, I was dipping back and forth between the two, and
Hey everyone.
I saw a little bit when Coach Kenny was up there, but I ain't know Coach Kyle came up there. D1, what'd he say? But hold on, D1, let me get to these super chats because they
Yeah,
coming in.
yeah. Get to the money, bro.
Robert Mercer says, name three boring Shakur fights. Better yet, name three fights where he ran. And I could leave $1 and $10, and I ain't got um three fights where he ran. Well, I can say one. What I'll say is performances that wasn't the best. Not Thalia. Um,
Yeah,
I wasn't as hard on him as the on the Valdez fight as a lot of other people was.
people
I'll
were
say
killing him for
Arthur.
that.
Arthur wasn't the best, and then I'll say De Los Santos. Those are
Yeah,
three performances that I can say that wasn't up to his thing. Big Bob Gunn, he ain't even say nothing. He just dropped the deuce.
salute, Bob. Bob's a
Hold on,
real one.
he got another one too. Hold on.
Came with the three-peat.
Yeah, he came with the three-peat like the Lakers back in the day. Yep. Big Bob Gunn. Let me make sure I ain't missed any other ones, y'all. Because when you come on, oh yeah, boxing hacker, I unblocked you, dog. I unblocked you. But go ahead,
Nah.
D1. Tell me what he was saying,
Yeah,
D1, and
bro,
then Jab Queen, you
he
go.
said he couldn't talk. He said now's not the time for talking. We can't talk now, and it just seemed the energy seemed a little off. He didn't want to talk about no fucking rematch. That's for sure, bro. That's for that's for sure. Like I don't know what this secretive bullshit's about. I'm thinking maybe because Turkey has been fucking with Tank so much. Like that's the only thing that I can think of why the PBC wants to be secretive of this fight announcement and then announce it with 4 weeks left to go and expect people to fly out from wherever they live to Vegas is it's bizarre. I just don't think it's gonna happen in August, bro.
Hey, D1, put your say your cash app or put it in the comments. Big Bob Gunn was asking.
My cash app is D1AWM, dog. Just what you see on the screen right here, D1AWM. Just a dollar sign in front that But you just type me in D1AWM. I come up on PayPal, Cash App. I'm the same name across all this shit.
That's my guy. Jab Queen, talk
Salute
to
to
me,
you, bro.
Queen. I hope you're doing amazing as well.
Yeah, I'm doing great actually. Salute to everybody. Uh, what a Sunday. I saw that tweet last night and instantly I became furious. I don't know what, just something took over me. I
Me
was
too.
so furious. Like, yo, who does this mother effer think he is?
Facts.
It's obvious to me that you know what I'm saying, you clearly don't watch the young man's fights because that's not his fighting style. You know what I'm saying? So he's definitely going to have to come in Saturday ready to really get to that action because it appears to me as if they already got some shit stacked up against him. So, I mean, back against the wall, let's see how it all, you know what I'm saying, how it all goes. But I'm rooting for him because this is ridiculous right here. He has no respect for anybody. The Mexican, like, yo, the man's name is William Zapata.
Zapata, like, yeah, like
What is
that's
wrong with you,
crazy,
bruh?
bro.
What
Jab
is wrong
Queen.
with you?
Yeah,
Queen, I was
crazy.
so offended by that. Like, because we be hard on Shakur Jab Queen, but we be hard on Shakur because of this. Trying to Jab Queen, it's like your hard head little brother. You trying to tell him, little bro, like stop doing that. Stop dealing with that girl. Stop hanging with them homies. And he, yeah, whatever. And then you try, oh, y'all sis, you just hating. Ain't nobody hating, bro. I'm trying to prevent Shakur from going through this. Just do it, tell you behind the scenes. I've been telling them Turkey was going to do this. I've been telling him what Turkey moves was and why I ain't like Shakur over there. I knew he was going to have money problems and things like that when it came to Shakur. Well, when it came to Shakur Stevenson, because I don't trust Turkey is a gangster. People looking at him like he this
Real
businessman.
life,
Yeah, like
real life
Turkey and Turkey,
gangster.
a real life. Like, do y'all know what they do in Saudi Arabia? Like, do y'all
I
know
don't think
what this
so, bro.
man does? What he
And I
Yup,
think
connected with? Go ahead, Jab Queen. I'm
real
sorry, Queen.
fucking
no, I was gonna
gangster.
say, and I think that that was a point that I tried to make previously that people don't do their own research. People these days, I don't know if they still read or what, but if they just look at Turkey Al Sheikh's background, being the high class administrator that he is, because that's all he is, right? If they just look at his background and what this man does, there is a reporter, y'all, that went missing over there. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say what else happened, but he went missing over there simply because he went over there looking for someone else and asking the wrong questions. This man has a prison, named after him. Like these are the type of moves that he makes. So if you think that he's gonna come over here and somehow move differently, you're wrong. Now,
Way
to
wrong.
your point, we don't know what happened with the Schofields in Saudi Arabia. That whole story was a little wild to me. But to say that the young man did not get sick, I don't know if we can really say that because I do know that Madrimal said he was sick. They Dubois said that he was sick. Now, to their level, I don't know. We don't know what he can handle to versus their body and what they can handle. But I will say something goes on over there. Did y'all see that picture that they all took? They all looked like the Walking Dead. Nobody was smiling when they all stood up there in black.
That shit
When
looked
they when
like
they
a
had that
yeah, it looked
whatever
like
the
a
hell that dinner
photo.
was or whatever.
It looked like it was like initiation to like the elites and shit. That shit
All of
looked
them look like they was in their
bizarre.
sunken place. It's really
Yeah,
weird the
real
moves
shit.
that he makes. It's weird, yo. And then I mean, I get it. Y'all run around here claiming, "Oh, don't worry about it. We get in the fights." Nah, yo, pay attention to how people move.
Thank you,
You
Yeah,
Jab.
have to pay attention.
Jab Queen, just because they don't read, they don't
I
understand
know.
power. They don't understand power, play moves. See, understand this, y'all, about people who got money. When people who got money want power, they use money to get the power. No different than all
fact.
of these NBA teams that sell to the bill to the Lakers. The Lakers just sold for $10 billion. To the
Hmm.
person who bought the Lakers, it's a bragging right amongst his rich friends. Do you understand that? So
Yeah,
how serious you take it, he's not taking it that serious. There's no different than
facts,
with
bro.
Turkey. Turkey is doing this to posture around all the elites. He don't give a damn about Shakur Stevenson. How you know this is true? Have y'all heard from Jared Anderson lately?
Nope. Nope.
Oh, okay.
Not a single peep. Shout out to Big Bob Gunn with the $10 in the Cash App, homie. I appreciate you. You're a fucking real one, dog. Salute to that.
Have y'all heard from Jared Anderson? See,
No.
y'all always talk about the people from that Turkey deal with that wins. Y'all never talk about what happens to the fighters that deal with them that lose, though. You only heard this over here as well. Can somebody please, what's up, Paige? Can somebody please tell me what happens to the fighters, that how Turkey acts towards fighters after they lose, fighting on his
What's
cards?
up, bro?
Somebody talk to me.
Not even
Hey,
that. What about the fighters that he genuinely doesn't care for? The situation with Rolly, the situation with Adamas. Like these are all things that we need to look at. If you're not in his fan club, or if you're not moving how he wants you to move, you're going to have difficulties on any of his cards.
That's all I'm
that's
saying. Paige,
facts.
what's up, Paige?
What
What
up,
up,
Pay?
King?
What up, Big Dre?
I'm gonna talk
What's
to y'all
going
in
on?
just
What's
a
going
little
on?
second. I'm taking care of something real quick.
All right, say no more. Big Dre, holla at me. What's the deal, bro?
Man, I'm listening to the conversation, and I actually just got finished listening to Jab Queen's post that she made about the Turkey shrinking the ring during the fight. That sounds like this man setting him up for an L before the even fight even start. It's how can they allow shit like this to happen? Maybe I'm wrong, but this don't sound like the world of boxing that I grew up with.
I don't
Changing the
know if that.
rules mid fight.
Yeah, it's
It's
diabolical.
Hey, Big
that's
Dre,
the
is
word.
that way, Big Dre? Because he's doing exactly what I told everybody in D1. No, I've been shouting this
Facts.
for over 7 months. It's like, y'all ever watch the movie Troy? When they bring the Trojan horse to the front
Yes,
door?
bro. It's the bait and switch,
It's
bro.
the bait
It,
he
and
didn't
switch.
he
like
didn't
real
rock
shit,
Rolly
bro.
because he couldn't, Dank Father. That's why. That
They
was
Yeah,
a
can't
Broly
clear
get
boy.
knockdown, and it was clear. So what are you talking about?
and they'll do business with like it's nothing wrong with all these guys doing business, bro. Just as long as American boxing is thriving. That's what I think everybody up here on this panel cares about is the future of American boxing and American boxing thriving. I don't want all them big ass fights over there. Me and Dean be popping out to these fights. Jab goes to fights. Fuck is y'all talking about? You want to sit here from your couch and fucking steal the shit and not support it in any way. Fucking talking about pay-per-view buys are a form of support. Yeah, that would be good if you guys actually bought pay-per-views. You don't. You steal the shit. It's
Hold on,
crazy.
Exactly.
hold on, D. Now you can't forget me now, because
No,
not
Big
only
Dre.
do
I stayed with Big Dre at the last Tank fight. Shit,
you
popping
Yeah,
out
know
Big
to these
Dre was
fights. You
definitely in the
motherfuckers
building.
on your couches, not
you know
supporting the sport in any way. Stealing shit.
that's all I talk about is going to fights. You know, I'm going to a
Yep.
local fight
You
this
go to
Saturday
mad fun.
instead of
My
driving
bad.
up to Jersey because it's local.
Yeah. Big
You
Dre be
know,
at
but
all. He was in the ring with Lamont Roach during the last build up to the last Tank fight. You were at the media workout, right? Really
oh
did
yeah, I was at
pop.
the media workout.
No doubt. No doubt.
All right, my bad. I'm back.
And I'm mad with Lamar too because he went to a hockey game without me. I'm the one who gave him that damn idea.
Yeah.
Yo, Paige, talk to me.
That
Yeah,
was a
man.
great fight. I can't wait. I hope it happens in
I've
July
been
or
said,
August.
dog. Like I don't think he took that shit. I think they don't let shit like that. What Shakur said go like that, bro. Like you call them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying, Towel Boys, and we know what you really meant. You just ain't put it in those type of terms. So
Yeah.
obviously Turkey tried to. I mean, he tried to sweet
He
talk
trying to get
Shakur
away.
somewhere, talking about some. I got big plans for Shakur. Well, why you ain't say that shit when you first came out and said that shit?
He
You
do
ain't
got
really got
big
no
plans
plans
for
for.
Shakur.
You got
Yeah,
big
to
plans for
lose.
both of them, but he definitely going against Shakur.
He
Yeah, for
got big
sure.
Real
plans for
shit.
Shakur. He planning that first L. He
He got
planning
such
that
big
first
plans.
L.
He got such
Oh
big
No
yeah,
plans
I
for
doubt.
got you.
Shakur that he putting him on undercards. Who does that with
Yeah.
somebody they got big plans for?
I don't know. It's
Listen,
snuffing his
Nobody.
profile.
no,
And
no,
that's
you
the point. People just not seeing the writing on the wall. And I get all his fans, it doesn't matter. He's getting a fight. Okay, to y'all, but it's hurting his marketability. It's hurting his market value. And having the man fight in Saudi Arabia, where the fan base that he does have cannot grow or expand, it's not helping him at all. Putting his fight on at 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday, when people are usually running around getting their things done to sit down and watch a boxing event that night, is not helping him.
And
at
niggas
all.
ain't even really then the fight
Zepeda
is
about
fucking
to.
failing. Like it ain't even selling.
Zepeda about to snuff him out, and people are gonna be sick. I know you guys all think Shakur's gonna outbox this kid. It's not gonna go like that, bro. It's gonna be a dog fight. He's gonna be in a
So
Well,
fight.
see,
it's gonna
I'm
have
trying
to
to
be, and
understand is oh my bad, Queen, my bad. Go ahead, Ty.
no, no, no. I was gonna say, it's gonna have to be because obviously we see
No,
what
no.
Turkey Al Sheikh thinks of Shakur's fighting style. So he's gonna have to go in there and he's gonna have to make it a dog fight, and he's gonna have to make it plain as day who the winner is. Because if it's close, we don't know. We see what he really thinks, and not for nothing, Turkey Al Sheikh, he ain't watched not one goddamn Shakur fight. He's getting this from the fans. He's getting this from coons with the big eyes that have platforms. I'm not gonna say his name because it deserves no clout. But these are the type of people that he's listening to when it comes to these boxers, American boxers. So, I mean, everybody that's happy and bending over for Turkey, when he takes our fucking sport and takes it all the way to Saudi Arabia, or the shit is just diminished completely, then what?
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Just Do go.
True
The
that.
problem, my biggest
True
issue,
that.
y'all, is
KB.
Shakur saved his last card. Shakur saved that card,
He did.
man.
Real shit.
He don't deserve it. This is why I don't understand why he's not the main event. Why is you just specifically keep targeting him? You not saying nothing about nobody else on the card, man. And
Right.
then this the other part I got a problem with, and I want Justin to go after this. Y'all see how Berlanga and Shiraz had a whole episode and sit down and all of this. Where's the Zepeda and Shakur at though? Why you
Shit.
just got
Yeah.
one person talking to Shakur? We ain't hearing nothing from Zepeda besides on social media. Like you can't have an interpreter sitting there and it could be more lit. Y'all don't know what can happen. I don't care if the boys speak English or not. Go ahead though, Just Do. What's up, Brody? How you feeling, man?
what up,
Hey,
Josh?
Jazz.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's good? What's good? How y'all feeling? Pardon
What's
me if
What's
I
up?
got
What's
good?
up,
some wind
bro?
in the background. Can y'all hear me?
Did somebody go
Yeah,
on
we
mute? Y'all
go.
got some wind in the
Yeah,
background.
we
Thank
can.
you.
No, that's
That's
him. We
Nah,
can
me.
hear
that's
you.
Hey,
KB. Yeah, we
give
can
me
hear you,
give me a
dog.
second. Somebody else go, cause I'm close to the house. So I'm close to the
All
house.
right.
So somebody else go. I'm gonna go in a second.
All
But
right,
what I
We
bet
can
was
you.
hear
trying to
you, bro.
understand is,
Hey,
what
what
do he
up,
mean
y'all?
by he gonna shrink the ring? What I
What's
mean,
wrong?
what the fuck is it gonna automatically shrink, or what the fuck? Like,
Pay, he trolling,
Rick,
pay.
bro?
He not shrink. He can't, he not, and
Yeah,
that's
no,
the
that's not literal, bro.
that's
That's
not
not
literal,
literal.
pay. And that's
He
my
means like
problem, pay.
Zepeda's work rate.
The, my,
That's what I thought. Like he meant Zepeda's work rate increases as the fight goes on, so the ring's gonna get smaller. Somebody needs to proofread Buddy's tweets and shit. That's what I gained out of it.
Deem,
That
if I
shit
could
ain't literal
respond.
though.
go ahead, Jack Queen.
No, I would like to respond to one of your comment members, Angry Mexican, where he said that boxing is a global sport. That may be true. However, everybody knows America runs boxing. Why did Canelo come here? Why did Pacquiao come here?
Period.
America is where you get the most, where you get the biggest eyes.
David, go ahead,
Yeah,
David.
leg warmer for that, dog.
Oh, my bad, man. I was trying to my voice all messed up, man. That's why I ain't been on. I know y'all see me in the chat,
Yes.
right?
You all right? Hope everything is okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. It's just a cold going around the house, you know.
That'd be the
Man,
worst in the
always,
summertime.
yeah, man. Summer colds, I hate them shits. They worse than winter. They the worst of all. But yeah, man. I wasn't trying to say nothing. I was trying to hit the mute button so I can get my daughter to hit me up with some more hot tea.
All
Right.
right, that's good. That's cool, David. You
Let me
good,
get
baby?
some on my throat. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna join back in with y'all, but I'm gonna stay in. All right.
All right.
Just give me a couple minutes.
William Old School, holla at me, man.
What's up, my guy?
What
What's
up,
up, big
Hey,
OG?
dog?
look, when Turkey don't like somebody, he makes it perfectly clear, bro. Him and Bob don't get along. Bob wants to do his own thing. He wants to keep Top Rank to himself. He wants to find a way to put his fights on. He don't want to go through Turkey to put all his fights on. So what does Turkey do? Turkey takes Bob's top heavyweight and gets him beat the hell up in a fight he wasn't ready for. Big
No,
Baby Anderson should have never been in that ring with Piccoli. After we watched him get damn near whooped by Charles Martin, bro, we knew damn good well he wasn't ready for no Martin Piccoli or anybody else at the top.
That's a fact.
You can't go and I have a feeling Turkey did that shit on purpose because Bob ain't kissing his ass.
Yeah. Shit.
and
That's
this
a
the
good
thing
point,
is,
bro.
the fact that it's not even literal lets me know that's my bigger problem with it, fam.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mine
like
too, Dean.
it's like, why even say that? Like, what you tweeting that? What is you getting from that? What is you trying to convey to the people? What are you trying
I
to
don't
say?
know, bro. Imagine Al Heyman tweets some shit like that.
And this is why Al's the best in the business. Like,
It would be crazy.
because he don't say nothing, but he gets so much hate. And I don't be understanding how people, like, I don't get it. Like, Al lends his fighters out. First of all, let's talk about something. Because I'm tired of all you Turkey lovers not keeping it real. Without Al Heyman in the PBC, Riyadh season doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Al
know.
Heyman has
Facts.
Al Heyman has been lending his fighters out for co-mains and main events for Turkey. Some of his biggest fights that he has put on has been from fighters that come from the PBC. Period. And y'all only want to give Turkey credit for that. That's the part that I don't understand.
David go over there, and David Benavidez said we move as a unit.
We already knew that though, D1.
But you know, some people
these fanboys out here that be trying to convince us otherwise. And then we hear the boxers say it time after time after time after time, from Pitbull to Leo Santa Cruz to David Benavidez to gervontadavis, even Canelo Alvarez.
Even before them, what the first thing Mayweather said, I want to thank God and Al Heyman, I got the best team.
Michael Jackson. The fact that I could say Michael Jackson, I shouldn't
Beyonce.
have to say Beyonce. I shouldn't have to say nothing else. Sorry. Boxing Hacker, what you want, man? I
What's up?
unblocked you and everything,
Oh my
and I
God.
felt out the way to do it. What do you want?
I'm trying
There's
to
some
do
cap in the building, you know. I don't know how Big Baby Anderson, how Turkey made Big Baby Anderson lose, you know. Big Baby Anderson.
We never said that. Don't get on here and start hacking immediately.
Yeah, don't go
Nobody
lying,
said
bro.
Turkey
hold
made
on,
Jared
hold on.
Anderson lose.
Yeah, I mean, Big Baby Anderson, when he signed that contract, he was a favorite for the fight. You know, he's a favorite. He lost. That's all that happens.
Favorite? Are you fucking kidding me?
He was a favorite against Piccoli, yeah.
Did you see him fight Charles Martin, bro?
I never said
Did
he
you
was
see
great.
that fight?
Hey, he was favored to win.
I don't know by who. Only an idiot would have picked him over Piccoli.
People didn't really know Piccoli like that.
Give me that.
come on now, y'all know the boxing hacker comes on here to argue. He
He's
comes
an
on to
idiot.
argue.
Wait,
That is his
hold on.
favorite thing to do.
Let
He
me
is
ask
a
Big Dre,
contrarian.
are you saying Piccoli was a favorite
By
against
nature.
Gary Anderson?
With a bike helmet on. If he's
Are you
like
saying
watching
Piccoli
the
was a
stream with a
favorite
bike
against
helmet.
Anderson?
So, Boxing
Boxing
Hacker,
Hacker,
are you okay with how Turkey is moving with Shakur Stevenson?
What's the whole thing about him talking about shrinking the ring?
Everything you've been doing with Shakur leading up to this.
I mean, he's put on. I mean,
You know, the money.
Not
Like
being in the
Charles.
main event.
Fine. So here's the thing.
He was third from the bottom in the last joint, third from the main event, bro.
The only thing, yeah, that's
Snuffing
fine.
him out.
That's fine too. And Shakur said he got the biggest bag he ever got from Turkey as
Yeah,
well.
that's fine, but
Yo,
what's
so
he doing for
Shakur's
him in the
happy
long
with
run?
it.
So hold on, Hacker. So you're cool.
Yeah, I'm cool because
You know
think
what I mean?
about it. If Shakur didn't like it,
No. You didn't let me finish. So you're cool with the fact that if Shakur wanted to claim pay-per-view buys and shit like that, that goes right out the fucking window because he's not the headline match.
If he wants to claim,
And you're cool with that, right?
Yeah. Well, pay-per-view doesn't really exist for current. We do
Bro,
pay
you're an
streaming
idiot.
now.
Shut up.
Yeah, we do pay streaming. Pay-per-view went down show card.
We had 18 months, about 3
You're like
months ago.
talking to a fucking rock, hacker.
Pay-per-view boxing is not a thing no more.
Boxing hacker, can I ask you something? Besides money, what has Shakur Stevenson benefited from messing with Turkey?
Well, he got the Zepeda fight. That fight.
He was going to get that fight regardless. It was mandated.
Well, not really, because Oscar wasn't really going for it. And
he was going to get that fight regardless because it was mandated. If Oscar didn't do it, Eddie would have had to do it.
So, yeah, but no, wait. When it comes to being mandated, the fight.
Boxing hacker, I don't need you telling me about mandation. I know all about that, boxing hacker. What I am telling you is you have no proof. You have no proof, boxing hacker, that Eddie Hearn would have not had bid on the fight if it ever got the purse bid. It didn't even get to purse bid, so we don't know what nobody would have did. So I'm asking you again. What did he benefit besides the money from dealing with Turkey?
So, like I said before, he's getting fight.
He didn't get the fight because of Turkey. It was already mandated with Turkey or without Turkey. So it's not because of Turkey. Don't you agree?
No, that's not how it works. Because Shakur has a title. So let's say he gets mandated, right? If he doesn't fight he gets stripped. However, Zepeda does not have a title. Yeah, Zepeda does not have a title. So Zepeda doesn't have to fight.
He does. He's the interim.
Yeah, he's not gonna get stripped for not fighting Shakur.
Oh, but he does have a title.
There's no penalty. Zepeda doesn't have to take that fight. He doesn't have to take that fight at all.
Boxing hacker, you're not going to sit up here and try to convince me that if Turkey didn't put it on. Hold on. You're not going to convince me that if Turkey didn't put on the fight with Williams Zepeda that was already mandated, that Eddie Hearn wouldn't have did it. He's been putting on fights for Jerron Ennis. I have no reason to believe that Eddie Hearn wouldn't have put the fight on himself.
Well, what's
the only reason why Turkey put it on is because he offered to put it on for Eddie Hearn.
No. Well, you're not saying
what you mean? No. Shakur signed to Eddie Hearn. He had to agree with it.
Oscar was not gonna make that fight. Are you forgetting that?
Say it again.
Oscar was not willing to make that Shakur fight.
If Oscar didn't bid on it, then Matchroom could have took over, so it wouldn't have mattered.
Wait, let me ask you something.
All you saying is, boxing hacker, is that Williams Zepeda could have said no, but you have no evidence. You just be up here talking. You have no evidence to express why Williams Zepeda would say no. Boxing hacker, first of all, stop over talking me on my program. Why would Williams Zepeda even say no? For anything you about to say to be true, Williams Zepeda would have to say no. Do you have any proof of Williams Zepeda just saying no? Huh?
They said no at first. What do you mean? They were saying no at first. Did you forget?
No, I didn't forget. No. I didn't forget about any of that.
What are we talking about?
What I am saying to you is we are talking about at that moment. Because what difference would it make to Williams Zepeda? Because Zepeda could have said no this time. He didn't. So I can only go off of what he did because the fight got put on.
Here's the thing about what.
So you trying to tell me, boxing hacker, that Williams Zepeda said yes to this fight because Turkey made it?
So here's the thing about.
And no, it ain't no. You're not going to do what you do on other programs. You're going to answer questions directly, or you're going to get kicked off. You're not going to tell me how you're going to answer questions on my platform, sir. You're not about to tell me that. You're going to give me a yes or no answer. Are you saying that Williams Zepeda would have only took the fight if Turkey put it on?
You asked me, am I saying that?
Yes or no?
It's not yes or no question.
Yes, it is. Literally, it is. It's actually no. It's definitely a yes or no question.
Yes or no.
It's not yes or no question, guys.
Start with no, and then
I'm gonna ask you again before you get off the panel. It's a yes or no question.
I'm trying to give my opinion.
Do you think no? No. I ain't asked for your opinion yet. You can give your opinion after you give me a yes or no question.
Yeah, so you give me you ask me.
Do you think, boxing hacker, I'm going to ask you again for a third time? It won't be a fourth time.
Okay, what answer do you want? Do you want me to say no? Okay, if you want me to say no, I'll say no. I can't tell you the answer. It's loaded.
It's not loaded.
Just do what's up, my guy.
Was good with it, man. How y'all
What's
feeling?
up, baby?
Just do what
What's
up?
good? Salute to my guy Dean. What's good with D1? The
What's
Come
panel.
up,
on,
bro?
I hear
man.
y'all cooking, man.
Salute, salute.
I ain't gonna be too long-winded, but as far as him shrinking the ring, shit, he must don't see the size ring that Shakur train in regularly, so he ain't doing shit. He just maybe something for some headlines or something, but shit, if he was a guy that actually had to run and survive the win, I'd be worried. But shit, this just to force him to be exactly who he been wanting to show people he is, right? And I'm a
Yep.
supporter, as you know it. So that's what this should mean. I'm stacking the deck. That's cool, man. His favorite saying, or one of them, is quote, pressure either bust pipes or make diamonds. He said he's been a diamond his whole life. So there you go. You know what I mean? I think what they was talking 18 by 18. That shit ain't too much different than the J Prince gym where you train at
Nah,
regularly. So
Hey,
it's what
Just, it's
he
not
it
ain't
even
worried
gonna
about
is. It's
that
be.
shit.
gym ring.
Hey, Just, it's
Gym
gonna be
ring.
a regular ring because
Hmm.
everybody else but Shakur. Shakur agreed to the smaller ring. It was other fighters on the
Yeah.
card, so it's gonna be a
Yeah.
regular ring, Just.
Yeah, I know. That's why I say he doing that for clicks. Remember, this the same dude that admitted to spreading misinformation and shit like that. You get me? So
Mm-hmm.
I ain't tripping on that. It just sound
Facts.
good, man. It sound like
Now, Just, how you feel about everybody saying
What
that
up?
Shakur Stevenson um is not gonna be able to? I'm pretty sure you know how I feel about this fight, but how you
right.
feel about everybody saying that Shakur Stevenson is not going to be able to deal with? Me and you think that Shakur Stevenson going to step on him. How you feel about people who think that he won't, or
I
just the
think
Um,
he'll
other
win.
side of that argument? I mean,
I feel like it's reasonable to question it and have your questions because I'm big on looking at the body of work. And if you listen to what Core said out his mouth, he ain't faced this style since like the amateurs or something. So
Yeah.
people having their reservations is cool. And you gotta think some people still don't believe Core is who he is anyway. So I expect that, but it's gonna make it better when he actually beat him. Because I feel
you breaking up a little bit, bro.
You're going in and
Yeah.
out, Just.
Shit. It was cooking too.
Just, can you hear us?
Yo,
I
I
can't hear him.
think
Can y'all
I
hear him?
think Shakur. Nah, we can't hear him. I think
hold on.
Shakur definitely wins, but we're
I'm gonna
gonna
fix
find
it.
out
Let me-
what it
I
is
got you. I got you.
in the fight. He's gonna have to fight. He's going to have to fight. That's he's gonna be
I
tested.
think it's a great fight for Shakur, bro. I think this is going to answer a
All right,
lot of questions when it comes to Shakur.
Yeah, I
Facts.
said the same thing. I have questions. I've been very vocal about my questions, and I think that hopefully this fight with Cepeda will get some of those questions answered. I just whether or not
mm-hmm.
Turkey meant that literal or figurative, or he was just poking fun. I didn't find it funny, and the fact that he
Yeah.
chose
Mm-hmm.
to kind of single him out kind of annoyed me. You know what I'm saying? And then you call him Cepeda the Mexican, like, yo, what's wrong with this cat? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He doesn't really, I don't think he really pays attention to what's going on. He doesn't really know how to read a room. He's just a guy in there in charge of someone else's money, throwing it around recklessly, might I add.
All that
He's a
money, nobody
racist.
proofreading tweets. I can't get over that. Proofread this guy's tweets. Help him out. The fuck. At least
Now,
make the shit make sense.
Can I ask you this? Just how you feel about how Turkey
Talk
been
to me.
moving with Shakur Stevenson? That's my biggest gripe with all of
I
this.
just feel like it's right on. Like he don't know. It just tell me he don't know shit about our fighters,
Mm-hmm.
right? He still think he over there. Everything is on his terms, and he want it all
Mm-hmm.
his way. But I just feel like
Mm-hmm.
as a fighter, like I like what Corbin saying. Like he can't worry about none of that. He just got to control the fight. Fuck the
Mm-hmm.
ring size, the tweets that he making. As long as you got your money situated, which I understand you did, go in there and kick his ass, man. Why I'm looking at it a different way because he can't control none of this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the things that he can is what
Yeah,
his focus is, and that's all he need to do. This should have
that's
he
true.
kind of it seemed like he put him in a position where he gonna shine. That's what I think. So this shit, I don't know if he truly intended for the fight to be different or difficult for him, but that shit gonna backfire, bro. I think he gonna be able to
I
show you
think
exactly who he is. So it's like you just give us reasons to keep doubting this dude as, in terms of what he in boxing for. Like, are you in it to make? You can't force entertainment, and by you
trying to shrink rings and all of that. I just think he just having fun and responding to what Shakur said, man. He don't care about that ring size. He got the skills to be able to beat this kid, and I think he's gonna show it. So the fight fan in me, I like it because it's a challenge. And if you know Core, he like a good challenge. So this should put him in a position to be able to answer any questions that people have about him. I like it. The hell
I'm a
with him.
I
fight
think
fan,
so
Beat him
and
at his
that
too.
own game.
And
ring's way too small. That 18 by 18 ring that they had Truck Simpson in, that shit's
Right.
too small of a ring, bro, for anybody to fight. It's like it looks crazy to me.
It do.
Right.
20 is perfect.
Let me get to this,
again,
this
and
super chat, y'all. Then Jab Queen, you could go ahead. Um, OBW Stretch said, "I got Shakur by counterpunch. Stop, bitch. I ain't mad at that at all.
That's
Go
a
ahead,
good chat.
Jab Queen.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that Rich wants the link. And I wanted to kind of elaborate a little bit on what Jess was saying. I agree. But I still think it's a little disrespectful, right? Like whether or not you're joking, whether or not, you posted that in, it's done in poor taste. You know what I'm saying? Because it's already when you refer to this Tom and Jerry situation, it's like and even at the conference, the press conference with Canelo versus Bud, I want smashing face, I want this, I want that. Like I understand that we want entertainment, but it's not rock'em sock'em robots. You know what I'm saying? There still has to be
Talk
some
to him.
level of skill to it. You know what I'm saying? So that's
Facts.
why I made the illusion that he has not watched Shakur's fights. If he thinks that that's how he's going to go in there and fight, he can't possibly have watched any of his fights. So I just think, like I said, he's responding to the bug-eyed coon, you know what I mean? And then, listening to other things that are going on instead of doing his own research. And the fact that like you said, just you're in this country now. You have to operate how we operate, not the other way around.
Yep.
Cam
We
J,
ain't
talk
we
to
ain't
me, Cam
conforming.
J.
Man, what's good, panel? Was good,
What up,
D, my
man?
brother, man. This is a great conversation, man. One thing I want to say, I don't, man, this shit with Turkey, bro. It's just like it's nasty word for him to just move like this with the fighters, and then he want these fighters to fuck with him in the long run. That's why when Dean, when you was speaking about that shit, talk about no other companies is in for the long haul, he in for the for the short haul. That shit speaks so much relevant into the situation, bro. And a motherfucker, if Turkey's doing the shit he's doing to like Shakur like this is not how you promote a fight, bro. This is not how you sell a fucking fight for a fight that's having bad sales on tickets right now. This is not the wave right now, and some of these fighters need to read the room with how Turkey demonstrating and how he's moving with some of these fighters and kind of just think a little bit about that shit in depth a little bit as far as working with him because he only does shit for his own interest. He's not looking for all of these fighters' best interest the way that he moves. If anybody believes he's looking for these fighters' best interests, you a damn fool because you got to read the room. The writers on the wall that Turkey, he's bad
Rich, you
business,
got
man. He does good shit in certain aspects for boxing, but no shit like this with the way that he moving with Shakur and shit, like trying to play him. He playing them cock out here. Like he's playing them cock in real live time, and then everybody's supposed to be just okay with it. Like, no, I'm not okay with that shit, bro. That's a black fighter. You know what I'm saying? No, from our culture. You know what I'm saying? That's getting disrespected in public by a guy that's not even from our damn country for real. And everybody, dick eating turkey. And this guy disrespecting a lot of our fighters right here in real time, man.
Somebody needs to mute. It's a lot of
yeah.
background wind or
Rich,
something.
you got mad
Let, let, let,
background noise and
let me
feedback.
say this, y'all. And this one of my biggest problems, y'all. I believe Shakur Stevenson could be marketed better. Just do know me and him talk behind the scenes and what my biggest problem is. I don't like that Eddie Hearn has been putting more time and attention into Jerron Ennis and his Philly all day. But I feel as though he should have been doing the same thing with Shakur Stevenson. You're not just trying to build up a fighter as far as his win-loss column. You're trying to build the fighter up as far as his marketability and bigging up his leverage. Because when a fighter got better leverage, then other fighters, such as gervontadavis, can't say certain things to him that he could say to other fighters. But when you putting them on undercards, when the tickets is not selling, and everybody be saying, well, I only care that he got the money. The problem with that only works when you're going up against other fighters who need the money as well. But when you're trying to talk to a Gervontadavis, he don't care about how much whatever Turkey paid you is not what you're about to get fighting me. So none of that matters. What matters is how easy it would be to get the fight if it was nothing even more to talk about between the two. And Shakur is still doing a great job at knocking the wins down to make that conversation much harder as the days go by. But he would have been doing that with or without Turkey. Before Turkey, Shakur was a main event fighter. Having people fighting in his hometown, having his fans curating his fan base. That is important. Why? Because that helps with endorsements. That helps with everything else you got going on outside of boxing. But your fans, they only want to say they care about you getting paid, but they don't care about how you're going to be perceived or your marketability 20 years from now. Floyd ain't fought in how many years? And he still go viral, still get talked about. You want to know why? Because he has such a big market in America. Canelo Alvarez is only where he's at today because Canelo Alvarez killed the game for the last 10, 15 years in America. And he was promoted and marketed that way. It's no reason why Shakur Stevenson has the look, Shakur Stevenson has the personality, and Shakur Stevenson is such a great defensive fighter. And the stuff that he say, you can market Shakur as the villain. You can make Shakur so hated that people just buy it just to see if anybody can hit him.
Facts.
I've seen this before.
Facts.
So that's just my biggest problem. Shakur shouldn't be a co-main. Him and Williams Zepeda is no reason why him and Williams Zepeda should be a co-main to Berlanga, who just got his ass whooped, Shiraz, who went life and death a couple other fights ago. It's no reason why that should be happening under any circumstances. And then you got to take a ferry just to get to the fight. How is that helping Shakur long term? It's not. It might be putting an extra 1.5 in his pocket right now. But if you know anything, when you got to fight in New York City, that's coming out in taxes anyway.
Facts.
I mean, but Floyd became more marketable.
Floyd became the villain, bro. People hated Floyd more than they loved him. Bro,
yeah, let me add something to this though. Let me add something real quick.
Hold on. One at a time, y'all. Let Rich go because Rich ain't talked yet.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of stuff you're saying, but when you speaking on Floyd though, Floyd really like hit the scenes like getting real money and real being marketable in his 30s. Shakur not even in his 30s yet. That's the first thing. And
right.
and Turkey, yeah, I feel like I feel like you and Knockout was right about that. I feel like that he ain't really got the best interest, so Shakur needed get that money and prove them niggas wrong and you know what I'm saying, make his own way. For real.
Get the fuck away from him. That's what he needed.
That's what I just said. That's what I said. Make his own way. After that, get that money. Get as much you can from him. Make your own way and try. Yeah, do your thing.
The best way to do that is PBC, bro. PBC builds superstars.
But this kind of will make him or break him for real. Because at the end of the day, he going through all this. You know what I'm saying? All this struggle and all this stuff with these guys that's with him, acting like they with him, but they really against him. So, you know, he might come out big on that.
Yeah, Rich, that's my biggest problem, Rich. And I've been calling this. They not really with you, bro. Because if they was really with you, they wouldn't be moving you like this. He wouldn't do this to Canelo Alvarez. They Rich. Yeah. I want you to think about this, Rich. David Benavidez was with a whole nother company. David Benavidez hasn't been promoting in Riyadh season. Immediately when he signs, he's the main event. Immediately. He not talking about cat and mouse with David Benavidez. I hope he come in there. We gonna shrink the ring for it. He not doing none of that.
Gotta be an exciting fighter, bro.
I don't know if this guy Turkey. I don't know what he think of us like out here or whatever, but sometimes like
Rich, you know what he think of us, bro.
Yeah, I really think he. I think he, unless he don't want to see a black nigga shine, because I don't really see him put too many African Americans main event, man. Like
he has it.
I got a question for the panel, man.
Oh, besides
I had a
Terrence
question for the
Crawford,
panel.
besides Terrence Crawford, and he probably ain't
But
really
that's
one.
only because he's with Canelo.
Rolly was a
No,
black
I'm talking about with
fighter.
the Madrimov. That's the
Oh, with the
only.
Madrimov. Okay.
That's the only time I really seen him do that. Other than that, he make fights that's better than others. Undercards, I'm like, I don't get it, man. But it is what
I
it
got a
is.
question for the panel real quick. So, like, with all of these American fighters fighting over here in Saudi Arabia and shit, do y'all think these guys are growing their fan bases fighting over there? Like, that's a question
No.
that we need to, what I'm saying, we need to know.
Boxing's a world. I keep saying boxing's a world sport. It's not just in America. If you fight,
But the thing is, they don't watch the
overseas,
fights in
more
Saudi
people will go
Arabia,
to
though,
see.
Hacker. Nobody goes to the fights in Saudi Arabia. They don't give a fuck about the fights
Okay,
in boxing over there in
okay.
Saudi Arabia, though,
Look at the
Hacker.
logic, though, Cam. Look at this
Yep,
logic,
they're
right?
not buying fights over there.
Look,
None of
okay,
that
let's
shit.
say you have 1,000 people that know you in America. Let's just say you have 1,000 people that know you in America. When you fly to Saudi Arabia, none of those 1,000 people know you. They still know you, but they're still in America. However, now you have a certain group of people from Saudi who see you too. Now you have
Do you
people
want to
from
know why
UK,
they want to take over
people from
boxing? They
Russia.
want to have them fighting
Because
at their resorts for free.
different
People
people
can
with
come and
different
see
reasons to
two
watch
guys
those
beat the
fights.
shit out of each other at their fucking vacationing resorts in Saudi Arabia. This whole shit is sports washing.
It could
You
be.
know
It's
that shit.
probably
You've been
sports
playing dumb
watching.
from the
But
start.
what's wrong with that at the end of the
What's
day, right?
wrong with that?
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
Well,
What
Hey,
exactly
y'all
is
want to
wrong with
incite
sports
the fight?
watching?
Put me and
Hey,
Hacker on the
hey,
undercard. I
boxing
say don't
hacker.
get out in the
Right,
first
right.
round.
right,
People
Okay,
understand.
Coach
Look,
Willie.
Hey,
look,
boxing
okay,
hacker. Hold on, y'all. See,
I
y'all
got
getting
the
weird.
OG.
Hold on, y'all. I need to say this. This is important.
yeah,
Boxing hacker.
yeah,
All y'all that keep talking to me about this Turkey stuff and him
yeah.
bigging fighters up and better, who has he made a star? Who is a bigger star now from dealing with Turkey than they was before Turkey?
So
Somebody
Talk
tell
about
me
it.
that.
well, I'm saying they get more eyes globally when they fight
How, if
overseas.
they got more guys globally, boxing
Don't
hacker,
even
wouldn't
know
they be
that,
a
bro.
bigger star? Don't they?
You
Don't
said,
that
but I
equal
mean,
up?
but logically speaking, that's what happens, right? You
That's
fight
not what
overseas,
happens,
more
That's
bro.
not
people
You
the
go
keep
question
saying
that
overseas.
shit
I
that
asked
you don't
you.
even have no
I say
factual evidence to back up.
when it comes to boxing. So one thing you said,
Slow
D.
down, boxing hacker. This
Okay,
be my problem with you, bro. You'll hear
go ahead.
somebody say something to you and then just jump over what they said. Now you
Yeah,
said boxing is a global sport.
yeah,
I'm addressing the global part that you said. You see how I address what you say?
yes,
Boxing is a global sport, right? And you
yeah,
said, Beam, it get more eyes on them.
yeah.
Okay, then I ask you, then don't that mean that they should be a bigger star if more eyes is on them? But why that's not
Not
happening?
necessarily. Not necessarily. So here's
So
why,
then what
right?
you just said goes out the window if it's not
No, you
necessarily.
still get no when you're a star. That means more. How can I say it? It's like
I'm,
even
I'm
though
waiting.
okay, let me explain. For instance, you mentioned Floyd Mayweather, right? You call him a superstar. Floyd Mayweather became a superstar after fighting Oscar De La Hoya.
Not
That
true.
brought, yes, it's true.
No, it's
Oscar
not.
De La Hoya was Golden
No, it's
Boy.
not. That's another
No,
narrative
what?
people run
Fight
with. That is
fans
not
knew
true.
Floyd.
Floyd
Floyd,
Mayweather was
Floyd
already pretty.
Mayweather's
First of all, stop,
fame.
What?
stop,
Bro.
stop.
Floyd
Boxing
was
hacker.
signed to Golden Boy.
Floyd
Shut up and
Mayweather was
listen for
so
once, Hacker.
popular as
Fuck.
Pretty Boy Floyd. We are not skipping over Pretty Boy Floyd era. Floyd was already a top superstar, top
Yeah.
5 for pound fighter in the world. Then before he
Yeah, yeah,
fought Oscar De La Hoya. We
yeah,
talking about Floyd with the box cut. No, you're not going to do
yeah,
that to
yeah,
Floyd Mayweather,
yeah,
bro.
yeah.
I
He
listen.
Listen,
yeah, yeah. Hey,
yeah,
boxing. He
was
boxing hacker. He was already a superstar, but his biggest payday was
His
with
biggest
Oscar.
payday was Oscar De La
But
Hoya.
no.
he was
Thank you,
already he
Rick.
was already
Floyd
he was
Mayweather even says
already a
this
super.
himself,
He was
D. You know that,
already
right? I'm
like
not. It's not
a
just me.
pound for
Floyd Mayweather
pound
says
top
this.
3 top
You guys
from
realize
like
that he was a star.
2002 or
He was well known.
2003
He
or
was a
something
star.
like that. You
He was
something
a
like that.
champion. Yes, nobody's doubting
No,
that.
boxing hacker.
He
What I
fought
am
a lot of
saying is to you, boxing hacker, the money wise he was talking about. That's why. Think about it, boxing hacker. Right
yeah,
after that, he started calling himself what? Boxing hacker.
May.
My point exactly. But he was
Yeah,
already very popular prior to that. That's why
but he wasn't.
basically boxing hacker. He basically had to box Canelo De La Hoya in the corner. De La Hoya was kind of forced to fight Floyd Mayweather because Floyd was the up and coming guy. He was next in line. So
Exactly.
yeah,
Now that's the
Oscar
right
De La
word.
no. We got more than one superstar in boxing. Oscar was the guy. I'm not saying that, boxing hacker. But how y'all be trying to argue with me about Terrence Crawford and other people other than Gervonta being a guy? Floyd was one of those people, brother. That's a fact.
Floyd's like
hold on, let me get to the super chat. Hold on. Kyle Kula says with the 10-piece, my guy. Everybody be talking about what they think Turkey means. What happens if he actually ends up shrinking the ring? Does Turkey continue to have to say a say in saving boxing?
I mean, I'm not a fan of the whole concept of no running rule, so I wouldn't like that. To be fair,
nah, man, those jokes that he be saying, that shit, that ain't.
Yeah.
That
I mean,
ain't.
I
Those
can't
serious
envision
jokes,
that
though. He
happening,
be really wishing that shit.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, technically
and
it's
he
possible, but I can't envision him because there's 3 people in the ring. You know,
Boxing Hacker, you will get set up and robbed by some of the most game running chicks in the world, because you can't never you need things to be set in stone before you can believe it. Like you need to wake up and your wallet is missing before you can see what type of chick this is. You have zero intuition. Like you have zero intuition. Like it's crazy to me that everything with you, Boxing Hacker, you can't foresee anything. Oh my God, you are a lit Boxing Hacker. Lord,
that's what I've been saying, bro.
Devin Haney was a lick.
Just like Devin Haney.
Devin Haney a simp right now. So
I just think people exaggerate when it comes to
ain't
Turkey.
too far off.
You better hope you never come to New Orleans.
Like, think about it, Dean. People literally say that Turkey makes fires.
Hey, hold on, Boxing Hacker. I promise you I'm gonna let you go. If Jab Queen put that soft voice on you, she can get your whole bank account from your ass, nigga. You are lit. You need things to be set in stone.
D, if Hacker ever come to New Orleans, bro, the dudes down here have him working the corner in a dress.
Hey, I mean, I think people just have to look into things a little bit deeper. People exaggerate a little bit. Turkey doesn't make people lose. Turkey, Riyadh season is a show, just like PBC.
We never said he make people lose. I don't know why you keep saying that.
Huh?
Nobody ever said that he make people lose. Like nobody said that.
Old school said that McCauley lost because of Turkey, or Turkey said.
I did not say that.
What'd you say, Old School? What'd you say?
Bro, don't be twisting my freaking words. Something wrong with you, dude. Hacker, I fucking said that Anderson was not ready for anybody at the top. I personally think Turkey stuck him in there because he doesn't get along with Bob, and he wanted to make an example out of fucking Bob's top freaking heavyweight.
That's he definitely said that. But he was going to run through Jared.
They just asked Bob Airman in an interview, and he said, Turkey is my partner. Every card we put on is a Riyadh season card. That's cap.
All right, so why didn't Bob just join up with Turkey then?
He is with Turkey. He just dropped an interview saying...
No, he's lending his fighters. He's not with Turkey.
An interview saying Turkey is our partner. Right? Every card we do is Riyadh season. That's cap.
He is not with Turkey. He's lending Turkey fighters, period.
Yeah, go find the interview. What that is, though.
I'm going to find the interview and put it in the chat.
So fighters go fight on that
show. Anderson should have never been put in the ring with Piccoli, bro. Especially after that Charles
Never been popping Jared Anderson up as the next great heavyweight.
But hold on, Dank.
Where was that when he fought Charles Martin and looked like complete garbage?
Yeah, bro. What he's saying is he wasn't ready for somebody like Piccoli. We just watched him get fucking touched up by
so high?
Like Martin.
Hold on.
Let's face it, Martin took it easy on him because Martin could have finished him.
Top Rank is doing business with the PBC too. So what does that mean?
And the PBC is doing business with.
I can say the same thing back to you, Dank Father, and that's what he said. Because Bob Arum said that about PBC as well.
Yeah, boxing is a better place if they all play nice and don't take the whole sport to
together,
Saudi Arabia.
You want to know what I noticed?
Let me ask y'all a question.
Hold on. Let me say this. You want to know what I noticed? And some people about to be offended, and I don't give a damn. Boxing Hacker, you not from America, are you?
No, I'm not.
That's why. Have y'all noticed? I'm gonna start doing my Googles on y'all. Everybody that's so okay with fights not being in America, I'm gonna start asking you where your lineage is from. Because maybe, just maybe,
Are you
that
not
got
from
something to
America,
do
or
with
were you
why
born here,
y'all
or were
okay
you
with
parents?
fights not being in America.
Where's Dank
Are
father
you
from?
listen, bro? Is it your parents, or are you born in Africa too?
I mean, you could be African descendant too, right?
Yeah,
How many
no.
times your
You
mama
were
dropped
born
you,
here
bro?
in
That's
America.
Hacker. Why didn't you ever answer a direct question? That
You
was
were
never
born
a
in
bad
America.
question, though.
I mean,
That's
if you
all.
say lineage, that's
But
pretty
come
long
on, man,
term.
stop playing word spaghetti with niggas. Yo, answer the question.
Always.
No,
He's
I'm not
Yeah,
Always.
answer how
American.
many times your mama dropped you on your head, bro. We need to know.
I'm not American. I'm sorry, Jacob Snake. I'm not American though. I'm
And that's
African.
why and I
I hear
noticed that
you,
a lot
bro.
of,
We
no,
know.
have y'all
I get
noticed,
you. You're
y'all?
not American, but you were born here.
I
Have
was
y'all
not born in
noticed,
America.
y'all, that everybody who be coming at American fighters or get mad when we complain about it being in America, they always be from the UK. They not from America.
I'm
So
not
we
from the
don't
UK
expect
either.
you to have
Boxing
that
is a world
loyalty.
sport.
We don't expect you to
Boxing is a
we don't
world
expect
sport.
you to care about it.
Fuck out
No,
of
but
here.
but boxing is a global sport. Most of the fighters that are on Riyadh season are not even American. You
Hold
guys
on,
realize that?
stop saying that global sport shit.
Yeah,
It
but
is a
most
global
fighters that
sport,
you guys
but
see
I'm
on
in
Riyadh
We
season
care
are
America.
not
I
about
don't
American.
care
us.
that it's global. I care about what it's doing
Yep.
here for the
Yo,
fighters that's
Yep.
born here. That's what I
okay,
care about.
Shakur is not even fighting an
I expect
American.
I
That's why we
expect
don't
people
like
from
it,
the
bro.
UK to care about British boxers. Don't nobody get mad at people from London because they support Anthony Joshua. Nobody cares when Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury gonna be at Wilmington Stadium. That's what's up. But we got the right as Americans. It's always complaining about us in America wanting what's right for us.
That's fact.
Period.
Guys,
If you
But
could be
you got
proud of
under
your country,
majority of the
if you could
fighters
be
you guys
proud
watch
of
are
where
not
you come
American,
from,
guys.
we could be proud of where we come from and what we
Anthony Yard
want
is
for
not even
here.
American.
But
I
Y'all
don't give a
know
damn about British boxing. I'm not from, I've never been to London. I don't care.
it's only
guys,
the American
most
fans
fighters you guys
that's
watch
sensitive.
are not even
Because when
American.
No, it's not, because every person from UK I hear come up here, they always complain about American. So
So
you can't say that
what do you
we
want
the
to happen?
only ones sensitive.
But
Dean, what
that's
do you want to
interesting.
We're
happen?
That's an
proud to be
interesting
an
when
American.
concept,
AJ came to
Dank
fight in
What
Father.
do you
Sweden, I
want
didn't
to
hear
happen?
no
Leonardo,
UK
I'm
fans complaining
free.
about AJ coming to America. When
Huh?
Fury
AJ
had
came
to
from
come fight
America.
Wilder in America, I didn't hear no UK fans complaining about coming to America. They came to
AJ
America
came
to
from
support the
America.
fight.
You know
AJ came
why
from
people
America.
come to America?
Because it's the Mecca.
Yeah, it's the land of the free. We all know this, but yo,
Oh,
like
all
you
right then.
saying,
The
the
land of
world
the
is
free.
bigger than America. When you win a
And
It
world
is.
title,
so, Dang
it's not
Father,
the
you telling me the
WBA.
world bigger
Land
America
of
than
the
is
free
the
America?
are
Like I
title.
ain't
citizens,
know that.
Yeah, but still, bro, America is the Mecca of boxing. We want to keep it
I
that way.
think
They're
the
trying
point
to
But
that
make Saudi Arabia the new
Didn't
Vegas.
Turkey say that in his interview with
Yeah, they want to make
and then he
Saudi the
also
new
said
Vegas.
boxing is better when they have a black American heavyweight champion. Did he not say
I
that?
heard him say all that,
Oh,
and he was
okay,
pandering
okay,
to people like you, dog.
So
okay.
Real
then
Oh,
Dang
shit.
so he
Father,
just capping. He just
then we gonna
capping.
let
Nah,
Jab Queen go. Hold on,
he's
Dang
telling the
Father,
truth.
because then Jab Queen was about to say something, but I gotta say this. If he said that, then why is it such a problem that we want him to keep it in here in America then?
Well, actually,
If even he believes it. If even he
Yeah.
believes it.
he's sponsoring the fight. So why can't he put it in his country too? What are we talking about? You want to
We didn't
sponsor a
say,
fight and
first
put
of
it
all, I'm not
in your
saying that he
country,
can't put
where
it in his
it's
country.
a
What
foreign
I am
agent
saying to
sponsoring
y'all
the fight.
is, I don't care if he put it in his country or not. What I am
Okay.
saying is, y'all don't get to say nothing to us about us wanting those big fights here.
Yeah. Hey,
Go
I mean,
ahead, Jab Queen.
there's nothing wrong wanting it, but
I just wanted to kind of point out some hypocrisies and the amount of shit that Hacker and Dank Father are full of. So first of all,
yeah.
for your point, it's his fight. He's putting on fights. He could put it in his country. That does not help any American boxer, and it doesn't help them grow their fan base. More importantly, when Conor Ben fights, where does he fight? In the UK, because where is he from? The UK, right? So why do our American boxers have to go fight in Saudi? They're not from Saudi. They don't have a fan base in Saudi. Nobody is even watching those
That's the
boxing matches
background
over there when they take place at
noise.
2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Hey,
So that really just doesn't even make any sense.
let me
Let
say
her
something
finish,
though.
y'all.
No, I'm done with them.
Let
Who's
me
about who that,
You know how
Rich?
many fighters that
yeah,
are not American who came to
Hey,
fight in
I
America?
just want to say something, right? I don't want to see every fight in Saudi and all that stuff. Like Shakur said about the Ryan Garcia, he said he feel like Ryan Garcia wasn't hyped enough. There was no crowd around and all that shit. So I feel like that probably could play a big part in how they fight or whatever. You get what I'm saying? But I feel like
Rich, because even the fighters complaining about it, but Boxing Hacker cheering it on. Like it's just us complaining. Even the fighters complaining about it. But go ahead, Rich.
But I fought internationally half his amateur career. He don't care.
But I feel but he said the only reason why he think Ryan Garcia wasn't in it, and he said especially inside a crowd like that, he wasn't hyped enough for none of that stuff. Like you ain't even fighting in front of nobody. People just quiet looking at you. You know what I'm saying? But it was something I was gonna say. Oh, but I feel like some fighters do want to fight there at least once out of their life, like some, you know, how Ali went out Africa and all that stuff. So they feel like it's something like that. But as far as Muslim fighters like Abdullah Mason, Devin Haney, and them or whatever like that, so I don't just feel like everybody should just keep going out there like this. It's the main thing all the year round. You go out there 3 or 4 times. Nah, I don't feel like it should be like
Here's
that.
the thing, though. But people been fighting in internationally for a long time. It didn't just start with Turkey. You know, yes, fights will still happen in America.
Boxing Hacker, stop. Hold on. You pissing me off. Stop talking to us like we don't know that, Boxing Hacker. Like until you came around, we didn't know that fights was happening outside of America. Stop talking to us. Be quiet. Be quiet, brother. Stop talking over me on my own channel, bro. Stop talking to us like we 2-year-olds, brother. We already know that fights has happened outside of the United States forever.
All right, so what's the problem then? What's the problem with the fights? Some fights happen.
The problem is, why are you defending us in America? Y'all ever notice? Have y'all ever heard anybody come at Japanese people because they like to see Noah Inoue in Japan?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You've heard Japanese people say that. Who you've heard? What Japanese person you heard say that?
Wait, are you asking me? Oh, okay. You say asking me to have Japanese people complain.
Yeah, because you keep wanting to cut people off. You need to listen.
American people complain.
Name me a Japanese person that has complained or people come at Japanese people for wanting to see Noah Inoue in Japan.
Nobody does that.
So why are you doing it for us here in America then? Thank you. Point exactly. Thank you.
Complaining when he's coming to America.
Hacker probably puts on his little dress and starts screaming, "Go Turkey, go!"
Let me ask the panel a question. Whose fault is it that Turkey's in this got this much power? Whose fault is it?
Nobody's.
And who else?
Great thing.
Fucking PBC. Fucking every American fight promoter. Don King.
I just wanted to get clarity on that.
Another thing though, man, you see that?
What is your point, Tank Father? What was your point?
If the promoters was doing their job, Turkey would have no room to come in and do what he's doing. So let's look at the real source of the problem.
Listen, it doesn't really matter what the source of the problem is. The problem is we're here now.
If the promoters was doing their job, not playing keep away, we're keeping it in-house, we're doing this, we're doing that, Turkey would not have any room to come in and do what he's doing.
So, Dave, let me ask you a question. Right? So, for your facts, right? Let me ask you a question. Since Callum Smith was offered the same amount of money as Anthony Yard and he turned it down, even though Turkey was still the one offering the money,
that has nothing to do with Turkey, Queen. That has to do with Callum Smith being scary and not wanting any smoke with David Benavidez.
You're the one that mentioned other sides of the street. My point is, it doesn't matter what side of the street you want. If you don't want to fight, you don't want to fight. Exactly. So it's not always on these promoters, okay? It has to do with some of these fighters as well who may not want to take fights. So stop giving them all the glory if you don't want to give them all the criticism.
Not all fighters are Callum Smith.
Yeah, that's
Boxing Hacker. Do not start talking while I'm talking.
Not all fighters are Callum Smith. Not all fighters are Bivol.
If you're not going to give him all the criticism, do not give him all the credit like he's some sort of boxing.
I'm not giving Turkey all the credit.
If he gets fucked up, we can't blame him for it. Don't do it. Then you're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
What are we blaming him for, though?
How about the shit that he just posted online about Shakur? Are you following the conversation?
That's trolling, Queen. I keep telling y'all fall on every.
Is that a promoter's job to troll, Dank Father? Do you see Eddie Hearn doing that shit?
But he's
do you see? No. I ain't that troll. I ain't done talking.
Hold on. We saw Floyd and Tank troll. back and forth with each other? Have we not?
Now Tank's a
bro,
promoter.
bro.
Is Floyd not a promoter?
He
He
ain't
is,
saying he a promoter.
and let me ask you this,
When he
then,
when
Dang
he was
Father. I'm
shitting
glad
on
you
Tank,
brought
when he was
Floyd up.
shitting on Tank
Hold
event,
on, Dang Father. Since you think you're so smart, can you tell me the big
No, he
event that
not.
Floyd Mayweather has put on? Can you tell me what Floyd Mayweather Promotions is doing right now, Dang Father? How has that worked for Floyd?
I'm not talking about what he's.
Oh, are you cooked
No,
too?
I brought up a
Oh, are you
specific.
cooked? Yeah,
I
how
brought up
you're right.
a
He is a
specific
promoter.
point.
How has that worked for
I
him?
brought up a specific
I
No,
point
mean,
thank
with
Father.
Floyd
No,
and
you
Tank.
brought
he
up
has.
Floyd. How has that strategy
That
worked
has
for
nothing to
Floyd
do with
Mayweather's
that has nothing to
promotions,
do
Dank?
with the
I
point.
mean,
That
he
has
put
nothing
on
to do with the point I'm making.
the Hayes versus Garcia fight.
How about this? I'm about to
Exactly
make
is
this
your
point.
That was a
point,
huge
Dang
You
fight.
Father.
said do promoters
That
troll?
was a huge
I
fight.
Hold
That
on,
was
I'm
made
about
good.
to
the
make this
point where a
point. Hey,
promoter
y'all.
trolled.
Yeah,
Y'all
go ahead.
talking about how good Turkey doing, right?
Yeah.
But I just looked up the biggest grossing fights ever. Ain't not
Nowhere
one
near.
of them from
It's Al
Turkey.
Heyman. We know this. We know
Yeah.
this. We
All
know
right.
this.
So hold
We
on,
know
hold
this.
on. If y'all
We
know
kn-
this,
the
then
thing,
Yeah.
why
the
are
thing,
y'all
the
so
point I'm
mad at
making
us
is
defending it? A model that has been proven to
I'm not
work. And
defending
hold
nothing.
on.
Go
Then
ahead. Go
why
ahead.
are y'all defending a model that has been proven to work? Why are y'all so anti us talking about it staying in America when that literally has shown that that's what's best for the boxers?
Then tell PBC to make the fights. Then you guys
Hold
see.
on,
Okay.
they have
Wait, wait. Do
Boxing
you want?
Hacker,
Do you want
actually
to
Boxing
talk to
Hacker.
them to
Hold
make the
on,
fight?
hold on. When y'all say stuff, then you get
Do
cooked.
it.
Actually, Boxing Hacker, out of the top 6 events ever, 5 of them was
It's
PBC.
all Al
Okay,
Heyman.
then tell them to
Oh,
continue.
all
Hold on,
right,
hold on,
then
hold
what
on.
I'm saying is you can't say that right there. Then you
Dean.
What?
can't say
I
what
didn't
you
say they
just
didn't.
said.
I said tell them
Hey,
to make the
Dean.
Name me
fight.
Hey,
the
hold on.
hold on. Name me the fight that has happened that Turkey has put on that was bigger than Gervonta and Ryan Garcia and that
I
was
didn't say
bigger than
it
Terrence
was.
Crawford and Errol Spence. Could somebody name it?
I didn't say
There's
it was.
none.
Dean. I'm
Hey,
saying
hold on.
It
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
why
has
are
to
Dean.
y'all
be.
None.
cooked
thinking
then?
about it.
You're
Hey,
cooked
Dean.
then.
It's
So
Hey,
not.
then
Dean.
it ain't
No,
no
I'm just
AD
telling.
nothing. Hold
I,
on. It ain't no
I didn't say it
AD
was.
nothing. If
Nah,
y'all can't answer the question, if y'all can't answer, the
that's why I'm
question is
asking.
you don't have no evidence. Y'all
What
just
evidence of
talking.
what?
So
Y'all are
you
What?
just
saying,
What
wait,
do you
hold
have
on.
talking.
evidence
Y'all
of?
saying Turkey good for boxing with no proof that he's good for boxing. You're just
So,
talking.
Not good for
Okay.
American boxing.
so
He's
you
not
saying,
good for
wait, so
American
you
boxing.
saying that,
Yeah, I
wait,
mean,
Like
but
I said,
like
like
I
I've
said,
been
American
saying, with
boxing
Turkey,
is a part of the
Yeah, you guys
equation.
don't care about American boxing.
Yeah,
We've
there's so
already
many.
thoroughly
Most of
proved
the
that.
fighters that you guys even talk about, half of them not even American. That's why I keep saying, like, you guys see the American boxing, this American
What
boxing,
does
that.
that mean? Manny
What is
Pacquiao got popular in America, not the Philippines, my guy.
That's what
right?
that
But
means.
he's
What
not
the
American,
fuck
right?
are
So
you
these
talking
fights,
about?
yeah.
Hold on. What are you talking about?
Okay, you
Manny
want to talk Manny
He
Pacquiao,
don't
Pacquiao?
know. He don't know.
hold on.
Okay,
Manny Pacquiao is a prime example.
right.
Manny Pacquiao is a
Okay, let's talk
superstar
Pacquiao.
because of his American fan base, not his global fan base, family.
Did you
What?
forget Pacquiao's major fan base
Oh,
is the
hold on.
Philippines?
Now you're lying.
Did we
Now I'm
forget
about to
that?
go look up Manny Pacquiao's most popular fights since you want to get up here and lie.
No, his fan base is
Hey,
literally the
No.
Philippines.
You said what you said. It's okay. So,
It
so
is.
Manny
We're
Pacquiao is not popular
talking about
because
whole
of his
country,
American
bro.
fan.
We're literally
hey,
talking about a whole country.
hey, Dean, I
The
think some of the
Philippines
biggest,
is the
hey,
majority
Dean,
of his fan
Boxing
base.
Hacker, I know you hear Rich talking. Go ahead.
I'm saying I think some of the biggest events was from Golden Boy too.
Golden Boy,
Like
where Rich, where was they at though? The question is where was they at? That's what I'm honing down on. Where did those boxing matches take place at, Rich?
Oh yeah, America.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, hell yeah.
nobody's not saying the
At least
biggest
for the
You
fights don't
guys
Southern
happen in
trust a
America.
man like Turkey though too? Like you guys trust a man like Turkey? You guys know what he does in his
It's not
regular life?
about trust, bro. Y'all
What do you
going
mean?
Oh,
too
just
deep.
Regular
Y'all
judgy
going
life?
the
too deep with
boxing.
this shit.
No,
Yeah, what?
y'all niggas too shallow.
Y'all
Talking
going
about we
too
Why
deep
going
with
too
would
this
I
deep. Y'all
trust
shit.
niggas is
Turkey?
way
I
too
With
mean,
shallow, yo.
Turkey in this,
we're
Worrying
with
talking
about
about
some
Turkey,
any
shit that
other
has
entity that has a lot
is
of money.
really
with
fucking our
Turkey in
shit
this
up, and
spot,
y'all only
with
worrying
Turkey
about
in this
I know
just
That's
so
spot.
y'all
we
hear
can
the
get
immediately.
queen
money.
talking. Jab Queen,
Just so
get
we
your
can get
point off.
money.
Go ahead, Jab Queen.
It's just ridiculous. We're not going too deep. Y'all
Well,
niggas are just too
no,
shallow.
we can go
Pick
deep. It
up a
doesn't
He's
matter.
book
not a
But
and
like,
read it, bro.
at what
humanitarian.
point, how deep do you want to go? Like, what shouldn't we trust
No,
about?
Yo,
no
shut up.
I
That's what
already
happens. Let me
exposed
tell
it.
you something. You
Fuck
can
you
play
talking
that fake
about?
smart shit all you want
No,
to.
it's not about being fake or smart. I'm
He
just saying
said,
how
"How
how
deep you
deep does
want
it
to go?"
really go?
You couldn't go
You
near
talking about
as
his,
deep
his
as I could.
political
So
stance? If you
stop.
talk about political stance,
Yo,
we're in
seriously.
America.
Are you kidding me,
I
yo?
mean, you can't bring up
You
politics
kidding
when
me?
we're in America, man. America's wild, man.
Hey,
Yo,
We're
hey,
shut
wild.
up, man.
Globally, we're
Shut up.
wild. You know that, right?
Shut up,
Yo,
yo.
the
Shut
reason
up,
I fuck
man.
with Turkey
Globally,
is
Y'all
because
tripping, Dean?
globally, America's wilding at the moment. So I mean, we
Hacker,
can't even
you
talk
out
about
of
politics.
motherfucking pocket, yo. For real, yo. Your whole
Um,
comment is out of
you say
pocket.
How
America's
so?
not
It's
wilding,
funny. The same
bro?
motherfuckers that are
Iran just got
defending
bombed, bro.
Turkey are the
Did you
same
forget that?
motherfuckers that were defending fucking Daniel Kinahan just a couple years ago.
Huh?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's the shit that like boxing fans have such
I
bad
support
short-term
gangsterism.
memory.
Can I?
It's
Okay,
fucking
let me
Hold on,
ask you
crazy.
hold
guys
on,
a
hold on.
serious
Let
question.
me say this, y'all. My problem with all of y'all that be defending Turkey is that y'all sit up there and say shit, and then when I give you the opposite point, Turkey is good for boxing, Dean. How? Well, damn, he's giving us all the fights that we want. Oh, really? Then why aren't they turning a profit? Because all of the fights that we really wanted to
Exactly.
see was mega fights. So why these mega fights ain't getting mega money? It don't add up. Y'all
So
want
It's
to
not the
talk? Y'all
fights
want
we
they're
want to
stop
investing
see.
cutting
into
me
sports.
off,
It's
man.
Getting impressions.
Y'all, they want to talk about how good it's doing and why y'all complaining about it being in America. But then y'all say y'all care about the boxers and y'all care about them getting paid. But the boxer's best chance of getting paid and it doing actually well is in America. I got the proof to show you that all the biggest boxing matches that has ever happened in the top
Uh,
10, top 12, 90% of them going to be in America.
right.
Matter of fact, Turkey's biggest card that he trying to put on, he put
Uh,
Canelo, his biggest fight, Canelo and Terence Crawford, he put
uh,
that in America.
right.
For those reasons, as I might add you on top of that. Manny Pacquiao became a star in America. Canelo
Right.
Alvarez didn't become a star in Mexico. Canelo Alvarez became a star in America. Anthony Joshua was a big guy, a big star. But Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, all of them, they became popular here in America. Noah Inoue, as popular as he is in Japan, he had to come to America to fight just to see because he's gaining popularity. So yeah, boxing is a
Anyway, doesn't
global
count
sport.
though.
Boxing is a global
Anyway, doesn't
sport.
count for that.
Boxing is a global sport. But America runs it though. There is no other country that has more interest in boxing or supports boxing more than America. And that part is true.
That part's not actually
Nobody
true either.
arguing that. That's a
Nobody. That
fact.
part's not actually
So
true
Even
then
either.
what are
Turkey,
y'all arguing then? Then I
Turkey
don't care
acknowledged
why
that.
you okay with it
That's
being
that's
overseas.
not true,
That
Dean.
that that, that doesn't matter
Every
to
fight don't
Dean.
have to
I
be in
don't
America
care.
No,
though.
Dean.
Every
We
fight don't
don't
have to be in
care.
Anyway,
It's
America
popular
though.
in
just like,
Japan. He's not
and I
popular
get it.
in
You
America.
guys, it's opposed to what?
He's a
Opposed to
huge star in
not
Japan.
being here. That's why you guys get fucking. You guys are behind him because if he
I,
wasn't here, then there wouldn't be anything else. But guess what? If he wasn't here, these guys would have to be putting on fights.
Not
Why wouldn't they?
necessarily. There
that's a
might just be
fact. But
fighters will get less opportunity. That's what D1. The other side of the equation. I mean, maybe maybe if like the realm of possibilities, like if Turkey wasn't there, maybe somehow like PBC would put on more
No, no,
shows,
no. They would
more
have
put
been
on
made.
shows, or
They would
the
have
point
maybe
been
is the fights
fighters would have less
promoted.
aren't happening.
All
opportunity
that.
The
because you
fights
take
aren't
out a big
happening.
If
factor away.
Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua fight, I have no problem with that being in the UK.
Me neither. I don't
Yeah,
care
I
about
mean,
that.
It's not only him putting it in. So I don't care. We don't care so much about that. The part we care about is a fight like Williams Zepeda and Shakur Stevenson. You're supposed to keep that in America. A fight like
And bro,
Gervonta
That's in
Davis, Shakur
America.
it's in
Stevenson, that
America.
should be in America. Those
That'd
type of
probably be in
fights should
America.
be in America.
Yeah, so what's
That's
the
That's in
my
problem?
whole
and
America.
bro,
point. If you
So
want,
what
if you want to
about
put
what's the actual problem?
international, if you want to put TKO in Saudi Arabia,
yeah? What
be my
about their
guest,
plans,
fam.
bro? Like their
Yeah,
plans
what's
are
the
to pay
problem
these
then?
dudes mad
What
low
fight do you
fucking
have a
wages.
problem with, Dean?
It's literally the Trojan horse, like Dean said earlier.
Wait, what fight do you have a
They're
problem
literally
with
paying
in
these
Saudi?
guys now
I'm
with the
curious.
big Trojan horse. Then they're gonna pull the rug out and pay them nothing. You guys are like, oh, we don't give a fuck, whatever.
Wait, what
Like I
fight,
don't,
Dean?
I
What
don't
fight
get it. I don't
do
know
you
how
have?
you guys are behind that.
The fighters got more power than y'all think, bro.
They
We
do.
know that
The players got a lot of
they
power,
got all the
but
power. They don't got to sign the contract. Can y'all stop talking to us like we don't know this?
Yeah,
no,
but Dean,
bro.
what fight do you have a problem with? If like what exact
No,
fight
what do
do
you
you have a
mean? They're
problem with?
in 15
Bro,
months. He said he's got 18 months left with obligations.
All right. The
That was
problem that I
4
have
months ago.
is the cards that he stacks up, he puts in Saudi Arabia. And then when he does put on a fight here, he puts it in the middle of the fucking day, and that doesn't work well with American people.
Okay.
So even the fights that he is giving us in America, y'all, he's not doing it the right way though. And then the other cards that would gain a lot of interest in all of that, then you put that over there in Saudi Arabia. I don't even have such a problem with you putting fights on Saudi Arabia. It's the frequency of it though.
It's too
Here and there, okay, my guy, no problem. Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, Alexander, like, okay, I don't care. Alexander Usyk, Tyson Fury, that's what's up. Okay, cool. But when you grab our American stars and bring them over there, where we can't even appreciate them, where we are the reason why you even want to do business with them. You only know about these fighters because of the fan base that they have raised up here in America. It's why you wanted to deal. Hold on. It's why you wanted to deal with Terrence Crawford. I've been watching Terrence Crawford as a fighter, and I just like how he fights. That's how you've been watching him here in America. Yes. Canelo Alvarez. I like Canelo. I think that I want to put Canelo and David Benavidez and make it the best fight in boxing. Yeah, you want to make it that because the American public push for that. Every fight that people want to see is because we are clamoring for it. We are making it popular. Tell me the popular UK channel that be having panels and all this on boxing.
Conor Ben versus Eubank wasn't because America made it popular. It's because the UK made it
It's not a popular fight. Nobody gave a fuck about it.
It was a huge fight, bro.
Nobody in America
care about that fight.
If you know about it, you know about that fight.
No.
We did.
The casuals
We did. Us. That we talk boxing every day, all day. We got to care about the fights.
That's not true.
You also forgot the Mexicans, though, man. The Mexicans got a big fan base,
That's
too.
why I fight was huge.
What'd you say, Rich?
About US
I said you also forgot about the Mexicans. They say they got the most current active fighters, that 44% of their country look at boxing and all that stuff. The Mexicans, too.
And guess what, Rich? I'm so glad you brought that up, Rich. Hey, Rich, how many Mexicans live in Europe and in Saudi Arabia, Rich?
Hell no.
Mexicans is what makes this game go on.
Turkey put on a Latino night. Hold on, y'all. I want y'all to think about how crazy this is when y'all ask me what's my problem. The fact that you put on a Latino night, Rich, in Saudi Arabia instead of damn Texas or California. How much sense does that make?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing? Trying to he wanted them to come on vacation, and that's what this is all about.
Remember,
to get people to come to the country to go on vacation. It's too fucking dangerous of a part of the world to be taking your family on vacation. It's just not going to work. That's what this is all about.
You guys remember that this was funded by Saudi Arabia, right?
That's what he gets to spend this money for. Let's go try to buy all of boxing, bring it on back to our country.
That shit.
That's what it is. That's what their plan is, bro. In layman's terms, that's what their plan is. That's what it is, bro.
I keep saying it ain't Turkey money. None of these promoters' money is their money.
No, it's a PIF fund.
Let's chill
the
out
PIF
right
fund.
there.
Yeah,
I think the shit he does with the ring comes out of his own pocket. That's why he's able to put fights on here, because Saudi Arabia Prince isn't interested in you masquerading and losing millions of dollars in America, bro. He's not interested in that.
Yo, guys.
I think that's Turkey's own personal investment, but I could be fucking wrong. But that's just what I think, bro. This shit is all a play to take it all back there to get you to go on vacation. It's where the sports washing aspect of it. Anybody ever watch Sean Zettel's shit on this whole entire topic? Bro, go watch that.
There's nothing wrong with it. Like, what's wrong?
No, there's a lot wrong with it.
Like what?
Because they don't give women rights in their country. It's fucked up over there.
Bro, I live.
Come on vacation, even though they do this. They're hanging people, putting people in fucking jail for tweets. What are you talking about, bro?
Let me say this, y'all. We gotta let Jab Queen go because she wanted to get something off. I'm gonna say this.
Peace out, guys. I gotta go. Thanks, Dean.
Old school, my guy. Be safe, okay?
All right.
My biggest problem with y'all be the hardest clamoring for it to be other places that you're not going to go. You're not going to go over there and go support it. You're not going to show me with your actions that what you believe with your words is true.
Are you gonna watch the
gonna
fight?
get
Hold on,
strict
hold on. I'm not finished. I'm
money.
not finished. Boxing Hacker, stop cutting somebody off every 4 seconds, bro.
Go ahead.
And then you get mad when we do it to you. That's why I do it to you every chance I get. Every single chance I get.
Feel free, brother.
At the end of the day, your actions not matching your words.
Yeah.
We cool with Turkey. We cool with Turkey doing it. Okay, well then you're excited about the fight, right? You excited, right? Then hop your happy ass on a plane, use your passport, and go watch it then. Saudi Arabia is a beautiful country from what I've heard.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to go to fights, stop talking to people who actually want to go to fights about us complaining that we can't go to the fights.
That's some real shit, bro. I love that shit.
I don't
Because
understand.
I be going to fights, bro. There's
if
no
the
energy
fight
like
is
a
under-
live fight. When somebody can get knocked out in the main event and you're in that building, you can feel it. I've been to thousands or hundreds of big time playoff football games. There ain't no energy like it. Take your punk ass to a fight.
Yo, guys.
Hold on. Let me get to the super chat. Big Dog Willie, Duck Devin,
on.
and Boots Duck Brian Norman Jr. Pure facts. Hey, Big Dog Willie, you still ain't got your ticket yet. You still ain't got your ticket yet for Shakur this weekend, bro. And I'm so and look, y'all, look what his thumbnail is. He still ain't changed it to Williams Zapata and Shakur Stevenson. Lord have mercy. Thank you for your money. Hey, Jab Queen, let Jab Queen go because she wanted to get some bars off. Go ahead, Queen.
No, I was just gonna mention earlier. I think Boxing Hacker said something stupid, but he said so many stupid things that just really got jumbled all up in my mind. But to y'all guys' point, where you worrying so much about Turkey and his administrative fund because it is not his money, that is money that he is allotted to spend on sports in an attempt to extract them to his country. So the reason that he puts on a lot of fights in Saudi Arabia is because when he puts on fights in his own hometown, he doesn't really have to spend any money, versus when he comes here, he has to move a lot of pieces of hours, i.e. moving that football game just so he can have that boxing event with Terrence Crawford and Bud. So that is the reason that he's attempting to take all of the fights to Saudi Arabia, because he doesn't have to pay for them and he doesn't have to spend a lot of money. Y'all think that he's running around here just spending money and he does not care about it? Y'all are wrong. Name me any other company, any other business that does not care about an ROI, which is a return on their investment. I will wait.
Okay, I can answer that question for you. So it's an investment.
We bet you can answer that question. We bet you can answer that question. Go ahead.
Try to answer that question.
The return on investment. However, when you're investing, it doesn't mean that you get immediate return. What they're investing is a long term.
How long has he been in boxing?
Yeah, for a while. He's been in other sports for a while too, like golf. So like,
and what happened in golf, Boxing Hacker?
But they're doing this. It's the same thing for.
I asked you a question. Answer the question. What happened in golf?
What happened there?
What? No. You tell us.
You tell me. You said he did the same thing in golf. He's no longer in golf, is he?
No, I mean they have friction. They have friction. They have friction. Right. So
what other sport did he attempt?
But wait, hold on. Let me just land my thought though. Right. It's an investment. So what? For instance, like you guys look at it from an American standpoint, where like, oh, this fight doesn't sell. Oh, they are not making money back.
What's an American standpoint?
It's from the business models that you guys are looking at.
Standpoint?
Yes. Okay, the business models y'all look at, you guys are framing, or like the ones like the BBC, for instance.
I ain't framing shit,
or
nigga. It's business
Golden Boy. However, they're investing in sports in general, so they're not looking for immediate return. They're looking for a long term.
They're not looking for. Who's not looking?
It could be what D1 is saying. They're probably looking to do like.
Man, here we go.
Boxing Hacker, please be quiet. Boxing Hacker. They just gave Ronaldo $650 million for 2 years. Yeah, okay. They not looking for return on investment. Okay, whatever, my God.
No, I never.
Hold on. Let me finish this.
Go ahead, Jack Queen.
Let me ask you a question. They're not looking for an immediate return on their investment, right? They can spend money for 10, 20, 30 years without getting a return on their investment. Why were they charging for the press conference with Canelo versus Bud?
Exactly.
You said what?
You heard what she said.
Why did they charge for the press conference with Canelo versus Bud if he's not looking to recoup any funds that he lost?
Yep.
Yeah, but what they're
I
trying
didn't
to
ask
do.
you that. Answer my question. Why did
Good
he
question.
charge?
So
I know
yeah,
it's a
good
good
question. I
question.
don't
Now
know.
answer it.
I can't answer why they charge. I mean, maybe they're just charging for the building. I don't know.
No. You
However,
can't.
when you
To
talk
make
about
money,
the event,
return
you're
on
talking about
its
the event.
investment. That's what that is,
That's why
buddy.
he charged Boxing
There's
Hacker.
no way around it.
Wait.
It's
When you're talking about the
it's
event,
black
they
and
put
white.
way more money into it. You charging for a press conference is not going to give you the money for the event. You realize that?
That
Me
tells
charging
me
for a
that
press
you're
conference is not
looking
going
to
to
So
give me
then
recoup
why? So
some
then why
sort of
charge
what?
for it at
event.
all, Boxing
It's
Hacker?
trying to make money, bro.
Okay,
If you're
Boxing
not
Hacker,
going to
you
get his
can't
return
answer
on
that.
investments, why try to make money at all then?
You can't answer that. Then answer me this: why did he say that the
thing.
May
You guys talking
2nd
about
event
different
would be a
things.
free event? Then he charged $25 pay per view.
Yep.
Yeah, but
I've
what are we
been
talking
sitting in the
about?
Well,
background
you're
this
not
entire
answering my
time.
questions. You're not answering my questions, so I will repeat them because
Yes.
apparently you're having a hard time
Yes.
comprehending.
You're not gonna
So
answer.
You are saying that he
yeah,
does not care about an ROI, which is a return on an investment. So then
I
I
didn't
ask
say
you
that.
if he
You
does.
didn't. So
You
let's
did say that, bro.
no. Let me clarify
Okay,
again.
you know
I
what?
said they're
I'm
doing
good. I'm
long
gonna pass
term
the mic. I
investment.
don't have time for this. I don't
No,
have to
I
ask for
said that
And
multiple
understanding.
times.
answer a
Nigga, this
They're
question,
whole
doing
Boxing
time,
long
bro,
Hacker.
you
term
been just
versus short
answering
term.
This
questions and
guy
not
And you
got
guys
giving
it.
no
look at the
answer.
American model. It's not the
Bro.
same thing.
Boxing Hacker, let Paid go. Go ahead, Paid. But Paid, before you go, let me get to this two piece. Big Dog Willie, breaking news. Boots got KO'd by Haney in sparring. Yeah, okay.
Man,
Go ahead, Paid.
fuck out of
No,
What the
here.
fuck you
Change a
talking about?
bedpan, Big Dog Willie.
I've been sitting in the background this entire time listening, bro. Boxing Hacker haven't gave no like logic or legit answer,
Oh
bro.
my
Like you
god.
just keep saying you don't know, but then you keep speaking on shit that you don't know about.
This is what we're all doing here. What
Facts.
are you talking about?
No,
No,
she
we
done
ain't all
asked you. She
speaking on
done
shit we
asked
don't
you
know
three
about.
questions, bro. You haven't gave an answer to not one of those questions,
What question did I answer?
bro. She asked you three
Oh, this is
questions and you went
ridiculous.
around
Move
the
the
question every
conversation. I
time.
can't.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I can't. I'm not part of their business. Like
So why
they.
you
If,
speaking on their business if you don't
wait,
know
wait,
it?
wait, 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 wait.
Great
But
question.
I do understand the fact that they're
Man,
investing, right? They are investing in sports. That's what they're doing. It doesn't mean everything's going to be free, but a lot of the.
bro.
But it also
Boxing
doesn't mean
Hacker,
that.
again, you speaking on their business, but you say you don't know their business, bro. Like
They're
that don't
She
make
asked me
investing
sense.
why
in
they charge at a
sports
press conference.
washing. That's what they're investing in.
Yeah,
Don't
why
leave
they
out
charge?
the washing when you say sport.
That's
Their
why they gave
budget's not for
Sports
that
Ronaldo
much.
washing.
650
Who knows?
million.
It's ridiculous, bro.
What's wrong with sports washing?
What the
What's
fuck
Oh
is
my
wrong with
God. All
wrong?
right.
sports
Thanks for letting me.
washing?
Yeah, just
No,
say
it's
it.
no
It's
Jab Queen. He
a
gotta go. No,
crime
he
to
gotta
do
go. He
anything.
gotta
I
go.
can't take it. I can't
Bye,
take
No,
it.
I
I
man.
let
can't.
I let him go,
Bye.
Jab Queen. I
Bye.
let him go. I let him go, Jab Queen. I let him go.
That's enough.
This is like
Hey,
ridiculous. I feel like I'm being tortured
No,
mentally.
me too. Like just the fact that he said that just let me know that
Yeah,
everything he be
on the
saying,
court.
he just be saying. Like, what's
That is
wrong with
Oh
that?
crazy.
man.
Well, for starters, it's illegal. Let's start there.
yeah, it's fucking a world crime. Like,
If they
what is
find
he
out that
talking
you
about?
are funding, paying sports and athletes, getting in legit businesses with taxes and everything else, you got to have stadiums, you buying out arenas. If they find out you have been doing anything
Oh,
illegal activity and it is
the
connected
shit.
to that, that is the problem. And why it's called, because they washing the dirty money and making it legit. We got
The shit.
650, and this is allegedly. They got 650 million. So you know what? What makes a lot of money? What is something in the world is interested in? Oh, I know,
God,
soccer. Well,
yeah.
how about we got this 650 mil, and we're going to invest the dirty money, give it to Ronaldo, make it look like it's legit money, and then we
Yeah.
make the clean money on the back end. So when they question us about it, we can sit up here and say, well, look, we made all of this legitly. That's why it's wrong. It's no different than what drug dealers do. I keep telling y'all everything go back to the streets. It's no different than what
Oh, they
drug
all
dealers
done.
do with corner
Fact.
stores, with barbershops, with laundromats, with ice
Look,
cream
look, look.
trucks,
Mm-hmm.
And
with
then
water
if you
ice
from the hood,
stands.
it ain't no different what the corner stores do when
Clothing
they take your
store.
food stamp card and you can buy t-shirts and all that other kind of
Yeah.
shit.
Thank you,
Hell
Jab
yeah.
Queen. Well,
Uh-huh.
let's switch the conversation because we got Boxing Hacker out of here. Let's switch the
Thank God.
conversation up. Thank God. And I be
Ooh.
trying to be nice to Boxing Hacker, but it'd be so hard. What do I want to talk about?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I don't
Oh,
know, but y'all
everybody.
make sure y'all get them likes up and hit my brother Cash App. We just had a whole
Right.
troll up here that he dealt with for over an hour. Show some support. He
For
gonna need
real,
some type
Jeff.
of counseling after this. Show some
Oh my
support.
God. Hey.
I want to do what Big Dog Willie not willing to do. Y'all go around and tell me how y'all see the Shakur Stevenson fight going because it's coming up this weekend. So let's get to it. How do y'all see the Shakur Stevenson fight going? I'm going to start with D1. I'm going to go in order. D1, Jab Queen, Rich, Cam J, David, Paid, Dank Father, and Band Up. Holla at me, D1.
Hey, Bands Up, I didn't even know you was up here.
I see it going. It's going to be a fight like right off the rip. Zepeda's coming to fight. He fought four boxers in a row, four pure boxers in a row. And that's how you get ready for a fight of this magnitude. They kept declining Shakur, ducking Shakur, fighting these guys that are all pure boxers. And literally, throughout the history of boxing, that's how that shit goes. When you're getting ready for a championship fight, you get ready for that shit. The dude's got a gas tank for days. Everybody thinking this is going to be a 9-3, 10-2 type of fight. You guys are crazy. William Zepeda has never had a problem making you fight, bro. He can, and he don't care about the boxing, the distance. He knows Shakur's backing out in straight lines. Like it's terrible. We've seen Devin get followed out the back door. That's what William Zepeda is going to do all night. I don't think Shakur is going to lose. I do think he'll probably win if he sits in there and fights, catches him with tough counters, body shots. He could end the night early, and that would be best for his profile. And that's what would have all the fake hardcore boxing fans across YouTube and Twitter be tweeting and saying Shakur deserves the winner of Lamont versus Tank. And that's what I'm looking forward to. So I hope he performs, man. I see it going 7-5. Either way, I don't think Shakur stops him.
All right,
I
let me get to
don't.
these cash apps and then Jab Queen. I want to hear your opinion. Shout out to my guy Brian with the 2-piece in there. Appreciate you. Alan So Stand, the 5-piece in the cash app. Mr. Altruistic with the Dom. And then I got my guy Big Bob with the Dom in the cash app. Hey, yo, I appreciate y'all. Y'all be showing love, man. I really, really appreciate that. I love being able to talk this real boxing with y'all and us really being able to chop it up with Bur Weezy with the 10-piece, just showing love. Just showing love. Like, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. Big Dog Willie, you see how you promote a fight, Big Dog Willie. You gotta help Shakur out. I got people interested in it, Big Dog Willie. No more sleepwalking. Troll support fund. Thank God. Thank Lord. Hey, y'all. Thank God. Okay. Go ahead, Jab Queen.
So for Shakur versus Zepeda, I have a feeling that Zepeda is going to come. He's going to be throwing punches and bunches. He's going to be looking to make this a rough and rugged fight because he knows that Shakur is not fighting in that type, is not comfortable fighting in that type of style. But if Shakur remains calm, he fights behind his jab. I hope he's working on some sort of head movement because to D1's point, he does kind of jump straight back. But if he's in the gym and he's working on his head movement, if he works behind his jab and he just stays patient, he should be okay. My concern came when I saw that tweet from Turkey, whether he was joking or not. I am afraid that if Zepeda's output, whether it's landed or not, because some people can get very disillusioned by somebody's output, even if they're not pretty much landing them all. That is my only fear. So if he got to get in there and he got to make it a fight, a real fight, I just hope he stays defensively responsible because I've never seen Shakur take a lot of punches, so I don't know how he will react to those. Like if it's like face or whatever, but if he works the body and he kind of keeps his distance, he should be all right. He should be able to pull it off.
All right, David, go ahead, David, talk to me.
Oh.
Hey, what's up? Hey, I see the fight going like this. Shakur haven't been in the ring with somebody who can apply pressure and cut the ring off the way that Zepeda can bring pressure and cut the ring off. I also see um, that it's going to be a problem for Shakur. he's going to have to use that jab. He's going to have to keep doing what he's doing. You know what I mean? The way he box, the way he jab, throw those feints, and try to move left, try to move right. But his footwork going to have to be perfect because this is only the beginning when it comes to facing a pressure fighter. Another thing is this: Shakur, if he can get around him being cut off in the ring, and if his hands hold up, he should win the fight. But the thing is, Zepeda throws a shitload of punches, and he has real good. His footwork is real good. He can cut the ring off, and if he box Shakur in, he's going to be throwing. He's not going to sit around not throw. He's not going to stay on the outside of that jab. He's going to constantly come in the box. Shakur's not comfortable in the box, especially not having power. Like he doesn't have power like that, especially when it comes to the way his hands is. So tell the truth, I see, I can honestly see Zepeda pulling this fight out,
Okay.
Yeah,
Cam
but
Drake,
especially
talk
if
David.
it
to me,
go to
man.
the
Oh,
judges.
Yeah, man. With this fight with Shakur, man, it's one of those do or die fights for him for real, man. I definitely see it being a fight. I don't see Shakur stopping him. If he does stop Zepeda, it'll be by body shots. Shakur is very accurate with his punches for sure. But it's gonna be a dog fight for sure. For Shakur, I feel like Shakur like in a situation where like he needs to pitch a shutout for real if he's gonna win by decision. He don't want that fight to be close on the cards, honestly, man, because like I said, I don't feel that Turkey has his 100% interest. All of that big plan shit that he says for Shakur, all of that shit is cat for real. He don't give a damn about Shakur. He already planning for Zepeda to fight Andy Cruz next. You know what I mean? So people just gotta read the room with some of the shit that be going on with, what be said from these guys. But me personally though, Shakur needs to pitch a shutout if he's gonna win by decision or get a stoppage in his fight. I don't think he wants this fight to be a close decision, 7-5, 7-5 either way type of fight for him because them judges they could lean for Zepeda, man, especially with the action from Zepeda throwing 100 punches per round and everything. So it's gonna be a very interesting fight for sure. But I take Shakur, giving him by decision. But like I said, he needs to win this fight clear if he gonna win by decision because like I said, I don't think those judges so much favorable of Shakur's style, and they'll be more favorable of the more aggressive. So Shakur's gonna have to be engaged, have more offense per usual. You know what I'm saying? Than he usually does. You know what I'm saying? He can't just be all defense and no offense, man. He got to provide some offense in this motherfucker, unless he want to get smoked out here. So that's where I'm at with it. I got Shakur by decision, man, but he definitely need to win very clear if he gonna win by decision for sure.
All right, that's what's up, Rich. Holla at me, bro.
Yeah, I agree with Cam on the he definitely gotta shut him out if it's gonna be by decision, cause you never know what they doing right now. I was looking at the Jack Catterall fight and stuff like that. They had the guy what's his name, Harlem Eubank or whatever. They had him losing by so much when that shit was a weird ass fight. I don't know. I can't really judge that fight, but it is what it is. I guess they already leaning towards what Turkey been saying and shit about people moving around a lot. So yeah, but I feel like the fight gonna go like if y'all seen Ricky Hatton and Floyd Mayweather, how that shit started off, how Ricky Hatton was just jumping around, just throwing a million punches and all that stuff, doing all that shit. I feel like the fight will go like that, and I can see Shakur stopping him later on in the rounds, like nine or 10. I can see him doing that. Yeah.
Boxing Hacker, if you want to get back on, you got to send some money in that Cash App or that Super Chat, my guy. Cause you be coming up. I'll be trying with you, brother. I'll be trying to get some type of honesty out you, my guy. But there's only so much the viewers and the people can take, brother. I'ma just be honest with you, my guy. Love you like a step cousin. Love you like a step cousin. Pay, holla at me. How you see this fight going?
I pretty much agree with the last two people. Shakur he gotta, with all that talking, that's my only issue with Shakur is that he don't fight how he talk. But at the end of the day, bro, I feel like Turkey got it out for you right now, bro. You gotta prove all them doubters wrong. And, go out there and get to be honest, he got to get the win, but I feel like he got to do it in a way that is clear that it's a clear victory because a lot of people get really tired of that style. And obviously Turkey feels some type of way about that style, so I feel like he's setting Shakur up, but I feel like Shakur should be able to pull it out. Zepeda, he pretty much is coming throwing caution to the wind, so I feel like sometimes Shakur gonna have to sit down and fight, and some of them, in majority of that situation within that fight, he gonna actually have to fight. And that's pretty much all I got for that.
All right, band up. What's the deal, Brody? Holla at me.
Salute, Dame. Salute, platform. Salute, everybody. You know, I got Shakur going by decision, and pretty much just to back up what some of you guys are saying, he's gonna have to win decisively, and I've seen him doing that. You know what I mean? He said he wanna step up in competition. This is what he would been wanting and all that stuff. So we're gonna see it. Iron sharpen iron.
All right, Blaze. What's the deal, Blaze? What's going on, Brody?
What's happening? What's happening? Peace, Dean. Peace, chat. Peace, panel. I got high expectations for Shakur. I expect him to win by the stoppage or unanimous decision. And my whole point is this is his biggest moment. And he feels some type of way about it being his biggest moment on a co-event card where he's not the actual main event, right? And he's fighting a very good opponent, but I believe he's going to put his best effort in coming in Saturday because this is his biggest fight at his biggest moment. And he has an opportunity to make a statement on Saturday and argue and make it very hard to argue that he's not the best at 135 if he gets rid of Zepeda. And so I know he does a lot of punching and bunching. I expect Shakur to get in there and be aggressive. And I expect Shakur to immediately come off the rip in the first round, looking to counter, a lot of that high volume punching and make him pay for when he missed. So that's where I'm at with it. Because it's like, if he washes Zepeda and you look at the landscape of 135, then it's going to be like looking like he can really legitimately make himself an A-side fighter at the 135 division. And then we really talking about what's up with him and Tank. If Tank, ever fights Lamar Roach and they set up this rematch and he figured that part out. Because technically right now, Tank got that draw. So mathematically, he's not got a better record than Shakur or some of these other undefeated fighters at 135. And so if he's going to continue to fight, Tank's going to continue to fight as well at 135 to establish who's top dog there, Shakur has an opportunity to make a statement right here, and us really talk about who's really the best. And that's my take.
Okay, Blunt, what's up, bro? What's the deal? Blunt, you there? You muted, bro.
What's the word? Yeah, what's the word? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Blunt. What's up, man? How you see this fight going this weekend?
I got it about stoppage rounds between rounds 8 and 10. You know what I'm saying? If this ring shit is true, he just got to make adjustments. Great fighters make adjustments.
Blunt, it ain't true. He can't do that. He can't do it. It's gonna be in a regular size jump.
I know. I'm just saying, if it is true, though, I don't know. That motherfucker got money, bro. But you know what I'm saying. But besides that, though, he got to make adjustments. Like I said, I got stoppage between rounds 8 and 10. He will be in front of Zepeda. He will stand in pocket. So y'all ain't got to worry about an entertaining fight. It's gonna be there, and that's how I see it. That's how I see it.
You got about stoppage though.
Yeah, I think so too. 9 to 10. I said 9 to 10.
Yeah.
Let me ask the panel this question, y'all. Bub Boxing says something that I think that's gonna get the panel turned up. Everyone has Shakur winning, but somehow this is toughest test. Cap. Hey, wait, let me say something to that, right?
Don't even
Yep.
know what he's talking
Let
about.
me, let me, let me,
What does
let
he
me,
even
yeah,
mean by
yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I want to say something to that too. I feel like this is toughest because we never seen him fight like a style like this. A guy throwing 100 some punches. Because any other style, Shakur gonna beat with flying colors. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about Tank style, Loma style, Devin style, whatever style y'all want to put in front of him, he gonna beat with flying colors. But we ain't never seen him fight no Williams Cepeda style, so that's why we'd say it's his toughest fight, and it probably be his toughest fight for the rest of his career. Cause we ain't never seen him fight no style like this, unless he fight a guy that got the same style as him and bigger than him. Then that's something different. So tell him that.
I would say though, we ain't seen him fight. We ain't seen Shakur fight Devin. We ain't seen Shakur fight Tank. We only seen Shakur fight when he fight. So my whole thing is this: is just like if he washes the payday, y'all gonna make excuses for him like the rest of them. If I'm not mistaken, he's undefeated, and if I'm not mistaken, this is what all the fans like. This old just go in there and just swing for the fences type shit. And so this is Shakur's opportunity, as he is the most technically defensively sound boxer in the sport right now at the highest level. So if he washes him like it's Padley, as far as making him miss and making him pay, then it's like it is what it is. But nonetheless, we gonna still, whether he washes the Zapata, beats the Zapata or not, he ain't gonna get credit for it. They gonna say Zapata's
No
nobody,
doubt.
and they gonna keep talking
No
about Tank,
doubt.
keep
That's
talking
cap
about
though,
Devin,
bro.
keep talking about T.O., talking about him moving up to 140. Let's not mistake we already been in this space to know what's about to happen when he does this. My point is, he washes Zapata, he's A side. He's top dog at 135. And
Well, let
then
me
in
say
real
this. Let
talk.
me say this, Blaze.
Whoa, whoa,
I
whoa,
The-
think
whoa,
that's
whoa,
an
whoa.
opinion. I don't know
I
about
don't know
all
about the
that.
top
yeah,
dog
he's
at
not.
That's an
135.
Who's top
opinion.
dog? Who's
He
top
got to
dog at
beat the top
135?
dog at
We got to
Who's
see
top
this
135.
dog?
Tank Roach
Yeah.
rematch.
Who?
You
Who's
can't
top
just
dog,
say
bro?
Roach
that.
might
Nah,
have a
Come on,
nah.
tell me.
claim at
Man,
that.
Turkey
Hold
don't
on.
even
Okay,
feel
thank
that
you.
he's
Thank you.
number
Say that
one.
part. Say that
They
part.
got Tank number one in the
Man, he
Ring
can't fuck
magazine.
with
Turkey
no
don't
tank.
even feel the same way about
Nah,
Shakur.
listen, yeah.
Say that. I said it's an
Bro,
argument. I
what
said
if
you. It's an
Roach beat
argument.
Tank?
After I said it's an argument. After that, it's an argument. What I'm trying to tell
Of
you is
who the
that's
He
the
A
ain't got
argument.
the
side is,
top
it's not no
top
No,
argument
shit.
in who the
no,
A
not A
side is.
Well,
side.
hold
No,
on,
no,
hold on, hold
Deem,
on,
no,
hold on.
Deem. Hold on.
So,
Let me
so
clarify
I
this real
think
quick.
that it
Real
really
quick.
depends on who
Let,
he's
let,
in the ring with that will determine whether or not he's the A side.
Exactly. Hold up. Listen. Let me be very clear. I'm not. If he gets into a fight with Tank, Tank is the A side. But anybody else, Shakur would be A side,
Oh, I
and
Nah,
agree.
he would
I
be a
agree.
main
Devin,
event.
I
Oh
agree.
He would
yeah,
not
be
that's
main
that's
Devin,
true.
event.
not
He
That's
would
true.
be
Ryan,
main event. Listen.
All right.
He would be main event
not
and
Devin,
not
not
no
Ryan, not
man.
none
That's
of
the
those
point I'm
guys.
trying to make. That's the main
No,
point. And
D1,
it'd
he
be
talking about
arguably
at
at 135.
135.
At
Oh,
135.
Against anybody else. Yeah, that's true. I can agree with that.
Yeah, I
But what I'm
agree with
telling
that
you
for sure.
Then
is
he
Tank could
already
be
the
A
A
He
side.
side
already
versus
that though,
everybody
Blaze.
else.
He
He
already
pretty
that
he
right
much
now,
already,
Blaze.
yeah,
No, he's not.
yeah, he
That's
already
why
he
he's
is.
pretty much
co-main
the A
event on this
side to
shit.
everybody else. What do
No,
you
Nah,
But
Blaze,
mean?
what
he
I'm
he is
trying to
already
tell you
already
is,
the
Well,
A
hold on,
side to
guys.
every other fighter
Hold
at
on,
A
one.
y'all,
side of
because I'm
Tank.
about to fuck y'all up. Because with Turkey, there is no A side.
Oh shit.
Remember?
Oh,
Damn.
true.
yeah.
there's an A side whether or not he
Yup.
says it or
No,
not.
that's not
That's
I'm
what
true.
talking
Turkey
about
says
No.
though.
I'm
Talk
talking
about
about
it.
his leverage. I'm talking about his leverage in negotiation going into a fight being the main event. Like, and the thing is he has to up his profile because they got this shit about him being boring. De Los Santos, him not stopping Artem when he said he was gonna stop him fighting an electrician. He washes a contender and looks like he looks. Then we talking about he's marketable now as A side with a big money fight outside of Tank. That's the
Well,
point I'm trying to
Go
make.
I
ahead,
give
Cam.
him credit,
this the thing though.
man.
This the
I
thing though,
know him better.
man. Well, the Shakur still won't have no fucking leverage. Look at the current ticket sales right now. That's where you build your
Yeah,
leverage with your
Right.
marketability. Nobody
he,
ain't paying to
yeah,
see fucking Shakur Stevenson next Saturday. That's
he's
the
trying to
problem. And
be
y'all Shakur
exciting.
fans talk about this leverage shit. Shakur's not building his fan base fighting over there with Turkey Al-Sheikh. He even
That's
got a
absolute
he's fighting
facts.
on the fucking undercard next week. He's not even the main event next week. And y'all talk about this A side leverage shit with Shakur.
And and
Shakur ain't gonna
Makes
never
no
be on no
sense.
and
A
that's
side
what
leverage
that's
shit over a lot
no
of fighters. Long as he be standing over there with Eddie Hearn and Turkey Al-Sheikh over there, they're gonna continue to play him like a super B side ass fighter, which that's
we'll
what the
see.
fuck he is right now currently. Because look at
We'll
the
But
ticket
see.
sales, bro. They doing buy one get one free tickets next Saturday.
fag.
Tell me about that. What are we talking about here?
They
Like, what is it
definitely.
the debate in that?
That's
Well,
And the
are you
crazy.
crazy
shitting
part
me?
about that is, ever since he went over there to Turkey, bro, his stock went down because when he was
Yeah,
at top
bro.
rank, bro, they was giving that nigga hometown fights.
On top, even on top of that, Pater, full on top of the performances since Shakur's been at 135. All the Shakur fans talk about, oh, he did this at 126. He did this at 130, 135. Nobody ain't talking about these performances. The performances has been lackluster, which it goes down to the pay,
Padley
which
before.
motherfuckers don't
And
want to
and
pay
and
Shakur like that. They don't want to pay
and
no
what I'm trying
top
to tell
dollar
you,
for him performing the way he
that's not
performing.
what that's the point. That's why I said he has an opportunity. If he washes the payda, he has an opportunity to up his marketability. That's the point I'm trying
Well,
to make.
Exactly.
Blaze, let me say this, Blaze. What people are trying to say is, and this is a great question, is if everybody got Shakur winning, how much of a test is it? The only time we consider things being a test is when we kind
Yeah.
of think you can lose. If most people don't think he's going to lose, or like
Nope.
he's such a high favorite, how is that such a test? Now, I ain't saying I agree or disagree, but that's the question people is asking, though.
But I would say with like this is like that's how much highly people think of Shakur. It's like Tank. Tank fight everybody. Everybody got tanked by KO. It don't matter. Lamont Rome, the rematch, they got tanked by
That's a
KO.
fact.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like,
Great
no,
point.
that's what they expect for such a high level boxer, bro. So everybody you place in
Talk.
front of them, they're gonna be like, it doesn't matter who you place in front of them. They're gonna expect Shakur to handle his business because of how highly we think of him. So
No,
it's like you can't. It's
no,
hard to
no,
debate that
Blaze.
where it'd be
I
like, well,
agree,
you know, it's a
Blaze.
test.
Blaze,
Okay,
I
for
agree
sure.
because I'm one of those people. I feel that way. That's my
Yeah,
expectation for him. Like it just
yeah,
is what it is. Like
Yeah, me too.
yeah.
so.
And just Shakur fans is just hungry for us to see his best performance, like what we seen him do on tape, like when you watch his full fights, you go back and watch his fights. When you see how technically sound, offensively and defensively, and particularly
Oh,
in
I don't
pockets
know.
where he mixes it up, particularly inside where he blocks everything and counters everything, where he hits you with a four set, all of them land and make the opponent miss five shots. That's what
Well,
we
Mm.
let's
be
see what he
seeing
Padley
with
looking
was
for
his
because
Shakur.
we
best
haven't
win,
seen that
bro.
style
I
since
don't know why he
130
don't
and
get credit for
126.
Padley, bro.
Can I?
Padley's a
You
good
know why he don't
He
fighter.
get
gets
credit
all
for
the
Padley?
credit. That's the saying.
D1, don't do that. Don't do
No,
that.
they
Let
don't.
me
They
I
don't
say
give
just
this.
credit
don't
for
know
Let us
why
Padley.
say
though.
this.
It's kind of
Hold on.
crazy.
Man,
Big
Bob the
fight.
Builder, cut it out.
It don't
Bob the
matter though.
Builder,
Y'all
It
got
don't matter though. It don't
Bro,
matter though,
Bob the
because it
Builder.
don't matter though. But what I'm telling you is he signed up for that shit. Late notice. Padley did. He had a wonderful performance before then, upset, and he comes in there and he gets
that's the only
washed
one I give him credit
perfectly.
for, to be
Perfectly
honest.
though. That's his last fight. If you go back and watch that fight, that's perfect. It don't get
Can
no
Only
I ask
better
you
fight
a
than
he
that.
question,
get credit
He
Blaze?
was
for at
getting
Can I
fucked
135
ask
was
you,
up,
the
bro.
Blaze?
autumn.
Hold
That's
on,
why I
y'all.
give the
That's the
hold
only
pay
on.
time
that
he
Let
get
let
credit.
Blaze,
Tab
chance.
Queen go, y'all. What you want to
so
He's
ask her?
getting
Blaze, let me
cut.
ask you a question, right? You're saying that that's his best performance. Isn't that like kind of what he was supposed to do for a nigga that
No,
don't
Yeah,
have
no,
any
hold up, hold up,
training
hold up,
coming
hold
off
up,
of a
Dad. I
tour?
didn't say that was his best
Bingo.
performance. No, I didn't say that was his best
I
Mm-hmm.
performance.
did.
I didn't
I
say that
did.
was his best performance. He said
Nah,
that, and I
he
wouldn't say
didn't.
that was his best performance because of the short notice and dude coming in like that. He got better performances against higher level competition. But what I
Then
can
what's the
say is what
point
I'm
of
pointing out to you
high
is it
But
was
level
a
what's high
competition
level
at
competition
126 and
though?
Hold
130,
on, let
not
him finish.
it
Let him
don't
135?
matter,
finish.
bro. Hey, bro,
Tim,
listen
Yep.
though, listen though, listen though. I hear you.
Y'all keep
That's
talking
why he
about
got a fight.
126 and
No,
130. Y'all don't want to
bro,
talk about
listen.
135 much. That's one thing
Bro,
I
Tim, let him
noticed
bro,
about y'all
hold
finish.
up,
Shakur
bro.
fans.
Hey, bro. I don't know who you be arguing with, but you're putting words in my mouth that ain't in my mouth. I said nothing about 126 or 130, bro. What I'm talking about is him fighting Zepeda high level
Get him.
competition on Saturday. What are we talking about here? And then what I'm talking about, he beat everybody. He done fought at 135, whether you like the performances or not. And they were clearly lopsided, all of them. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's true.
So it don't matter. Like, what are we talking about here? I ain't talking about no 126, no 130. We're talking about 135 right now. Because if he watches the pay at 135, there is an argument that he's the best at 135. And Lamont need to figure out what the fuck they want to figure out. Particularly Tank need to figure out for all the Tank fans to figure out who's top dog at 135.
Lamar
Well,
gotta
I will
win that
agree with
shit.
that because that is a fact that I am absolutely most interested in because I am sick of this whole conversation, to be honest. But as far as like, A side, again, that depends on who he gets in the ring with.
Tank's A
But
side.
I was under the, I'm sorry, say what?
I just said Tank. If he goes against Tank, Tank's A side.
Oh, no, I was just saying, but the conversations that are swirling around are like a little parallel, but they don't match, right? Because first, y'all tell me that Turkey has the bag, which eliminates all this A side, B side crap. So why does that even matter?
Tank gonna be because
Listen,
Tank gonna be the A side with Shakur. This the reason why he gonna be the A side with Shakur, because if he do fuck with Turkey, if Tank do fuck with Turkey, which he
I
probably
thought
won't.
there was no A side with Turkey.
Listen. I
Man,
never said. Wait,
Turkey
hold
be
on,
talking out his ass,
hold
man.
on. Can I talk? I never said it's no A side with Turkey. None of that type of shit that you saying. But if he is, if Tank do fuck with Turkey, like I said, I'm pretty sure Turkey going. I'm
Rich,
pretty
I'm
sure.
pretty sure you said that on my panel last week.
Wait, listen. Like I
I
said,
think
I'm
Tank
I'm
will
I'm,
fight
I'm
with
pretty
Turkey.
sure Turkey gonna fuck with Tank on if Tank say let's get this fight in New York or let's get this fight in Vegas. That's the only way I'm doing this. So that is considered A side. His word gonna be held higher than Shakur's. Just like Canelo word is held higher than Terence Crawford. That's the real reason why that ring shit came into play and all that stuff that he gonna make the ring smaller is because Canelo was complaining
now,
and you
Yeah,
seen
and I
wait
want to
hold on
respond to this too. Go ahead.
and you
hold on, hold on, y'all. Let me say this. I gotta give some pushback on this.
wait
I
hold on.
understand. Hold on. I understand Williams Zepeda is a good fighter and all that, but I'm not sure Williams Zepeda is better than Lamont Roach. I don't think Williams Zepeda is better than Lamont Roach.
Hell
So
no.
him beating
Hell
No, I
no.
Zepeda,
don't think so either.
what does that like? They in the same position they still in. If both fighters win, they in the same position they was in
Yeah.
prior to the
And,
fight ever
and
happening.
y'all and the
No, they're
haters say
not. No,
Lamont
they're
beat
not.
Tank. If
They're
Lamont
not. I
beat
don't
Tank,
believe
then
so.
Lamont's got a fucking claim at
Hold
that,
on,
according
hold
to y'all.
on. Who was that? Blaze. Why don't you think so?
No, here's why I don't believe so because because the boxing world and the landscape is too dynamic right now. Because like I said, everything changed with the draw with Tank and Lamont because Lamont's in the picture. But
What
remember, Lamont
changed?
talking about 40.
It's a
Listen,
draw.
the answer was a draw and it's a rematch and he might beat Tank. That's what happened. What are you
But
talking about? Like you're
what
missing
changed
that point.
though?
It's a
Hold on, let me
draw.
finish.
That's
Let me
what
finish.
changed. It's
Zepeda
a
might
draw.
beat
Let me
Shakur
It's a
next
finish.
draw
week
at
too.
Exactly. Let
He
me
135.
might beat
It's
finish
a
Tank.
though. Hey,
draw.
hold
That's what
on.
changed.
Listen to
It's
me.
a
This
draw
is why
at
the landscape
135.
Yeah,
So
but
that
listen, this is
changed?
why the landscape changes. Yes, listen to me. This is why it changes. It changes because going into this fight, if Shakur washes if Shakur washes Zepeda, right? Then we're looking at what's the next fights, right? The
What if it's a
obvious next
close
fights.
fight?
Hold up. The close fight. Okay, if it's a close fight, then you'll say, oh, Shakur was tested. A good fighter.
Yeah.
If he wins.
That's
Okay, but look though,
that's
here's how
what's
the
more
landscape
likely
doesn't
to happen.
change. Here's how the landscape doesn't change, y'all. Let's not forget that we just had Keyshawn lose the weight on the lose the belt on the scale. There's belts out there, so now we're talking about unification bouts.
Well,
Then we
that
get to
wouldn't matter
talking.
anyway because he refused to even fight Keyshawn.
Yeah.
No,
Keyshawn
he's
is
not
at
there no
He
140
more.
just
now,
Listen,
bro.
listen now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why it changed. You talking about what changed now? Keyshawn's not there no more. So now we
So
talking
Abdullah
what?
about
Mason might
undisputed.
have no.
The
We're
And
same
talking
that's
about
people
Uh,
said
unification
and
that in
that's
undisputed
the
at
first
135.
class.
and that's another thing, right? Shakur fighting the best fighter, the third best fighter
In
at
the division.
135. So that's
No,
why it
stop saying
changed.
that, Rich.
That
Shakur don't agree with that.
yeah,
What the
Then
Shakur.
who's
range,
third?
Dean?
Who's
You
Hold
third?
on,
gotta
hold on,
talk
hold on.
range,
Y'all
bro.
be
Man,
saying
Zepeda
that. Hold
trash,
on,
man.
hold on, hold on.
Zepeda straight
Who's
Cool.
up
Y'all be
third?
trash,
saying
man.
that.
Holla.
Hold on, let me talk.
you just
Y'all be saying that, but Shakur Stevenson don't think that.
I
No.
mean, it's
Shakur said
competition. He
that.
not gonna think that.
No,
Shakur
Shakur
did say
Stevenson said he
Shakur
think that
want
Lamont
Tank.
Roach is. Because he said him, Tank, Lamont Roach, and Keyshawn. Keyshawn's
Yeah,
not there. He didn't say
exactly.
Williams Zepeda.
When did he
It
say
don't
that?
matter though, but it don't matter though. Shakur want Tank. What are
Shakur,
we
man,
talking
like I
about
said,
here?
Who
Shakur
who
fighting
Ain't
the
who
third
Zepeda
eliminated
beat
best
to be the
fighter.
best at
Project.
Shakur fighting
135?
the
Who
third
Yeah,
best
said
who's
that?
fighter
Zepeda
Project.
beat?
Project.
on
No,
Ring Magazine
nobody say he's not the best at
on
135.
135.
But let's be real
He
though.
said he was third best.
135 is hold on.
Yeah,
Let's be
that's not the
real.
best.
135 is not a deep division. If we
It
want to
don't
be
matter. He
honest,
it
still
don't
fight. We
matter.
Yes, it
talking about who
is.
the
it's
best
not a
fight
deep
at
No,
division,
no,
135,
bro.
135.
no.
definitely
We
It
deep.
talking
is
about
a
the
big
best fight
division.
at
You just don't.
135.
You
Moving the
just care
goalposts.
about
Raymond
names.
Murataya, Abdullah Mason. There's plenty good fighters better than Zepeda, bro. What are you guys
Raymond
Kid
talking
Austin better
about?
than
Murataya
Zepeda.
overrated as fuck.
But where do you get this from?
Kid
Like who
Austin
have they fought that? Who have
just
they fought
knocked
to make
out
you say
Tevin
that?
Farmer.
Who have they fought that make you say
Kid
that?
Austin just knocked out Tevin Farmer, bro,
Tevin
at
Farmer is over the
135.
hill.
Tevin
Who have
Farmer is
who
And
dirty.
Hold
hold
Zepeda
on,
barely
hold on.
beat
I
on,
him.
can,
y'all
I
are
can
moving
tell you,
the
I can
Zepeda
tell you,
barely
goalposts.
Rich.
beat
Hold on,
Tevin
Rich.
Farmer. Now he over the
Hold
Hold
hill.
on,
on.
Rich.
Hold on. Besides Raymond
Hold Hold
Cameron
on, Rich. I
Talib. Who
got
Not
has
you.
like
Ken
that.
Austin fought for
Not
you to
like
even say
that.
that? Hold on, Rich.
He ain't do nothing like that, bro.
I bored up Lamont. I bored up Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach is better than Williams Zepeda because Lamont Roach definitely beat somebody that's better than anybody Williams Zepeda faced.
Hey, because look, Lamont got to be there. Lamont drew with Tank, bro. What are we talking about?
Lamont Roach is a champion.
He's right there. Look,
Zepeda ain't never been a champion.
Hey,
who has Lamont?
What don't matter in this conversation.
Hector Luis Garcia is better than anybody on Williams Zepeda resume.
Oh man,
you about to say all man, Rich? Or did you just say all man?
Who's Zepeda beat that was better?
Because what makes
who Williams Zepeda beat that's better than Hector Luis Garcia?
He lost his tank.
I'll try to downplay Garcia, bro. Hector Luis Garcia was fucking a good win for both of them dudes.
Let me ask you this, Rich. I'm gonna ask you again. Who has Williams Zepeda beat that's better than Hector Luis Garcia?
Who have Hector Garcia beat that was better than
who said Tevin Farmer? Who said Tevin Farmer?
Blunt said that.
Blunt.
You're a Shakur fan. You gotta understand.
Blunt, if you out your mind,
who have Hector Garcia beat? That's what I'm saying. That's better than him. Who have he beat?
Y'all, come on, man.
So when y'all talk, y'all gotta say who have Hector Garcia beat? Who?
What? He beat Chris Colbert on the come up. You guys were all picking the fucking beat Tank. Stop it, bro. He beat the 130 champion Gutierrez. Bro, you gotta really know boxing.
He was a champion. Zepeda never been a champion.
Yeah, one-sided with that, man. Who have Hector Garcia beat?
He a champion, dog. Zepeda never been a champion.
He's a champion.
That y'all were out here picking the beat Tank.
I ain't never.
What are you talking about? You're a casual, dog. If you don't know that, then you're a casual.
Belts matter.
At the end of the day, Shakur don't go out there and beat down Zepeda. It's gonna damage his brand.
I just want to know why people talking about. Hold on, Rich. You talking about we one-sided, but Keyshawn and Shakur Stevenson agrees with me.
About what?
About Lamont Roach being better than Williams Zepeda.
Listen, Lamont
said he can't put Lamont in the top
he's better than Zepeda. What are we talking about?
He didn't. You know why? Hold on, Blunt. You said Shakur said. Hold on, y'all. You said Shakur said he couldn't put Lamont Roach in the top 3. You want to know why? He said that when Keyshawn was still there. So who do you think Shakur Stevenson top 3 would be, Blunt, at 135? While Shakur, who you think his top 3 would have been? So it makes sense that he said that. Shakur Stevenson was entertaining fighting Lamont Roach. He said he want to fight Lamont Roach.
Yeah, you know why though, right? Because he beat Tank.
He knows Lamont like
Okay, so Lamont Roach beat Tank. He the best at 35 then. If you believe Lamont Roach beat Tank, he number 1 at 35.
Hold on, let no cap go.
If you think Lamont Roach beat Tank, then he got the best win at 135.
He's the best.
Say it again. No, y'all keep cutting.
If you think Lamont Roach beat Tank, then he got the best win at 135, and he number 1.
That's true.
That's how you should feel about it.
But it's
so you don't believe the shit you saying.
But listen, it's a draw.
Shakur
don't
gets
say
beat
a
out
win when
that.
it's a draw. Say you thought it was a win. Say
nah,
you thought it
but I'm saying if he beats him in the rematch August 16th, we got a different conversation.
That fight not happening August 16th, D1.
Hey, all I'm saying is what Blaze was saying, he was just saying if this happened, that's all he was saying, man.
Do we got any other
another level?
Say the fight not happening on August 16th?
Okay,
it's not happening August 16th, bro.
All right, we'll see.
It's not happening, bro. They're not selling tickets and they ain't got no date, bro.
What difference do
that make? I didn't even worry about them buy one get one free tickets next
when
week.
they fight? What difference does that make?
It does make a difference.
I'm worried about Shakur fans worried about the wrong shit. Buy one get one free tickets next Saturday. What are y'all talking about?
I mean, I'm gonna watch the fight.
Help yourself some tickets.
Why ain't you at the fight? You live by there too, ain't it? That's crazy work, bro. If I was anywhere near that joint, I would be there. And I'm not even a Shakur fan.
I want to know what difference does it make if Tank don't fight August 16th. What difference does it make?
No, it's just a whiteout game. It's gonna be bad on him. Like he needs to be.
How is it going to be bad on him? Is it not going to sell out?
No, what
Nah,
I'm
bro.
saying,
I never fight.
listen. So look, let's
No,
separate.
no,
Let's
hold
separate.
on, Blaze. No. You said that it's not going. I need to know what difference does it make? Because if it's going to sell out and still do a lot of pay-per-views, I need to know what difference does that make.
It's two things, bro. It's you selling out and Tank selling out. Tank's A side, Tank's prize fighter. Tank kept the call with the money fight. Tank is the money. Tank is the bag. So whenever they have it, the bag's gonna be here. I'm talking about boxing public opinion. If they would stretch this fight out, because he's A side, he got all the cards on his table. There ain't no reason why this shit should have been
Blaze,
happened.
dude, Tank Davis give a fuck about boxing public opinion. Have you
Okay,
not watched this man?
Deem, I know Deem, he don't care, but then everybody else is gonna
He
critique
he
him.
mu-
So
he
that's the
must care
point
if
I'm
Hold
he
on,
trying to
doing a
hold
make.
on.
rematch.
Let me stay with Blaze. Blaze, why would he care, Blaze, when he's still going to be successful regard? He hasn't changed. He hasn't been caring. It hasn't had a bad effect.
But Deem, I know. But what I'm talking about is that okay, it's not about Tank Karen. It's about our opinions on who's the best at
Who
135.
opinion? Because Tank fans going to continue to think he's the best. So who opinion? Non-Tank fans?
Okay, listen, or it's a debate. All I'm saying is this: how Tank feels because Tank has that. Because listen, because Tank is active at
Non-Tank
135
fans,
with
Blaze,
the title.
already feel that way. You're not
Yeah,
going to
but
convince Rich. These fights is not going to convince Rich anymore or Blunt anymore that Shakur Stevenson is better than Gervonta Davis. If they both win, they're going to still feel how they felt prior to the fight.
that's the whole point where we want to see the rematch because he might lose. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
He
And they
might
still
lose.
that still doesn't change
Okay, so
Shakur.
I
If he
have
does, hold on, Jab Queen. Let me say this, and then Jab Queen, you could go.
Yep,
If
we're gonna give it the jab.
let's say if Tank does lose, that's not going to change Rich and Blunt mind. If anything, it's going to make them think Shakur could beat him even more. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter for real, for real. Only thing that matters is Gervonta Davis go in there and beat Lamont Roach. That's all
Well,
that actually matters.
what matters with the opinions and all that, what matters is these unification bouts with these belts at 135.
Man, them
Because at the
niggas
end of the
don't
day,
care
I'm
about them
always thinking
belts,
about
bro.
he don't care, he don't care,
No,
but that
no
don't
Blaze,
Shakur don't
necessarily mean
care
Shakur.
other
either.
fighters at
Hold,
135
Shakur
hold,
do.
just
hold
said
on.
no. Shakur just said it the other day. He doesn't really
Thank
care
you.
either.
Okay, then he
Facts.
don't care. Then he don't care.
Keyshawn
Then
said the
y'all
same
then
thing,
it don't
Blaze.
matter.
Hold on, Blaze. See, that be my problem with y'all. Shakur said the same thing, and Keyshawn said the same thing, but y'all not attacking them for saying. Tank just said it first, and then
Yep.
Keyshawn came out here and say he understands where Gervonta Davis be coming from. Remember they asked him about Raymond Maritala, and he didn't want the IBF belt?
Because he knew because that was the day before that weigh and he knew he wasn't gonna make weight. That's
Okay,
why.
but okay, so then what's
That's
Shakur
sour
Stevenson?
grapes.
So what's Shakur Stevenson excuse for feeling the same way
No,
Gervonta feel?
there ain't no excuse. If y'all saying that he Shakur say he don't care about the belts, then I need to stop talking about undisputed at 135 with these boxers. You're right. I was mistaken. If I'm
We ain't
taking that into
gonna
consideration.
I'm just saying it, no, because Blaze, it go both ways. Shakur got just as much responsibility, and this might be my problem. People act like it's just on Gervonta. Shakur is a grown man who make his own decisions. Shakur,
True
like
that.
everybody tell me, because this be the weird shit. People will be like, well, send the contract, it's on Tank. But then y'all make the same argument. Just was up here talking to me and Jab Queen, like, well, you can't make a fighter want to fight. Then Caleb Smith is the B side. Did he sign the contract to sign the fight David Benavidez? The answer is somebody background, y'all. Y'all background. Hold on.
Yeah, somebody got birds chirping and
Somebody,
Yeah, birds chirping and everything.
everything.
then y'all, but get back to this point. Then y'all tell me, well, you can't make them fight and all of that stuff. Then it'd be like, well, which one is it then? Which one is it? Because
What
we were telling people, because from what Steven Espinoza said, they reached out to Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson didn't want to take the one fight deal with the rematch clause like
Mm-hmm.
everybody else do that fight Gervonta Davis, including Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach is not with PBC. Lamont Roach signed the one fight deal with Gervonta with a rematch clause. Like everybody else that fights Canelo, that fights Gervonta Davis. But if for some reason people act like Shakur Stevenson don't have to do that. He can
Let me
sign
be
multiple fight deals, and then it's still on Gervonta Davis to find a way to get him out of these multiple fight deals to fight him. That don't
Dean,
make sense to me.
let me be clear. Anybody who know me heard me on these stations when I talk about Shakur. I speak highly of Shakur's talent and skill in the ring. I don't respect or approve or agree with all the bullshit and how he talks outside of the green. Twitterson,
Okay.
not feeling that. Let's be
Okay.
very clear. So when it comes to the statements that he makes, the tweets that he makes, the responses that he makes to shit, these contract negotiations, I still get on Shakur about him literally coming out his mouth not taking 75-25 against Davis for undisputed at 135.
So Blaze,
Because
can I
last I
ask you this,
checked, that's what you're
Blaze?
supposed to do when somebody has leverage in the A side is
So
like
can
that.
I ask you
Last
this,
I checked,
Blaze? Is
Mayweather
Shakur
took 80
Stevenson a
20
duck?
against De La Hoya.
Is Shakur Stevenson a duck for not taking the fight when PBC called him after the Lomachenko fight fell through with Gervonta?
And so, but here's my thing, bro. Because of the negotiations and all the talks and speculation, I
They
don't
ain't
really
get
get
that far,
into. I don't.
Blaze.
I
He
don't.
wouldn't
I
even
don't get
take
to.
the you.
That's the point. I don't. It'd be like you said he didn't even take the offer, right? Or didn't take the call, or didn't come to the table, right?
No, his team took the call. Shakur didn't. Shakur didn't push it further after that.
It's hard for me to talk this duck shit because when we talk about negotiations, you don't know what the fuck's going on in the background. That's why I'm like, bro, I'm born in '86, bro. I love the '90s before this internet shit because it's like, hey, we just see the fights happen. All the sausage or who, what fell out, what negotiations and all of that. You every time you hear
But
something or
but
somebody say something or somebody daddy say
Blaze, can I
something,
ask you this?
motherfuckers run around talking about ducking.
But why? But why it ain't never nobody else that deal with Tank Davis? Ryan, he did such great business with Ryan Garcia, Blaze. Ryan Garcia came to his fight, got his shirt made, and begged for a rematch. Who
Yeah.
else is complaining? What other reason would Shakur have to not take the fight? Because nobody complains about their money when they fight Gervonta, including Ryan Garcia, Pitbull Cruz, Frank Martin, and latest Lamont Roach. So what would be Shakur Stevenson's reason for not doing it? He was a free agent. He had the opportunity to. He said if he was ever
But Dean,
contacted.
I don't know. And like I said, this shit, he did that shit with Tank. He did that shit with Devin, where they had to fight, and it was
But
obvious
Bill
that they was
lied
talking
on him,
about
though, Blaze.
negotiations.
Bill
Yeah,
Bill,
lied. Bill
I don't
admitted,
think that
y'all be
shit was
saying
real.
that, but Bob Arum said that he never got an offer for Devin Haney. And then Bill Haney was asked a month later after that. See, people don't keep up with it. They asked Bill, hey, Bill, did you ever get send the contract to Bob Arum? And Bill Haney said no.
but what
Bill
I'm
don't
telling
even
you is, I'm
send
talking about
contracts.
Shakur though. Shakur said they
I
offered him
know, no, no, Blaze. I know what
75-25.
Shakur said. I'm trying to hold on, Blaze. I know what Shakur said. But when right before Shakur was fighting, was
Argentina.
Artem?
Artem, right before his Artem fight, he had an interview. Y'all can still go look at on Fight
Yeah.
Hub. Bob Arum is standing there. They asked Bob Arum, Shakur Stevens scratching his head. He's scratching his head, and they asked Bob Arum about that. Bob Arum said, I ain't never get no offer for Shakur Stevenson. And then Shakur Stevenson says, I didn't know that Bob didn't. He was going off of what Bill told Shakur. Shakur didn't know that Bill never even reached out to Bob Arum. He was just taking Bill on his word.
And that's why with me, I don't get into these debates on who said what behind the scenes and contracts. That shit's all speculation. It's all
My,
speculation. The whole point is let the record reflect these motherfuckers didn't fight, and then you
I
can,
agree.
and
I
then
agree
it'll
with
be
that.
it'll be just like Floyd Mayweather, Pacquiao, and why it took so long, and everybody can speculate that shit. I don't care. I want to see cats line up. Cats is in position to fight who. Who's the best? That's it. I don't care about the ducking. It's just like if you go to Brian Norman Jr. and you go to Boost moving up to 154. I don't care about no duck talk because last I checked, Boost was watching people at 147 and he's moving up to 154 to fight high level competition at 154. I'm not going to care about whether or not y'all think he ducked Brian Norman Sr., whether or not it's true or not, because it's be speculation. I don't know. I don't care. I care about when they get into the ring. We talk all the time about all this speculative contract and who did what and all this ducking.
But
We don't know
Blaze,
straight up shit.
how do they get in the ring though, Blaze? I be hearing y'all when y'all be saying that. And shout out to Aaron Muhammad, salute the Dean and the boxing fans in the chat. Aaron Muhammad, day one supporter, appreciate you. That be my problem too, Blaze. Everybody says that. We just care about the fights. Well, if you care about the fights, then you need to care about how the fights actually get made.
But Dean, we don't know what's going on. It's not our
Oh,
business.
we know. We got told publicly. They got interviews talking about it. We
They
know.
listen, bro.
It's
If you
just who
deal
you
with,
want to believe at that point. That's
I
all,
don't. But what
Aaron.
I'm trying to tell
I
you,
mean,
hey,
that's
bro,
all, Blaze.
in the work that I do, at the with the leadership position that I have, we are negotiating contracts and agreements. You feel me? And so
Mm-hmm.
it's in black and white. You can talk all you want to talk. But when it gets to that black and white and what we're talking about, and then when you're dealing with multi-million dollar, the contracts that I'm dealing with, the most was a million. You feel me? These usually be $300,000-$400,000 contracts with some nonprofit work, right? But there's a whole lot of different clauses and parameters involved with. When you're
Yeah,
dealing with boxers and this amount of
hey,
money, bro, there's a whole lot going into actually getting to a fight. So when we're
I
talking
agree
about
to that.
promoters and people talking, bro, you don't know. We don't know shit about shit. It's not our business. We literally don't know the business. So when cats are speculating and cats' daddies is talking about fighting and all that shit, it's like, bro, we'll never know because these contracts are like 100, 200 pages long, bro, with different parameters, different clauses, different indemnity, different type of agreements, all types of shit is going on, Dean. That's why I say, hey
But
man,
Blaze,
ignorance was
hold
bliss
on,
before
Blaze,
that, because it's
hold
just
on,
like when a
Blaze,
poster
but
get put
no,
up, I'm
Blaze,
looking
hold
for a
on,
picture of it.
hold on, Blaze. I hear all of that, Blaze, but I saw Brian Norman Jr. and Devin Haney get made in 48 hours. I don't. You right. I don't know none about that. I do actually do know about that, but I don't want to hear that it's a 200-page negotiation. I don't want to hear all that when I
No, you
see
don't want
fights
to
get
hear, but
made in
it's real
48
though.
hours. Though,
No,
Blaze.
but look, what I'm telling you is I can
From talking
respect
to,
it.
hold
But
on,
listen
Blaze,
though,
from talking on the internet too, I might add you.
I know, but Dean, though, check it out though. There's only a few people that can do that. See, one thing about Bill Haney is Bill
Is
Haney
Al
is
Heyman one of them, Bill?
yeah.
I mean,
Listen
Blaze.
though.
Is Al
But yeah,
Heyman one of them people that can do
Heyman,
that?
I know, but we don't hear him talk. Well, here's what I'm telling you though. Here's what I'm telling you though. When you talk to internet, bro, Bill Haney is present. He's everywhere. And the unique thing about Bill Haney
Oh
is Bill
man.
Haney is the father to Devin Haney and the major key factor and mover in Devin Haney Promotions. You see what happened was is the Floyd fucked up the game. See, when Floyd became Floyd Money Weather, it became the
Nah, I'm
money
not
thing.
letting y'all
Oh
Listen,
blame
nah,
Floyd.
listen to
nah,
me,
No,
listen to me.
no,
You
nah.
won't even
bro.
hear my point. Because
Can't
look,
Go
when
blame
ahead,
I say
Floyd
Blaze.
fucked
for
up the
You
that.
game,
about to
listen,
say
listen
some
to me. Listen,
foolishness?
no, I'm not. You gotta let me finish. What I'm trying to tell you, listen, when Floyd became Floyd Money Mayweather and became 100% owner of Floyd Mayweather Promotions with 18 employees and he owns everything. When he talks about fights and who he fight, his word was bond because he was clearly A side and whatever he said happened. There ain't no all this and negotiations and all of that because once that nigga decided to line up who he wanted to line up, he had the bag to make them show up. And there wasn't no speculation about whether or not motherfuckers was gonna fight or not. That's what, and you people are equating how Floyd moved because he was the actual promoter. He actually held all the cards. He made shit happen with boxers dealing with promoters who got different interests than the boxers won. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you get caught up and it's like, hey, if I hear Kid Wilson say anything, if I hear Mason say anything, if I hear Shakur say anything about a fight, I don't take it for nothing because they're not the promoters. They're not the ones that can really green light the fight. That's the point I'm trying to make. So you hear everybody talk
I
this
agree with
fight and
that.
who they want to match up with.
I
These
definitely
motherfuckers
agree
don't
with
have
that.
power
I agree with
to
that.
negotiate these contracts. That's what I'm talking about, Dean. So we run on the internet. This nigga
But
Shakur
hold on.
Stevenson will put out a
Hold on.
tweet and then we'll be talking about this shit for 3 days. And he don't even got the juice like that to make it happen.
Let me say this, but then I can't agree with that. Because I heard Devin Haney, Devin the Dream. See, yo, I follow this so much that y'all really don't know who y'all be dealing with. Let me get to this point.
We know, Dean. We know Cook.
Hold on, yo. I heard Devin Haney say, oh yeah, if you see people just arguing on the internet, that's all cat. He was like, if we really want to fight, it's in the fighter's control. We can make it happen. Now that's what Devin Haney said.
He can't
Okay?
speak for nobody else's situation,
Oh,
though, Dean.
hold on, Blaze.
He
Hold
can't say
on,
Shakur
Blaze.
can
No,
set up a fight.
hold
And
on,
then we gotta
hold
go through
on.
there.
That's what Devin Haney said. Okay? And I just got proof of that because they made a fight happen in 48 hours. If
But again,
fighters really,
it's
hold
different,
on,
Dean.
Blaze, hold on. If fighters really wanted to do what they needed to do to make things happen, they could.
But
That's
listen,
all
what
I'm
I'm telling you
saying.
is just give Devin Haney Promotions credit. It's Devin Haney
The fuck
Promotions.
out of
That's Devin Haney and
Oh
Bill
my
Haney.
God.
Listen, bro, you see
the
Bill,
fuck
you
out
see
of
Bill
Bro,
go over there
Oh
they
talking to
just
my
Brian
He
Norman
God.
they
said
Jr.
just
He,
lost the
DHP.
fighter and Amari
he
DHP.
gave
Jones.
he
DHP.
gave
Amari
him
Jones
Power
was
credit.
a
He
promotion.
gave
What
him
you
Amari
saying?
Jones
What he's
was a
saying is
he,
true
DHP
though,
gave him
man.
fighter.
credit for making that fight happen in 48 hours because
Hold
they
on,
ain't
let me
hold their
say this. Let me
cards.
say this.
Go ahead.
Devin
Go ahead.
Amari Jones just signed the Golden Boys. That was the only DHP fighter. What events is DHP putting on? They ain't putting
Devin
on no
Haney.
motherfucking
That's it.
events.
Listen though.
They're not back. They're not funding with their own money, no events. They don't have no fighters. Devin Haney Promotions is only a fucking tax write-off. That's all it is. It
Hey,
ain't
I
no
think
hey,
fucking
but what
real
I'm trying to
I
promotion
tell
think
you
what
behind it.
is
people
you
missing,
got to
I
give them
think what
credit
people
for
missing is
making
that
the fights.
when we
Listen,
when,
listen,
when
think
we
of this.
speak on,
Making one fight.
I think when we
What's made?
speaking on, I think we speaking
Go
too
ahead,
early,
Pay. Let
bro. To
Pay
be
go.
honest, bro, no fight between Devin Haney and Brian Norman, bro. The fight hasn't even been made. What they did was they agreed to terms, meaning no contract has even been sent between the two or has been signed between the two. So really, only thing they did was agree to terms.
And
So
so it
that
might not
fight, is,
happen.
so some
Man, that
shit did
DHP
happen,
shit like Filthy Rich
which
Records
I,
that Mayweather had
which,
that never came
which
out.
I pray right now
It ain't
ain't
no
gonna
real
happen
government.
between now and then. But no contract has been signed between them. Only thing they did was sign the term sheet between the two of them.
Hey,
No
so
cap.
when Floyd
Hold
Mayweather,
on, Blaze. Hold on, Blaze.
was
No cap.
active, who
Turn
was
this
the
up.
other boxers on Floyd Mayweather Promotions? It's
They
just
all
that's what I'm trying to
left.
tell you. It's a one man show. That's the whole
Carmel
point. But what I'm
Moen.
telling you is, and yeah, but no, I'm talking about when Floyd Mayweather was active, an active boxer. Who else was on that roster?
Oh no, it wasn't.
Exactly. That's the whole point I'm trying to
Javante
make, though.
Davis. Javante
No, no,
Davis.
no, no, no. Well, late. I'm
Yeah, it was
talking about when he.
Javante
But what I'm
Davis.
talking about, I'm
Javante
talking
Nah,
about
Davis.
prime Floyd,
nah,
prime Floyd,
that
prime
was
Floyd.
years after that.
We're talking
That
about
was
No, he was
prime
No,
still
it
years,
Floyd.
bro.
boxing
wasn't.
because Tank had
When
fights on his
Floyd started,
undercard, so he was
when
still
Yeah,
boxing.
Floyd
Tank was he
started
yeah.
the
was
No,
money
but
active on the
team,
undercard. What are y'all talking about?
when Floyd started the money team, that was way before Javante
No,
Davis.
but no.
That was
Floyd
years
Mayweather's
before him.
promotions. Floyd Mayweather's promotions was before that. We're talking about Floyd Mayweather's
yeah,
promotions. He's been
exactly.
signed. He's been signed with Floyd Mayweather's promotions since he was 19, 20 years old.
And so what's that? 2013?
Yeah,
That's
and he was
2013,
on
right?
Floyd
So I'm
and
talking
Conor
about.
McGregor's undercard. So yeah,
So
he
yeah,
Floyd was on.
but that wasn't prime Floyd. That was Floyd coming out. I'm
Come
talking
on, man,
about
with
comparison.
semantics.
Listen to me. Listen with the point. No, it's not semantic jab. This is a very
Hold
nuanced
on,
point.
wasn't he on a
Listen, no,
Pacquiao undercard too?
hold up. Listen, because no,
Mm-hmm.
hold up. And that's
Yeah, yeah, he
semantics.
was.
Listen to me.
Thank you.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Listen, no, hear me out. It's just because it's not. I'm just talking about a particular point. Devin Haney's
Man, they
26 years old.
said Mayweather
Hold on, listen,
Promotions
in his
started in
prime.
2007, and that was when he did the
Exactly.
when Golden Boy was
With
like I
Golden
said, that shit
Boy,
was years
with
before.
De La
That
Hoya.
that was
But
when
what?
they did
Listen,
the Golden Boy. It was under the
and
Rich,
Golden
that's
and
Boy
my
this is
card
point. I
with
know it
Oscar
was
De La
years
Hoya.
real
before,
quick.
Rich.
Hold up,
My
That's
real
my
quick.
point.
point.
That's
Let me just
that
get my point off real quick. Listen to
Tank
me.
was
That's
way after that.
I know. And here you're saying what I'm trying to say. Look, I'm
But that,
talking about
but
Devin.
Tank
Hold
wasn't
up.
his first fighter he ever signed. But go ahead,
I
please.
know. That's
The
the whole
one
point
fight
I'm trying
Devin
to
had
make.
where it said
Listen, hold up.
DHP Promotions
Bro. Hey,
presents
bro, let me
Devin
finish so I
Haney
can get out the
versus
way, bro.
somebody.
Let me finish so I can get out the way. Please, let me
You
just
look
finish.
nice.
Devin Haney's 26 years old. Devin Haney Promotions in the prime of his career. I'm talking about Floyd Mayweather
He don't got
Promotions in
a.
the
It's
prime
not a
of his.
real promotion
Listen,
company. They just be
bro,
saying that shit.
let me just finish, bro. Please, you can have it, bro. Just let me finish my point. It's simple. Devin Haney's 26 years old. Devin Haney Promotions, where it's the center is him. Just like when Floyd come out of Golden Boy and it's Floyd Mayweather Promotions, he ain't centering no other boxer right now because he's trying to solidify his legacy. That's the only
Floyd was
point I'm
never
trying to
signed with
make
Golden
in
Boy
that
though.
time. No, I'm talking about Floyd Mayweather Promotions. I'm talking
Right,
about when he bought out his contract with Top Rank. That's different. He
right.
negotiated with Golden Boy. He got the game from De La Hoya. That's why he took the 80-20. He took the 80-20 split because it wasn't just about the money. De La Hoya put him on to how to promote. And that's how
No,
he
he
got big
didn't.
money in the end. All right,
No,
whatever,
he
man.
didn't.
Go
He
ahead.
just fought a bunch
You
of
can.
Golden Boy fighters, nigga.
Okay. Okay. And he got the bag.
Hold on,
Okay,
hold
he
on,
was
y'all.
getting the
Hold on. I
bag when he
gotta
got
say
with
this. I
Al
gotta
That
Haymon.
say this.
bag, cause out.
No, he wasn't getting the bag before De La Hoya. No.
Hold on. Now we got y'all know a little looked up the facts. Floyd Mayweather Promotions, it did start when Rich said, but he signed Jesse Vargas immediately, and he had Jesse Vargas from '08 to 2012, and then he had a bunch of fighters after 2012.
Yeah, like Jay Leon Love. It's a couple of them that was on there. Mickey Bay.
Yep.
Africa.
But what I'm telling you is none of them did
AB.
nothing because they were outshadowed by
Only
Mayweather
one
doing
popped
Mayweather
off was
shit.
only one that popped off was Tank. To be
Yeah,
honest.
none of them did nothing, Blaze, because they wasn't good. Not because of
Because
Right. They was
okay,
box
that's what
office
I'm saying.
stars, nigga.
Good
They
or
still ain't
whatever.
why.
stars.
Good. I don't remember him being promoted like that. So, like you said, but you're
They
right,
don't, you
Dean.
got to be a
Can't
star. You got
promote
to
back.
promote
You can't
yourself by
promote back.
putting on performances.
Exactly. And so he had all these fighters, and then Gervonta Davis came out the rough, right? And then when Gervonta Davis came of age, he got out of there and started GTD, and then Haymon got with Al Haymon and PBC. You feel me?
No, we
So
we
it's like,
understand. No, we get that part of it. What we saying is that like Devin having that is not like the reason these fights are getting made. Like Devin's not, he's not pushing it that way. It's all.
Let me
no,
tell
what
you the
I'm
difference
saying is
between why you
Devin
can't
Haney's
stop comparing Devin Haney
he's
to
pushing
Mayweather
his own
Promotions. I'm gonna
fights.
tell. You've been talking for a minute.
Go ahead.
The Devin Haney shit is some bullshit. First of all, Mayweather didn't sign with like another promoter. It was Mayweather running the ship. Al Heyman was the motherfucking lawyer helping them put this
That's true. Since the
navigate
2000s.
the shit.
Since the
Devin Haney
2000s, early
signing with
2000s.
Eddie Hearn, nigga, a promoter, Matchroom.
Hey,
He was a
you're
Matchroom
right, bro.
fighter.
I'm not debating.
Floyd was
Devin
never
Haney
signed with Golden
promotions.
Boy. It was a Golden Boy fighter, nigga. Just because
Blaze,
he
Devin
was
Haney
fighting
Hey
promotions
doing
was never
co-promotions
other
with Golden Boy
promotions. I
because
agree with you,
Blaze.
his
bro.
Hold
opponent was
on, one at
signed
a
with Golden
time,
Boy
y'all. One
most
at a
of the
time,
time.
y'all.
Another thing, Blaze, you
I
was
know
right
it.
about a lot of stuff,
Let me finish cooking, dog.
wait,
Cause
hold
I'm
Let
on,
Lil
tired of
Cap
this
finish
DHP
cooking,
shit.
y'all.
You know what I'm saying? So Eddie Hearn got tired of motherfucking Baby and Devin and was like, you know what? You ain't even loyal to me. You running around here pretending like you a boss. And then when you not to be go do a long-term fight deal with me. It's just now I'm out. That's why that Sandy Martin shit ain't happened. And he got exposed with that. Did nobody want to pay for Devin fight to keep his belt at 140?
Hey,
If
I
he was
agree
his
with you.
own
The only
boss,
thing
if
I
he
was
was
saying
DHP
is that,
Promotions, he would have put the fight on with Sandor Martin. He would have
hey,
paid Sandor Martin. Floyd Mayweather
I
was
agree with
paying his
you.
opponents,
Only
nigga.
point, but I
When you
agree
got to
with you.
fight with Floyd, this nigga Floyd paid you out his own. And sometimes he paid them niggas up front.
Facts.
He
Yeah,
cut all the
I
money
agree
from the
with
event.
you.
It is like
I
this.
agree
So
with
it's
you.
like they ain't doing no shit like that, nigga. It is like
Yeah,
DHP is some
listen. Devin
bullshit.
Haney
Bill some
Promotions is
bullshit.
nowhere as
Turkey.
large
Now
as
Turkey they last
Mayweather
out.
Promotions.
It's they last spot. They all they got is Turkey, nigga. Brian Orman beat
Hey,
the shit out of Devin, and if that fight do happen, it's over for them.
I agree with you. The
You know
only
what I'm
point I was
saying?
trying to make is that Heaven Promotions is centering itself like Mayweather centered himself on the front end and the
Hold
start of
on,
the, and
hold on,
in
y'all.
the
Let me
rear.
get to
That's
this
it.
super chat real quick.
That's it.
Nuke Warlock said Amari Jones is with DHP and he's undefeated. Thanks for the 2-ball, my guy. Appreciate you. But all right, we kind of got drifted all over. All right, where do I want to take this conversation? Y'all, anything y'all got? Y'all got any questions? Anything on your mind? Holla at me. Jab Queen D1, whoever who got something for me that's been on your mind.
I'm not even sure. We got so far off of the topic.
Off
I'm
of the
not even sure
topic,
really
yo.
what's going on. But as far, actually, you know what? Let's circle back to Blaze's original comment, where Shakur will become, I guess, the head of 135 if he is to beat Zepeda. I'm trying to really understand how
Nah, he
you
didn't
how
say
you
that.
can
He
make
didn't
those
say that.
analysis. I'm not talking to you, Rich. Blaze, you well, can you repeat to me what you said
Yeah,
then? Because he
I'll
was pop
repeat.
out with
I
the
said
lawyer shit.
I'll repeat. I'll repeat what I said, Jab. And what I said is very clear. If Shakur washes Zepeda, it can be argued that he's top dog at 135 because he has an
Bullshit.
undefeated record. You can it's bullshit. Hey, that's why I said argued. It can be argued. I didn't say he was. That's where you're missing at. You're missing my point. It can
But
be argued.
Tank's still undefeated too, though. Like I don't understand what you
Yeah,
saying.
he's undefeated, but let's be nuanced. When the draw makes
A
you
draw not
statistically
undefeated.
less, you're not a
But
100% no more.
That's
You're
where
not
I
a hundred
wanted to go
percent.
with it.
A
So
draw
here,
not
well, I guess
undefeated.
for a lot of, I guess for
that's
a lot of
bullshit.
fair weather fans or new fans or whatever, people care about O's. I personally don't. So that really doesn't matter. And I think that I still think that's not going to matter. And here's why. Shakur, whether he is on undercards or main events, he's not that popular because of his fighting style. So I really don't think that gives him a edge up because I mean, everyone
And
up here is under the consensus that he
But that's
should beat
why it's
Zepeda,
arguable.
right? That he should
and
beat Zepeda,
jab
right?
and jab though, boy. What I'm telling you, like I said, is conditional on if he washes Zepeda. He has to put on a great performance. It's like this. It's like you see kid come in here and knock him out. That washed away all the Auntie Schofield, all that bullshit they was talking when he got in the ring and he knocks out Farmer. That mind you went 24 rounds with Zepeda. You feel me? So that argument is gonna be swirling around over here with Shakur too. My position is conditioned. It's conditioned upon
How
Shakur
good he
washing
looks.
Zepeda. If he washes
I,
Zepeda, if he
I,
don't wash Zepeda, then this argument ain't here. That's my point, Jab. It's very conditioned. It's
I
not,
got
and it's arguable. I ain't even say it's in stone. It's arguable.
I got a question though. This kind of off the topic of what y'all talking about. I just need a little education on this though, because I'm trying to understand this shit. If you got three judges, and it's going back to the Tank Lamont Roach fight. If you got three judges, one judge gives Tank the lead, and then you got two other judges that scored at a draw. I'm trying to understand how the fuck did it become a majority draw?
because it's a majority draw. If you got two draws in one decision, it's a majority draw.
The draws overrule
No,
what the other
it's
judge
Okay.
it's two
said.
decisions override one. If you
Yeah.
got it's just like
Got
a
you.
split. It's a split decision. And if you got one going for Lamont and two going for Tank, that'll be a split decision. If you got
Got
two
you. Got
draws,
you.
and then it's like this. If you got it's a majority decision. If you got say two people going for Tank and one person going for a draw, then that's a majority decision.
Got you.
Hey,
And
yo, somebody gonna
unanimously.
let 2 Cent come up?
I had Tank winning that fight
Okay, bro.
7-5.
Hop up.
All right,
Yo, I
Paige.
got you,
Appreciate
Deem.
it.
I'm out.
Who said that?
I agree with
D1, bro.
I
Thanks for
did.
having me, bro.
Hey,
Man,
look,
Be
anytime,
good, be
D1, you
safe,
All
my
right,
man.
guy. You
man.
already
Later,
know.
day one.
Ty, everybody, peace. Be
All
good.
right,
Peace,
bro.
Nate.
Salute, D1.
Peace, bro.
but what Blaze saying, it ain't too far off, man. And then he forgot though, man. He is fighting the top 5 135-pounder too. So that adds
No,
to
that
it. So it's
count. No,
arguable.
that definitely counts too.
So you could argue that Shakur is at number one. You know what I'm saying? But it
And that's
also
what I'm
come down.
saying. If he
But it
washes
also
them,
come down to, like you said, it comes down to that Tank and Lamont. Because if Tank come out and step on Lamont Roach, man, it's no questions. He's still gonna be at number one.
yeah,
It's
he's gonna
it's
still be a
nothing
number
around
one.
that.
They're
If
gonna
he
argue
come
him.
out and
Yeah,
knock him out, and in the first 5 rounds, 6 rounds, or whatever he do, nah, ain't no question. Hell yeah, he's still at number one.
yeah. But it
Cause
puts
he
the
been,
pressure on Tank.
and because he been there the longest too. That's another
Yep.
thing that play into factor too. Yeah.
Go ahead, 2 Cent. Cook up.
What up? What up? I just hopped on. When I came on, y'all was talking about Mayweather and DHP. So I'm
What's up?
gonna listen a little bit more and see what I can chime in at.
Well, 2 Cent, no, I'm glad you're here. I wanted to ask you, 2 Cent, how do you feel about how Turkey is moving with Shakur Stevenson?
So far we've only got the Padley fight, and now we getting this Zapata fight. So I ain't got too much to say right now, I guess. But the issue is not how he moving with Shakur Stevenson. I think the issue is how is he moving to get this Tank fight. That's the
Talk
question
on it.
I have.
Speak on it. Speak on it.
Elaborate, please.
Because it's just like my thing is if you talk to Shakur about the fight and he's mentioning Turkey and he need to get on board and all of that, I would just have to assume that fight is not about to happen no time soon. Because Tank has already expressed that he's loyal to Al Haymon. Now he said, hey, if Al is advising me to do it, then yeah, I'll work with Turkey if that's something Al advising me to do. But other than that, I'm not going to do that. So anything other than speaking of doing that to make the fight, I don't think it's gonna be happening no time soon, if that makes sense.
It makes
So
sense.
people can quit crying about it. And my thing is, just because the fight don't happen next doesn't mean it's not gonna happen at all. Y'all all know how they like to marinate and wait on these big fights. Do we like it? No. Hopefully it's just not one of those things where the fight is marinated too long.
I just
Well, it's
But
hope
to
kind
Tank
of
me,
don't.
already being marinated too long, 2 Cent. It's kind of already there.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I just hope Tank don't lose. That's all.
I don't think so though because
I
Oh,
want to
Tank
see that
won't
fight.
lose.
how
I
long
want
He
to
has
see
won't.
that
Shakur been at
fight
135?
with him on the.
2 years.
exactly, he's only been there 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah, so that's not really too long. And I believe there was a conversation with them where they told him what he needs to do to make that fight bigger, which is get his stock up. And being on double undercards is not doing that. So I believe that it's gonna manifest whenever Shakur can, have a breakout performance that's really gonna put him on the map.
Yeah,
I
because
agree with that. I think that's
I
going to
yeah,
think
have a
that's gonna
major
be the
factor
Zapata
to
fight. I think that's gonna be this fight for the most part, especially as far as the hardcores go. Like I keep saying about Shakur, the more that I have to know about boxing to understand your style and be entertained, the less fans you're gonna have. And that's just
Mhm.
that's just what it is. Like that is what it is. And I don't know if y'all feel like Turkey is lowering the fighters' values because they're getting paid their money, but what about as far as what they're doing as far as entertainers? Because yes, they're boxers, but they're also entertainers. Like, what do their numbers look like? What audience are they drawing in? And I'm wondering if that's going to
And
affect them in the future, or if they just going to stay
but
with
what I
Turkey for the
was
rest of their career.
All right, Kerr
and but
said,
two
Kerr
cent, what I
said,
would say too is that
hold
we
on, hold
don't
on. Let me get to this super chat real quick. Kerr said, who is the
yep.
pater to put Shakur on top?
He in
It's a
the
fight.
top
Hold on,
three
let me
for
answer
Ring
that.
Magazine.
It's not that it puts him on top, but it's a fight that the fans perceive to be competitive because of the style. Now, I don't think it's fair to everybody like, oh, Tevin Foreman got knocked out by Kid Austin first round. Shakur don't get no credit for Zepeda. Y'all been saying this. Y'all want to see Zepeda this. We want to see him fight Zepeda.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it's fair to just take his credit away because of what happened in another fight.
Well, let me ask y'all this, though. Let me ask the
He's
panel this.
And let a Shakur person
I
talk,
want
man.
to ask y'all this, y'all.
But they do that though.
What if Shakur go out here and it is a close fight, or it look anything like De Los Santos, or his hand get hurt? Then what?
I think if
what would we be coming up here Sunday saying?
I think he'll get his stock will rise more
plummets.
if he overcomes some type of adversity in this fight.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. No, I don't.
agree.
Because then
No,
it's
I
going
definitely
because
agree with
you
that.
I'm gonna tell you why though. I'm gonna tell you why though, Toussaint. Maybe for hardcore boxing fans, but these fandemonium are gonna crucify Shakur because Pete, he has to watch Zepeda. Because Pete, Zepeda went 24 rounds with
22.
and 22 or 22, excuse me, 22 rounds. Thank you for clarifying that. 22 rounds with Zepeda, and then Kid knocked out Farmer in the first round.
But you
Right?
can't do that,
Hold
Blaze.
up.
P for
No,
P.
I know. I can't do that. I can't do that, right? I'm not gonna do that. The fans do that too, Sam. That's who you're gonna be running around in your chat. That's what they gonna be saying. They gonna be
Exactly.
saying, and listen, they gonna be saying, hey, the prospect knocked out Farmer who ran 22 rounds with Zepeda, and you couldn't get Zepeda out of here. You're not as great as your fans say you are. I'm not gonna say that because styles make fights. I just want Shakur to fight his fight and win how he wins. That's all that matters to me. But the fans is gonna crucify him because one thing about him is he just like with Devin's, he's rehabbing by fighting Brian Norman Sr. But that shit with De Los Santos, he's not gonna shake that shit until he watches somebody.
Well, the market is asking for a good
my question
performance.
was, what happens if he doesn't watch Zepeda? That's
They're
my
gonna
question.
I think it's gonna raise his stock if he have to overcome any adversity. That's what I think.
Well, if he does not,
What do you mean by watch though?
to me,
Because he
hold on,
watched the
hold on, no
Valdez,
cap.
but Valdez was
I
trash.
want to answer Dean's
Unanimous
question.
stoppage.
If he does not watch Zepeda, I don't think it'll have an effect one way or the other because the young man's stock is already not so high. You know what I'm saying? The only place he has really to go is up.
But I disagree. I think his stock has been raised since I think
I
him
don't
watching
think
Fordham,
so. And his
him
ticket
watching
sales,
Padley.
but Blaze, his ticket sales don't reflect that, and I get it,
Okay.
right? Like I understand y'all. Wait a minute, let me finish.
Yeah.
I understand y'all are his fans. I understand y'all support him, but however, that does not translate to dollars, and it has not been translating to dollars. So my question is, then, are y'all only fans on YouTube?
No, so look, so Jab, if he has
That
a
don't
close
even
fight
make
and he has a
sense.
challenge, hold up. If Jab, if he has
How it
if
don't
he
make
has a
sense, Rich?
no, hold up, Jab.
That
Let me answer.
that
Let me
don't.
ask you the question. Let me ask you the question. If he has a close fight against Zepeda, you think he sells more tickets in his next?
No.
No, that's because this is what she's saying. Because I'm saying he gonna sell more tickets if he watch him. She's saying he gonna sell more
Oh,
tickets in a
if he
close fight.
washes them, then yeah, no. I was answering
Then
Dean's question. Dean said if he does not, and I said it won't matter one way or the other. His stock won't rise or fall. It can't get any lower. That's what I
But then you
said.
just contradicted yourself, Jam, because you just said if he
How?
washes them, he'll get more tickets sold. But
I didn't say
if he
that.
has a close
I
fight, it
said
don't
his
matter.
stock will rise, and then I said I know.
Then
I
what
said
does that mean? What does
if he
stock mean?
whips him, his stock is his
She's saying he got
fanfare.
nowhere to go but up. He
Thank
can't get
you.
no
But
lower
that's
That's
than what he.
exactly
That's
what
what
I
she said,
said.
nigga.
hold up, Jab. So hold up, Jab. So his stock, if he goes into a close fight, his stock goes up. That means his fans go up. That means more ticket sales, right? Right?
In the future.
Okay.
Hold
Then
on.
what is okay? All right.
Hold
I'm
on,
gonna
y'all.
let
Let
you
me
go
get to
right
the
there. I'm
super
gonna let
chat
it
real
go.
quick. Let me get to the super chat. GD said Turkey don't really rock with Shakur and Devin. We're putting them on co-mains instead of mains. And the Haney fans and Brian Norman Jr. fight might be the co-main to Benavidez. Shout out to GD.
Yeah, it's on the undercard.
I'm gonna tell y'all why he has to watch Zepeda. Because he just watched Padley and it did nothing. He went backwards. See, the problem is,
He didn't go backwards though. Damn, Dean, he went backwards.
He went backwards.
Yeah.
I'm talking about marketability wise. He has
He
gone
went
backwards because
backwards
I
on
can prove.
marketability.
Hey, Blaze, I can prove it. I can prove it because he's fighting basically in his hometown, and the ticket sales is hurting.
Yeah, okay, for sure.
New York City is the biggest city in the world, Craig. In the world,
And he used
Craig.
to sell
In
there.
the
He used to do
world, Craig.
numbers.
Well,
He
besides
used
like
to do
Beijing
numbers
or
There in
something.
Jersey. Yeah, he did.
So my thing is, if his stock was going up, we would be seeing it. Why? Do you know how many Puerto Ricans live in New York? Do you
Hey,
know how
but
many
Dean.
black people
Oh
live
yeah,
in New
true.
York?
But Dean, is it Berlanga?
Hold
Because
on, hold
that could
on.
be
I'm
it
not
too, though.
finished yet. Hold on. Gervonta Davis just fought in New York. It was packed to the nine. With a fighter, Blaze, that people claim they ain't want to see. So he just had a dominant performance. The
But
problem
is
is
it?
most of his American fans didn't get a chance to see it.
But the thing is too, and this ain't a strong argument. I don't have a strong argument, but
Just saying.
Berlanga's at the top of that card, right? With Sharice, that people don't know.
Hold
You're
on,
not a
Blaze. I'm
casual.
sorry to cut you off. Justin Cooper said, I'm from Jersey, and nobody going to the fight.
And it's a double main event,
Man,
Blaze for P. Remember that they both headlining, remember?
Blaze, this
It's
is
a
what you don't
double
understand.
last time
headlining.
he was
This is
fighting
what you
at
don't. This is
home,
what
he
you don't
got
understand,
booed.
Blaze. Shakur is never going to be a star, no matter what he do. He's just not a star.
Oh my goodness.
Look at Andre Ward. He was beating ass, super sick.
True.
Nigga never lost. Knocked out the Crusher Kovalev, who nobody gave a shit. You
And
know what I'm
plus, y'all,
saying? I
and plus,
mean,
no cap. This the other big problem, though, bro. He
You
gets the
right about
KO.
that.
He gets the KO and everything. But at the end of the day, we see in his next fight against. Think about this, y'all. Why he has to watch the paper. He knocks out Padley on great performance. His stock didn't go up. Now he's co-maining basically close to his hometown, and the ticket sales is hurting with the top contender at 135. So if he is no way y'all can convince me that if he don't watch the Pater, that could help him in any way.
And
That's
y'all
what I said.
also
The only
can't
place he
convince
got to
me
go
that
is
all
up.
you and you also can't convince me that all you have to do is win, because obviously not.
Obviously not, 2 Cent. Thank you
And
for
I'll say
bringing that
this
up too.
too. And that's another thing, guys. And I wanna just horn in on this point. We love to say, or I've heard several people say, because he's not the main event, I'm not going, or I'm not gonna support that card. But they said they'll watch it, whatever the case may be, right? I want to ask y'all a question. Abdullah has never been a main event on anybody's card, but I guarantee y'all are checking for what time his fight is on. Are y'all not?
Facts.
Yep.
I know I do.
Yep.
So it really don't matter, or it shouldn't matter, whether or not he's the main event if you really rocking with him. That's my main question that was to Blaze. Are y'all his real fans, or are y'all just his fans on YouTube?
They just as fans on YouTube because they not going to go see the fights. He wouldn't have ticket sale problems if they was more than fans on YouTube. Then think about this, y'all. This is how I can prove it. We got boxing panels every day, y'all, and it be hundreds and thousands of people watching. You put up a Shakur Stevenson video, he get an interview with Cigar Talk, whatever, does millions of views, 500,000 views, but you can't get 10,000 people to come to New York, where you from, basically, to come watch the fight against a top contender with a lot of legacy on the line. So what shows me is the only time you will be interested in Shakur Stevenson is when he fights Gervonta Davis. And then that would show you and tell you that Shakur don't have no leverage to be telling Tank what he not going to do and why Turkey got to make the fight and all of that, because clearly Turkey making fights for you haven't benefited you. End of discussion.
Quiet nigga pack.
it's just
True that.
it's just an
True
anti-tank.
that.
He the anti-tank. You know what I'm saying? That's what he represents to these niggas. A way to shit on Tank. They don't ever want the fight to happen. They just want to keep Shakur in the round to just like, he ain't fighting Shakur. Shakur beat Tank. This is they fucking like they
Just,
cult. You know what I'm saying? It is like
just,
this. People don't understand about draw. You either a draw or you're not. No matter how many times Mike Tyson got his ass whooped, he was still got the draw. Nigga just was a draw to Jake Paul shit. Everybody came to that motherfucker to see Tyson, old ass. They ain't come there to see no goddamn Jake Paul. No matter, it don't matter. They seen Tyson get knocked out multiple times. They still believe Mike Tyson was gonna knock out Jake Paul, or the hope of Mike Tyson knocking out Jake Paul was enough to fill up that Dallas
shit, I
stadium.
was too.
And no cap, you want to know what make it worse? No cap, that
Till I
Berlanga
till I
from New
heard
York
what's
too.
in that
Think about
contract.
this. Berlanga and Shakur are basically best friends. They from the same area. The fight is happening in their area. It's no excuse why it shouldn't be sold out. Ain't Berlanga where Terror Squad? It's more than 10,000 Puerto Ricans in New York. I'm pretty sure of it.
Yeah.
And they not even, hey, Berlanga, where the Terror Squad at? Shakur, where the Newark, New Jersey at? Like, this is my problem because then I ask y'all this to prove my point.
They want a Kodo, they want a Trinidad, like a real Puerto Rican from Puerto Rico that come with the Puerto Rico boxing style, and then the Puerto Ricans come out. They don't fuck with Berlanga. He ain't just like they didn't fuck with Danny Garcia.
But hold on, no cap. I'm talking about it's more than 10,000 hood Puerto Ricans between Philly, Jersey, Maryland, and New York. It's way more Puerto Ricans that act like Berlanga than it is Puerto Ricans that be at the poppy store.
They made the boxing fans apparently. I don't know. Maybe the generation.
Hold on, no cap. Hold on, y'all, no cap. Those same boxing fans, no cap, in Brooklyn, I saw them at Tank fight. I saw at least 3,000 Puerto Ricans in there. All my mom.
Hell yeah.
They came out for Tank. Yeah. He ain't Puerto Rican. He ain't living La Vida Loca.
Because they wish Tank was Puerto Rican. They're like, why couldn't we have a Puerto Rican?
It's because he light skinned, so he captured the Mexican fan base, the Puerto Rican fan base. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I say that. Let me tell you why. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you why I say that. Listen, my brother's girlfriend is Mexican, and they like Tank, and they like all the Mexican fighters or whatever. And I was asking her, I said, why do Mexicans like Tank? And she said, because he looked like he could be Mexican. And he's a good fighter.
And to say the other point,
do y'all see Mayweather always trying to keep him a small, light-skinned fighter? Y'all don't see that?
Hey, Tucson, you left out the other main part. Hey, Tucson, can you tell me who Canelo Alvarez's favorite fighter is currently?
Tank Davis.
Tank Davis.
Let me get to this super chat, y'all. Skills from New Orleans, dope ass channel. You heard me. Salute at the highest level. Skills New Orleans. When I get down there, I need the best gumbo. I keep telling you. That's all I want. You feel me? I just want my crawfish and gumbo. I'm good, and I want to see. We'll talk about that.
What you know about some crawfish and gumbo? What you know about some crawfish and gumbo?
I'm gonna tell you why Tank got Mexican fans for. He beat up when he knocked out
because he goes to the body.
That's what made the way he knocked out Leo Santa Cruz. That made the Mexicans fans of him.
Hey, go ahead, David. You was trying to say something?
You can go ahead and quote. Style, you could go ahead and quote Vargas. He said he loved Tank. He said why? Because he go to the body like a Mexican. He attacked
Earl fight like
body.
a Mexican, but they ain't really they like Earl like that.
Listen, let's be honest.
They did. The Mexicans show love to Earl.
They show out for Earl.
Yeah,
they be showing out for Earl in Texas.
That fan base, just like Mexican fan bases, Puerto Rican fan bases, black fan, all fan bases like niggas that get to that action. You know what I'm saying? That's just it, and that's 100%. All. We like entertainment.
That's why I'm surprised Bud don't got way more fans. You know what I mean? He be having you guys be hating on your boy. You see them
man, Bud don't have no fans like that because Bud talks shit to the fans.
Bud ain't got fans because he fight once a year and he just start doing he just start putting his personality out there.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it a stack, bro. Shit. As a Bud fan, that nigga should fight more than once a year. I would love to go to more Bud
facts. Band up facts.
I gotta keep it a stack. I would love to see
that. He fight just about as much as his store open.
Hey, Band Up, can I ask you this, Band Up? How you gonna build a fan base when you only fight once a year for almost 10 years in a row?
Oh no, I have no idea. I got good eyes, you know.
And it's not like they big fights. They not big fights.
When I first started following the sport about 6 years ago now, about 6 years ago. Terrence was one of the first fighters I seen. You know what I mean? And just to see how the skill set he got, I was surprised. When I started getting more into boxing, how much people wasn't fans of him, and I'm just like, what is going on? But after that Spence fight, I did see him up his ante and all the platforms he was going on, the Joe Rogan and shit. I'm like, this nigga could have been doing this shit from the jump. He probably would have had better fighters because I couldn't figure out for the life of me why Earl had bigger fan base than him. But I had to sit back and learn a little bit.
Because Earl wasn't on a whole bunch of platforms either, but Earl fought fights that fans perceive to be competitive. That's really what it is. They're fighting, and he fighting for belts and doing all this. These fighters are fighting fights that people perceive to be competitive, and because y'all so busy trying to say they don't fight nobody that y'all won't acknowledge that.
No, I agree, 2 Cent. That's facts. Listen here, y'all. This the biggest thing, man. I believe Shakur. Certain fighters, I just hate that they not bigger stars, and that be my biggest problem. We don't promote the talent the way we should, and then we got people like Ryan Garcia that, not saying he's not talented, but he'll get much more shine, and that be my biggest problem. Like, I appreciate what Eddie Hearn is trying to do with Jaron Ennis. I see what Top Rank trying to do with Abdullah Mason. Think of a fighter like Jayo Pataya. He's probably one of the top 10 baddest men in boxing, but the world don't know it, and that's a shame because of his division and also how they get how he's promoted. Dmitry Bivol and Beterbiev, y'all be talking about all this overseas and global stuff, but they not making global stars. There's no reason why Arthur Beterbiev was his most popular at 39 years old. There's no reason why Dmitry Bivol was at his most popular in his mid-30s. There's no reason why Terrence
especially
Crawford,
with 100% KO ratio too going into Bivol. He should have been way bigger than that.
There's no reason why Terrence Crawford, already being one-time undisputed, shouldn't be more popular than he was, and he was getting knockouts as well. See, this be my problem. We don't promote the fighters that we supposed to. You know who else is a great young fighter that I like? Look at Emmanuel Vargas. We don't talk about him.
Yeah, real talk.
Love him.
Boy.
We don't talk about him.
I love that boy.
We got Scooter Davis.
Bam Rodriguez get talked about though. Bam Bam get talked about.
Bam Bam by Rodriguez. We got Scooter Davis, who's starting to look like to me. He could definitely be a superstar. He's set up.
Oh yeah.
Scooter Davis is set up to be a superstar in boxing. He just got to keep doing what he's doing. He with the right camp, and they kind of already got the play. You understand what I'm saying? That be the thing that bothers me.
Whitaker, that boy.
Band up. It's a reason he kind of like. I like him. I like him.
Look. No, let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. When I was on Facebook a while ago, right? And Facebook, I mean, that's a lot of casuals, bro. I know where to go to when I'm gonna find, the real people that know what to talk about. Of course, on this YouTube street. But you was sharing that Ben Whitaker video that went viral. Like for real, like that one where he was slipping on them punches and dancing and shit. They did some on Instagram or whatever and put the little music behind them. I had my niggas that don't even talk about boxing, don't even know about boxing, asking me, bro, who is this cat right here? Same thing with the Boots when Boots was showboating a lot. A lot of casual fans like that showboatness. You know what I mean? They like to see that type of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's why Roy Jones was so popular. Like but the thing is, back in the day, what was the difference, y'all? Is somebody as talented as Jaron Ennis would have been pushed like how Roy Jones was pushed. See, back then, Showtime and them, HBO, they was pushing the talent. It wasn't great fighters not getting talked about. You had De La Hoya, you had Roy Jones, B-Hop, Trinidad, just name them. Even Emmanuel Augustus. You had Jermaine Taylor. Mosley, thank you, Mosley. All of these fighters we knew about. They was getting talked about. Manny Pacquiao been getting promoted since people talk about Manny Pacquiao, but don't know how far he came. Manny Pacquiao used to be on Knockout Kings 01, 02. Like Manny been somebody people was talking about. We just got hit to him later. Manny Pacquiao been a name in the sport of boxing. People don't know that. And go fact check me on Knockout Kings and Manny Pacquiao. He was already ranked, he was already a 90-something back then. So when he was at flyweight and shit like that. So it's too many great fighters that ain't getting talked about enough because of these YouTube channels, the way people want to promote certain people over others, and the hypergamy that get put out here. It just is what it is.
That's what I'm saying. Like Manny Pacquiao been a draw. He was already doing like 300K before he was chasing Mayweather and shit. He was already doing like 300, 350K before he was even linked to, before he became Pacquiao, before the Pactars came in. He was already like a draw.
But we got to keep in mind, we got to keep in
So even
mind
when Tim Bradley
the
beat Manny Pacquiao, Tim Bradley ain't become a draw because he beat Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao ain't get diminished because he lost to Tim Bradley.
but we got to keep in
Same thing would
mind the
happen with Tank.
landscape
Like
of the
if
sport
Tank
though.
lose to Shakur Stevenson, he is still be the A side over Shakur, nigga, no matter how many times they fight.
You also got to remember it was big TV money. It was big money being put into the sport of boxing back then. You had Showtime, you had HBO, you had ESPN. Like, right? You don't have majors putting in that type of money inside of boxing anymore. So, and then you got to take advantage. You got to look at this streaming killed it. This streaming with these pay-per-views is the equivalent to Napster coming in 2000 with the burning CDs. Like it killed
It was
numbers,
not.
bro.
Mike Tyson did over 1 million buys against
Yeah, I was
Roy
like,
fucking
pay-per-view
Jones on
been
pay per
around
view,
since the
nigga.
90s.
Yeah, but you're
He
talking
did like
about
1.2 million or
I
some
think
shit with
the
Roy
80s.
Jones.
Pay-per-view been
that's an
around
That
since the
wasn't that long
outlier,
80s.
ago. That
bro.
was like a few
That's
years
an
ago.
exhibition. That's an icon, bro. Like that's a spectacle. We're talking about boxing,
That's what I'm
bro.
saying. These niggas ain't
Can I ask
icons.
y'all a
Them
question
guys
real
was
quick?
retired.
That's the problem.
Go ahead,
Can
They
Toussaint.
I
were
ask,
retired.
why do people say the pay-per-view model don't work no more? That don't work no more. As if all the fighters was fighting on pay-per-view. It wasn't that
No,
many fighters fighting on pay-per-view to feel like, oh, somebody need to come in and take over because the pay-per-view model don't work no more. It wasn't a whole bunch of fighters fighting on pay-per-view anyway. So I don't understand why
And it
people
was
keep saying
barely,
that.
and even most pay per views only did like 300K. Like Manny Pacquiao was doing
yeah,
300K.
no.
He was a star.
Toussaint, I'm just talking
Yeah,
about pay-per-view when it comes up. I'm not centering that point.
No, I'm
That's
not
a
talking about
point.
what you saying. That's just a general question because we hear that, oh, Turkey got to do this. The fighters need to get paid. That pay-per-view model don't work no more. As if all fighters was getting paid off pay-per-view. It was. I don't understand why
Exactly.
they keep saying that.
It was them TV contracts. That's what I'm more focused on. When you had HBO, when you had Showtime, like when Dean was just talking about, I remember in the 90s, right? HBO had it lit. You see Mosley, you see
Lit.
Tito Trinidad, you see De La Hoya, you see Diego Corrales, you see Pacquiao, you see everybody, Andrew Manfredi, you see anybody that
nobody
knows
but
boxing.
Cable's
It was
dead.
every week.
That was the height of
It was
cable
popping
television.
every week. Yeah, I know cable's dead, but what I'm saying is this decentralization with how you see fights now. You don't got major platforms having fights. You got what is it, Pro Box? You got Prime Black. You feel me? You got DAZN, and DAZN showed the Catterall fight, but we ain't talking about that, right? Because it's like there ain't like these major platforms that's creating viewership concentrated on boxing on a Saturday no more.
Right, but
It's
there's
just
always
this.
boxing matches that motherfucker came on nobody watched.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but what
boxing.
I'm
It's
saying is
boxing
Boxing
every
all the
week.
time. I've been seeing some random shit. And who the fuck
HBO
is
had
these
boxing
niggas?
every week. Even ESPN used to have Friday night fights. Remember Friday night fights? ESPN used to have, you used to see all the top boxers come up. I seen
Right.
all the guys that I liked on Friday night fights before they made it live to Saturday.
Yo,
Right,
They
I'm
but
gonna
don't
now
be
I'm
have that
real.
saying,
no
Y'all
more.
remember when
boxing is
Tank was
more easy to watch than ever before. Like I've
Tank
been
was
watching way
fighting
more
on Spike
boxing in this
TV?
era
Y'all remember when Tank was
back
fighting
then.
on Spike TV?
On Spike TV, yeah, exactly.
Like,
Spike used to run bouts every week.
That's when I
Right,
first
but
got
see, the
on to
COVID is what
Javante,
fucked it
That's
up.
yo.
what PBC
The
had
COVID is what
multiple
fucked it up. To
platforms
be
at that
real,
time. You know, PBC had Spike TV, they had Bounce TV. Like that man Al Haymon's a hustler, man. That boy had all them platforms with PBC, and that's why he got
but the
Amazon
COVID
Prime
fucked him
now,
up.
man. That's
The
why y'all
COVID
be
put a
giving a
stop to
lot
that
of
shit.
hate to Al Heyman, man.
Yes,
He be
for
making a
real,
lot of
man.
No,
moves,
yo,
a
that's
lot
when
of
I
good
got turned
ones.
Yo,
on to. That's why when people was talking about Tank needed Floyd to be a star, yo, I saw Gervonta Davis fighting on Wednesdays on Spike TV before I even knew he was with Floyd Mayweather. My best
Yeah.
friend was like, Dean, I got your new favorite fighter. I said, bro, for you to say that to me is crazy. Like, he better be damn good. And then he put me on to a little stocky, light-skinned guy with a Caesar cut. He said, bro,
And
this
he
young
was
boy named
working.
Gervonta Davis, bro. I said, oh, let me see him. He said, Dean, now I'm telling you,
I
this
be
gonna
watching
be
those
your
old fights.
favorite
He's nasty.
fighter. This gonna be your favorite fighter after you watch this. And I'll be damned if he ain't totally goddamn lied. Because Gervonta was out there. This one, Gervonta was throwing 100 punches around. Y'all remember that Gervonta putting his
But
hands behind his back and like He was
Yeah.
he was
Showboat.
drawing
That
out
nigga
there.
looked like he was fighting in basketball shorts.
Real right.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah. And the thing
Showboat.
is,
The big
Tank
ass
always
shorts
been a
too, son.
boxer though, too. That'd be the thing. He got all them knockouts. Everybody just think about the knockouts, but he boxes his way into those
No,
KOs, man.
Oh
he
my
That's why I
box
be like,
his
you got to
God.
go
ass
back and
off.
watch him, bro. He's nice, man.
He break them
He's
down.
nice.
That's
He
what it
break
Hey
him
is.
yo,
He
down.
break them down.
hey yo, tired
People
ass
don't count the
Cowboy
body
fan.
shots.
Tired ass Cowboys fan said, "Oh my mama, I remember watching Tank on bounce in the county jail when he was the one." Facts.
Facts.
Mm.
Facts.
So like you gotta understand, y'all. That's how you really build it up. Like I truly believe. I think that Shakur Stevenson kind of made a bad move leaving Top Rank, and that's just my opinion, y'all. I think ever
He should
since
have
he left
stayed.
Top Rank, it ain't been. It's been a lot of negative more than positive. When he was with Top Rank and he just got the
But
135, Shakur Stevenson was the golden boy of boxing at
but
that point
Dean
in time.
no. But Dean no. What the thing is like how good was the operations at Top Rank? You feel me? Because then they just lose their contract with ESPN.
They did know
Yeah,
they
but
they
that's
they did.
because they
Oh,
they
I
was
got a
doing
How
theory
something.
fast
on
do you
that.
think he left
Listen,
because of
I think
bloodbath?
ESPN lost their contract I mean, Top Rank lost their contract with ESPN because they were about to renew their contract, and then all that stuff came out with Kinahan and doing this under the
Yep.
table and fixing fights and all kind of stuff came out about Top Rank, and everybody was hush about it. But that's why they lost their ESPN contract.
But so it was bad business. So what I'm saying is we don't really know what's going on with Top Rank for Shakur to stay there for him to
No,
be
no,
viable like
I
they was
agree. No,
back in the
I
No,
day.
agree.
nobody's saying
We
he
don't
should have
know.
stayed.
Yeah, I'm
Nobody's
not
No,
saying
no,
he
saying.
should
that's
have
what
stayed.
Dean was saying.
But
Dean was saying
No,
he'd
I'm
let
be
me
not.
ask
better.
this
He
I'm
was
just
question
better there.
though.
saying that he should have
Let me
stayed.
ask this: what
I'm just.
situation is better though between like now, like Shakur being
We
at
don't
Top
know.
Rank or Shakur being with Turkey right now? Because
Hey,
it's
look,
looking like it's worse where he at right now.
He should
That's
have
all
hey,
I
We
stayed
was
don't
over there
know.
with
saying.
Top Rank.
hey,
I hear
Dean.
you, Dean. I hear you.
That's
Hey,
all I was saying. Yeah.
I'm not gonna disagree with Shakur making that type of decision that y'all say that's bad, but y'all gotta still understand we not. It's only for today. That man
Yeah,
got
exactly.
years. That man got years ahead of him.
I
Same with
agree.
all these fighters. Even Tank got years ahead of him. He 30, 31. He got more years to come.
Hmm.
More opportunities. Y'all acting like it's only for the moment. That's like it's right now. That's all. 2 years from now, he could be down or he could be up. You never know. You know what I'm
Real
saying?
talk,
So
Rich.
you got to really check out somebody's whole career because a lot of greats go through bad shit. A lot of
No,
greats.
no, I
You
agree
just
with
ain't
that,
gonna have
Rich.
no
What I'm
handy
saying.
dandy, a
What?
handy dandy. People don't just get it like how Tank got it, just all handy dandy through his whole career. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people. Floyd had a lot of bullshit going on with him, with Bob Erm, even with Jay
What was
Prince.
handy dandy, Rich?
I'm
Yeah,
just
that's what I was
saying.
gonna say. It
I'm
wasn't
just saying.
handy
Yeah,
I'm
dandy.
just
that's
saying.
what.
Not. I'm just saying. You don't have a
Floyd
long
was trying
run.
to play
A
Tank
lot of
top.
people. Wait, hold on. A lot of people have a run, might fall off, have a run or whatever like that. Tank, he was luxury to have a straight run. He ain't never really had no fall offs until probably really now, and that ain't even a fall off. You get what
Hey,
Man,
I'm
that
saying?
was called work and
the key to
dedication.
tank, the
Nah,
key to
that's
That was
good.
tank is
called
I'm not
that
work and
saying that. I'm not saying.
dedication.
yeah, and the key to tank is Floyd had him on TV as early as possible.
and
See,
he
we talk about Spike, he got all them
wait,
fights live on TV.
wait, hold on. Nah, this is what I want to say too. And then as far as you, Blaze, Floyd been with Al Heyman since the early 2000s. He been advising them for a while.
Yeah,
They've
for a
been knowing each
while.
Yeah,
other. Floyd
yeah,
always say the
Mayweather,
same.
Mayweather
Floyd
Promotions.
always say the same thing. That's my second father. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? That's like my father because he advised him right. So
Tank say the same thing.
imagine a guy like Al
Hmm.
Heyman in tank position. So that's good. That's a blessing. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, Shakur got to still find his way.
Now, Rich, but
He's
Yeah, he got
still,
to find his
he's
way.
Let me
still,
ask you
he's
Shakur
this
got to
though,
still,
find
he's
his
Rich.
way.
Rich,
still. He,
hold on,
wait. Let
hold
me
on.
say, he's still young. He's still young. So
Rich, I hear that. Let me
he
ask
got
you this though,
opportunities
Rich,
to
from
cut
what
the
you just
grass.
said.
He got
What you just
opportunities to
said,
cut
Rich.
that grass.
Hold on. What you just said is think of what Al did for Floyd and Gervonta. I feel like with Shakur talent, his look, his personality, where he's from in the country of the United States of America, Al could have did the same thing with Shakur. I don't want Shakur Stevenson becoming Terrence Crawford.
But
I
that
would much
also,
rather I would much
Yeah,
rather Shakur
but
Stevenson be in the opposite position.
but that also like just like Tank said he loyal to Al. Al not probably gonna be loyal to Shakur, but if he did start it off with Al when he was 126, it just all depends on who put Shakur on to Bob who put him on to Jay Prince. That all comes into place of how he got
But Rich, you know
Hey,
what?
how he got into that type of position. You get what I'm
I
saying?
don't really think that's a good analogy, and you've done this before. And I gotta be
I
honest with
never
you, it
did
kind
this
of annoys
before.
me. Yes, you do.
I'm just
You
saying
said
he's
it the
20.
other day. Let me
All I'm saying.
finish.
Hold
Let
on,
me
hold on. Let her
finish.
go. Let her go. Let her go.
You said this the other day as if somehow PBC would have it out for Shakur if he went over to the PBC. You have made reference to that before, and I remember asking you before, what gives you that impression? He would be loyal to all of his goddamn people that he advised. He's loyal to David Benavidez. David Benavidez ain't grow up over there. Whoever comes to him for advice, he's going to help them.
Canelo.
Nah, I never. That's
and
why I
and
said
you
I
know
never even
what?
said that. Only thing I was playing around when I said that if he do go over to PBC, who would say that he won't get cheated like how that knee when that nigga took a knee. That's all I said. I was playing around
So
with that.
Rich.
I was playing around with that. But I'm saying
Oh,
as far as Shakur going over to them now after he know what's going on with a nigga that Tank fuck with, and Tank sitting back saying that Al if Al leave boxing, I'm leaving boxing. That's another type of relationship. I don't think
And
that. I don't think. I don't. If I was Shakur, I wouldn't think a nigga had my best interest.
But hold
My
on,
mind
Rich.
be
and
Hold on,
playing.
Rich,
Rich.
hold
well,
up,
Wait,
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 who
wait,
Well,
Rich.
is
then they
wait,
that?
just
wait,
not gonna
That
fight then.
hold on.
Forget it.
Let me talk. Hold on.
Go
My
ahead,
mind
Rich.
would be
Go ahead. Go
playing
ahead.
tricks on me. My mind would be fucking playing tricks on me. So I'm not saying. I'm saying if he did start off with Al, then that'd be something way different.
But
His
Rich, I
career
gotta
might
And
be
ask you
way.
this
and,
though, bro. This
His
the part
career
where
might
y'all
have been
kind.
way
Hold
different.
on, Rich. This the part where y'all be kind of contradicting yourself because what reason wouldn't if everything y'all be telling me about Shakur is true? Why wouldn't Al want him? Why wouldn't he want Shakur Stevenson on his team besides being somewhere else?
I just said it. I just said like he all if he's
I'm talking
trying to
about
fight.
right now, why wouldn't he want Shakur Stevenson?
Oh, I don't know. You
yeah,
hear about Al? Wait,
and I want to add on to that
hold on.
too.
You
Go ahead,
hear about
Rich.
wait? You hear
Yo,
about Al?
Creo with the 5 piece said, Deem, you cooking. I just had to get to that. Go ahead,
Not,
Rich.
yeah, but you hear about Al leaving the sport, Al messing with Tank and all that stuff. So I don't feel like that he should go over there. And I feel like in his mind, he probably thinking the same thing, like the same thing. You know what I'm saying? They already got a relationship. You also
But
got to
that's
have a
just with
relationship. You
Tank
also
though,
No,
Rich.
bro,
He got
stop it,
more
Rich.
wait.
fights
Hold on,
after that.
can I talk?
You're
It's
not
just
getting
like
easy fights for big money at PBC. That's why they ain't over there.
yeah. Basically, everybody at 135 will watch Shakur, right? But like I said,
I didn't say that.
it's just like Oscar De La Hoya when they asked Shakur why did he sign over to Eddie, he said he just had a better relationship. He could have signed over to Oscar De La Hoya if he wanted to.
But then
At the
Rich,
same
he
time,
never tried to have a relationship with the PBC. And my question
Exactly.
is to you just talking about him getting
cause he
cheated
don't
when it
got
come
no
to Gervonta.
relationship with
What
them over
reason?
there.
Hold
He
on,
don't know
Rich.
them.
Hold on, Rich. What reason would they have to cheat Shakur past the Gervonta Davis fight? Like, why wouldn't they want Shakur to be able to promote him too? Like, no different. Williams Zepeda and Kid Austin on the same promotional company. One of them could lose. They not going to just stop dealing with the other one, though. I don't see the reason that PBC wouldn't want to push Shakur as well. He is one of the top fighters in boxing. He is a top 10 pound for pound fighter. Why wouldn't they want him over there? What incentive would they have outside of
Yeah,
him and Gervonta
yeah.
to do him dirty if he fight
And
Raymond
Right,
Maritala
right,
or he
And
fight?
I really don't like the insinuation that PBC would somehow do him dirty, or Rob. Only people we never seen do that is
and
Turkey.
it go back to the same thing what Blaze said with all that contract stuff. And like I keep saying to you, Shakur is not a boss of his career for real. You know, you got Jay Prince, you got probably other people that's above him. So it's up to them too. At the same
and,
time, it's
and
just
so
not up
yeah,
to Shakur. It's not up to
let me
Shakur. It's up to them too. So
jump in
until he
real
start
quick
running his
too.
own career, that's why I keep saying he's young and he just
He's
got to
young.
cut the
He's
grass.
28
And,
years
and,
old.
he's
And so
28. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. He's still young.
That's
and
28
not
so
how
is
you
here
know.
not
hold on.
28 is not
Let
28
me
is not
let
old.
me
It's
jump
not
in
He's
real
young
quick
to
still
here.
me.
young.
Let me
He's
jump
old
in real
enough to
quick.
make his own decisions, is
He's
he not?
still young.
Yeah.
He probably you
Let
never know what's going on with that man contracts, what type of debt he in, and all types of shit. That's all I'm
Hey,
saying.
so
He still got
so
years ahead of him to go come.
But Rich,
so
that's
here's
not.
my
Hold on, Blaze.
hold
Before
up,
you
hold
go,
up.
Blaze, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, Rich, as well as we've seen Al Heyman do by his other fighters, why would Shakur Stevenson rather not put his faith in that than what he's dealing with currently?
And that's what I'm trying to say. You never know what's going on right now with him. You don't know what Jay Prince got going on with him. For all we know,
It is Jay Prince because Jay Prince don't like Al Heyman. That's why he won't go over there,
that's
Rich.
what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
Okay,
and there
Bingo.
you have it. And there you
Bingo.
have it.
so you answer your own question. That's why I said
Yeah, but
he
Rich,
got.
that's not an excuse to keep using Jay Prince as a reason to not make this. So if you know that because Jay Prince don't like Al Heyman, that's cutting you off by the legs. You taking on a beef that ain't got nothing to do with you,
And,
Shakur.
and so, hey, here's what I want to say. I think with the boxers on one side, you got the promoters on one side, and you got the boxers on the other. And I think these are grown men, right? And so when it come to contract negotiations and who you resign for promotion, that's on the boxer. And then, obviously what goes on within that contract is both with the promoters and whether they treat them well or not. But this is a unique situation. And when you look at Floyd and how he came from Top Rank, where he was over there and De La Hoya was over there at the same time when he was over there. De La Hoya got the gold medal. He got the silver medal. De La Hoya they was marketing De La Hoya more than they was marketing Floyd when he was over there. De La Hoya was making more money than him when he was over there. De La Hoya made so much money that he eventually peeled off and made Golden Boy Promotions. Now, while Floyd was there, Floyd was peeping all of that. And they come into those relationships, because I don't know the history between how he found Al Heyman, but he got with Al Heyman and they had the game because he bought out his contract for Top Rank for $750,000. And when he bought it, he went from Pretty Boy Floyd to Floyd Money Mayweather, but he had a plan. He was saying back then he wanted to make 100 million in 36 minutes, right? And so you got Shakur, and even when you got Terrence leaving at the end, on the back end of his career age-wise, you got Shakur leaving in the middle. They don't got necessarily had those advisors and go to these other promoters to land in a position to line themselves up like that. You feel me? So there's the difference. So them relationships do come in because we don't know what would have happened.
Different.
Because I know everybody's situation is different. Let me give you another one. Canelo, right? So remember Canelo. Canelo was with Golden Boy, right? But then that contract ended. Then what? Then he go with PBC. Then he's working with Turkey. You see what I'm saying? But he been fighting in his, so it's the boxers. When he goes to re-up, right? He always puts himself in a good position because he's marketable, he run numbers, and so the promoters have a good relationship with him because is big money. They
Yeah,
gonna
but
get that
Blaze,
money
hold on,
with
Blaze. But
Canelo.
that the problem is that with the Shakur, we understand that part. Shakur has never tried to have a relationship with him, admittedly.
But that's the whole point. Exactly. Admittedly, but that's what I'm saying. Look, he was with Top Rank
No,
that
but
whole
there's
time,
no,
then
it's
he
no
came out.
excuse, no Blaze. There's nothing else outside of that. That's on him. He could pick up the phone. He can try. He did. He didn't know Eddie prior to all that. He was with Top
Nope.
Rank his whole career.
And
The
and
same
and
things he
Dean,
did with Eddie Hearn, he could have went and did with PBC. And you know why, Blaze? Because before he became a free agent, he said he was going to go see what everybody had to offer. And then he
Yep.
and
came out and admitted that he didn't never talk to PBC. So that's my
and
problem. How do you put yourself in position when you don't even try?
and Dean, no, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right because, like I said, it's a relationship. So he was already not trying to have a relationship with Al, and so he didn't even know how much he could
But
succeed with
why?
Al.
What reason would he have
I
to be
don't.
like that?
We
Jay
don't
Prince,
know.
Jay
I don't
Prince,
know. Yeah,
Jay
yeah, with Jay
Prince.
Prince. There you go.
Yeah, but also you gotta look at it like this: who was also in his ear telling him what to do? I believe it was Bud, because Bud said he told Shakur, "I would go the Devin Haney route once he became a free agent." And what did Devin Haney do when he left Bob Byrne? He went over there to Fast Steady, and then he went on. He left Fast Steady. Then he go ahead back
David, you right.
again.
Shakur literally did everything Devin did verbatim, like
Nah,
step for
nah,
step.
nah, nah.
And that's
18.
just how
Let
Nah,
David
Bud
finish.
told
Let
him.
David finish. I'm just
let me
saying that's a
talk.
great point. Shakur literally did everything that Devin Haney did, like step by step too. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, because that's what Bud told him to. Bud said, "I will go the Devin Haney route." Next thing you know, he had Shakur going over there to Fast Eddie. After he had got that offer, before he had got that offer from PBC. He could have went on side, took the one fight, and saw how it worked out and tried to go in from there and negotiate some more. So he had it in there.
Like Lamont
But
Roach doing.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He could have went on and did that. But he didn't, because Lamont Roach is still with Pro Box.
Yep.
He's still with Pro Box. Right? He could have went
Mm-hmm.
on and did that. You know what I mean? But he went over there, signed that with Eddie. Then he signed another side contract with Turkey Al Sheik. And that's where he went wrong at.
Y'all
You
gotta
know what I
get
mean? But
Dondrick
then
in here,
again,
yo. Oh,
Bud
I'm
in
sorry,
his
Dave.
ear. Yeah, but then
Another
again, you got Bud in his
And,
ear.
and this is what I want to say, right?
Hold on.
I,
Y'all gotta get Dondrick in here. Dondrick ain't said nothing. But Dondrick, before you go, let me go. Hollywood said with the 2-piece, man. I appreciate y'all support, man. Like I thank you, yo. I appreciate y'all support. Imagine if Bud left years ago for PBC, Floyd 2.0. Great point, Hollywood. Go
Yup.
ahead, Dondrick.
Yeah, how everybody doing? Hope everybody doing good today.
what's up, Don?
All right.
I've
What's up?
been enjoying the cook, man. The thing is with the Shakur thing, everybody knows Jay Prince. Jay Prince is he's not gonna be able to run his game he wants to, because if Al's his advisor, he doesn't need Jay Prince. And Jay Prince knows if they eventually sees, oh, he gonna know he don't need me no more. He's not gonna get his percentage no more. Everybody know it's always been. Look at all the fighters Jay Prince got. Only when he can't take advantage of is Abdullah, because Abdullah got his father around. And if Abdullah's father is smart enough to know, like, I'm not gonna let you get too far in it. Yeah, you're gonna do business with us. We ain't gonna let you do too much business with us. Man,
Yeah,
it's a lot.
that still alarms me. Still, I was like, damn. When I saw him with Jay Prince, I was like, damn.
Hey, look, and that goes
Jay
back.
Prince is like the gateway.
Let
That's
me
how
let me
niggas
say
get in the
something real
game
quick.
is through Jay Prince though.
And then
But he had Andre Ward too, so
But
Hey,
he
when
didn't
Andre
need
Ward
Jay
career was a
Prince
shit
though.
show. You see, he ain't
but look,
he ain't never become famous.
but look, that
But you know
goes
what
back to
gave him access was Bob.
that that goes back to what David said and Dean. I don't believe they took the Devin Haney route. I believe that he took he took a route, you know what I'm saying, he getting paid, but I feel like the Devin Haney route, I feel like they was more free than what he is. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they a little bit more freer. And another thing, what Dondrick just said is Jay Prince. So that's why I keep saying that the grass just gotta get cut, and he still got time to do that. You know what I'm saying? You never know where this man's career go after this fight or after any more fights. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
But I
Floyd
think
already
that that's
did
a
the
valid
blueprint.
point. I think it's a valid point though, because Al and Jay Prince don't get along. And in order for Al to advise, and not to mention, y'all, don't forget that Al gives small guarantees up front, and that's what Jay Prince will be eating off of. That's why they like them big bags up front, because they're not confident in his abilities to draw a big crowd to get money on the back end. Jay Prince wouldn't get paid off of that anyway, so they don't like the small upfront guarantees. That's the reason to me that they don't go over to PBC, because they're not really confident in their skills that they will be able to make a big enough bag on the back end to
Right.
sustain their
great
lifestyle.
point, Chad. Great point.
Yeah,
They're not marketable
Right.
like that. They're not that
yeah,
big.
Yeah, because they're
yeah.
not drawn.
And that's another thing though, right? Was we gonna say the same thing Abdullah Mason?
Abdullah Mason is
I've
I
been
not.
don't want
saying
to
it,
do a
Rich.
Mason
Nah.
with
Rich, I've been
Jay
saying it,
Prince.
Rich. I've
Nah,
been
nah.
saying
I'm
it.
just saying, are we gonna say the same thing about him? Because I hear
But he's
somebody
still
blurt
young, man.
out.
You gotta let
I
these
hear
guys
somebody.
develop. You gotta give them a
I hear.
chance to grow.
I done been on panels. People blurt out, "Oh, Abdullah Mason stepping on stuff," but he with top. But then I hear they say, "Oh, top rank. Pick and choose fighters." So is y'all like
They
y'all
do.
got the
Hold
same
on.
stuff with y'all other favorite fighters too. That's over there
Hold
with
on. So
top rank.
Abdullah is a total different entity than Shakur is. Abdullah is exciting. His fights are exciting.
Yeah.
People want to
Damn,
see Abdullah. He,
Great
even
point.
though he doesn't talk, people like Abdullah's personality. They like his
Yeah.
humbleness. They like that he's
He
not
humble.
Shakur. Shakur is the whole total different person. He's
Okay,
very
and
arrogant.
this
Shakur
another
talked too
thing.
much. That's his
This
problem. They
another
made
thing.
people dislike him.
So nobody wants to see
Yeah.
Shakur. Everybody
Yeah,
wants to see Abdullah. Nobody wants to see
yes,
Shakur.
I
Hey,
I
want to
think
see
Rich.
Well,
people
Hey,
want to
Shakur.
see.
obviously,
Rich.
he
Well,
should
I
have
hold
do
been
on,
think
wait a
people
allowed
want to
to
see
second,
fight
Rich.
on
Shakur
the
right
Wait a
now.
Wednesday
second,
next
Rich.
week.
One at
Wait
a
a
time.
second, Rich, because
So
You know
why
what?
why
That's
these so
ridiculous.
why
Hold
these
on, Rich.
panels?
Let her respond, Rich. Hold on. Go
Okay,
ahead.
Hold on,
okay.
Rich. To your question, I think we answered your question several times. Everyone wants to see Abdullah. No one wants to see Shakur. The ticket sales reflect that no one wants to see Shakur.
Okay, and the ticket sales reflect that you want to see Abdullah Mason. What ticket
If
sales?
he's on a
Please,
card,
Please show me. Please tell me what ticket
That's
sales
the point
that
that
you
I'm
want to see.
trying to
That you
make.
want to see.
That's the
Wait, let me.
point,
Can I
Rich, that I
talk?
made
You
earlier.
deflecting,
It don't
Rich.
matter. He's never been on a pay-per-view, and guess what? I'm still checking for him. That's my point.
And
That's
like
the
I
whole point, Rich.
so this what you basically saying right now. Abdullah Mason got more fans and more people want to see Abdullah Mason than Shakur.
Right
At
now,
this
most
moment in
definitely.
time, yes. At this
In this
moment in
world,
time, yes. He
in
got the
this world
juice.
right now, that's what you basically saying.
Yes.
Mason got the
That's a
juice right
fucking
now,
lie,
dog.
Hey,
man.
it's
Y'all
debatable,
man.
but we
That's a
never
fucking
seen
lie.
Say that
Mason with a
because you
main
think
That's a
card
Shakur is
with
in
fucking
the
lie.
demand
main
because he's
Why
gate.
you
popular
acting
on
like that?
social
That's
media.
a
We gotta
fucking
see
lie.
Mason
Social
on the
media is
main
not the
gate to
That's a
make
same as
sure.
the
fucking
boxing
lie.
industry, bro.
That's a
I got a
fucking
question
lie.
for Rich real quick. Rich, think about
That's a
you
fucking lie.
like Rich, think about the fact that Turkey is the one playing all of these games with Shakur, disrespecting him in public, talking about him, his performances, and all of that shit. Don't you think it's something there for us there, bro? Because of the fact they're talking about Shakur performances and talking about how lackluster they been and how much he don't look like he want to engage in fights.
Right.
And then you talk about a fighter like
Poor enough.
Abdullah Mason, where a lot of these people, including myself, people like watching Abdullah because he's exciting and shit. And they flex like sis just said about the ticket sales for Shakur is facts that people don't care right now to see Shakur. They having buy one get one free tickets next week, man. So you can't tell me people want to see Shakur fight because it's not showing right now with the
People want
ticket
to see
sales.
Boots fight, man.
Hey,
Boots is more popular than Devin Haney, Shakur, T.O., and Ryan Garcia. That's why that car was shit in that rehab, in that Madison Square, in that fucking Times Square bullshit.
And so real
That
quick,
social media shit did not
Wait,
translate to
hold
boxing
on.
ticket
And
sales.
I'm gonna
This shit
say this.
just
I'm gonna
don't.
say this again, right? I'm not disagreeing with the tickets bad or Shakur whatever y'all say about Shakur, his fights born or whatever. But I am disagreeing with people want to see Abdullah more. If that's the case, these panels would talk about Abdullah way more like they talk about.
No, Rich, no,
I mean,
They
shit,
talk
hold
Abdullah
on,
was
Rich.
about
You
popping
said
this
something. Hold
weekend.
on,
Shakur. They
let
talk
me get.
about they main
Hold on, Rich.
jump to be
Hold on, bro.
Shakur.
Hold
Come
on,
on,
because
man.
we not directing the conversation the right way. And then I gotta let Singh get his bars off because he been asking to come up here.
Okay.
What we saying, Rich, is at 21 years old, Abdullah is way further than Shakur Stevenson was. For us to even have this conversation with Abdullah being 21 and about to get a title shot, and when Shakur Stevenson was 21, he wasn't as popular as Abdullah Mason currently is. That's the conversation, bro. Because they've been dealing with the same people. Abdullah Mason, Jay Prince has done a much better job with Abdullah Mason than he's doing with Shakur Stevenson. The fact that we even having a conversation about two guys that's 7 years apart, actually 7.5 years apart, because Abdullah just turned 21. Or is he 20? He might be still 20.
No, he's 21. He turned 21 his last fight.
And see something like that I can agree with. I could sit back and be like this. Okay, let's see both at 21 years of age how
No,
they
that's what
was.
we no Rich.
Wait, hold on. Let me talk. How they was at age at 21. Who have they fought at 21? And just shit like that. I could agree with stuff like that. But as far as you saying that people's checking for Abdullah Mason right now,
Rich, you
than
missing the
Shakur,
point. Hold on, y'all. Rich,
you
you
got more
missing the
haters
point, bro.
checking for Shakur
Bro, Rich,
than
the
Abdullah
fact that
Mason.
we're even talking about this and
Come on, man.
Abdullah is 21, we weren't having panels about Shakur Stevenson 7 years ago, bro. We talking about Shakur Stevenson. I mean, we talking about Abdullah Mason currently. The fact that we're even talking about this. So my question is to you, Rich, and then I got to let Singh go. At 28 years old, how much more popular will Abdullah be 7 years from now than Shakur is currently?
And it brings it back with Jay Prince, with who he dealing with, who's he fighting, if he continue winning. It comes all the way back
that's
to
all
that.
we can go on.
It all comes back to stuff like that. So we really don't know. That's like saying,
Rich, I'm asking if Abdullah continue to win, where do you see him being more popular at 28 years old than Shakur Stevenson is currently?
Oh yeah,
Absolutely, and it's basically how he knocks people out in the ring too. Let's just keep it in the ring.
If he continue winning, continue the way he fighting against top league of fighters, because he going up to 140, probably go up a little bit higher. If he continue doing that, hell yeah, I can see him doing
He's
that.
just a more exciting fighter,
Hell
bro. He
yeah,
puts on more exciting performances.
hell
That's
yeah,
what it busts
hell
down
yeah,
to. You
Yo,
feel
hell
go
me?
yeah.
ahead,
That's
Sin.
it.
Let Sin go, y'all. Sin, what's up, bro?
Hey, what up to everybody, man?
I know
I
they've been
want
pissing you off, Sin. Get your
to,
bars
man,
off.
look, I just want to start this off with a Sunday sigh. I think that this deserves a Sunday sigh because we covered a lot of these points yesterday, and we cover these points often, But I think that this ties into the topic that I was saying about the forgettable talents. And we're actually dealing with that right now. When you compare Abdullah to Shakur and you talk about the 7-year gap and all the experience and how long we've been talking about Shakur back then, but Shakur is still trying to prove himself while other fans are looking for the next best thing already because we feel like we already seen the best out of Shakur. And the trend that I see with this is between the Shakurs, the Crawfords, the Keyshawn's, and the B-side Paradise, all those boys that ran over there to Turkey. They saw a shortcut to get some money that they wasn't willing to earn through their talent. And now they're paying the price for it because now we're talking about new people. Now these people are feeling disrespected because we're putting other fighters over them. We're discrediting certain resumes because we feel like after 40 damn fights, you should be able to name at least one credible person. You should at least have a some type of contender or challenger whose ego you should have stopped. You should have seen somebody at that point. After 20 fights, at some point, like I feel like promoters are getting a lot of the credit for fighters not getting the big fights. A lot of that shit deals with the fighters. A lot of the fighters are choosing to stay safe, pad their records because they glorify their O's and they feel like if they have to bounce back from a loss, they don't have the talent, skill, fortitude, and everything else necessary to get back that confidence that they had before they had the O. Everybody wants to be Floyd now. Nobody feels like they could be a warrior if they get a 1 or if they get a number on that L side. But that L side has always been a side of boxing. Everybody has lost and everybody has been a warrior after they lost until everybody started trying to mimic Floyd while not having the skill to do it. So if anybody got something to counter that, feel free.
I
No,
do.
Sin,
You know,
Sin,
Turkey,
I'm gonna
they
say,
ain't
Turkey,
no big fights, man, because
Turkey.
they ain't became big names. Like people just
Who
giving
ain't
Nah,
him
they ain't
became big
fighting each
titles.
names?
other.
Shakur is
No,
not a
no,
big
no, no,
name,
no, no,
nigga.
no.
He not.
Check this out. Hold up. No, no, no,
Yeah,
no, no.
bro.
The problem with this era is that the biggest names is not fighting each other in real time. One thing about
They
Floyd's
not.
era, them
What
guys was
biggest
all
names?
fighting each other.
What's
Well, I'm
the
Who's
big
talking
the
about
biggest
names?
names you say that are not fighting each other?
what,
Who's the
what
biggest
we're
names you
talking
talking about?
about, the fights that we've been wanting, Tank and Shakur, Devin and whoever, like these
Hey,
guys. That's
Shakur
one
been in
thing
the
that you
division
can.
2 years.
That's one
That's two
thing.
years.
That's why.
Can I counter that
Sin,
with
you
a
make a
small
great point.
argument? Can I
Go
counter that
ahead,
with a
Sin.
small argument?
Shakur was supposed to
Go
I
fight
ahead,
I,
Devin
Sin.
Haney, and the winner
I
of
would
Devin Haney
say,
and Shakur would have been a big name, but they never
Yeah.
fought, so they never
Go
they
ahead,
never
Sin.
but the
became big
problem
names.
is,
Yeah.
the problem is that a lot of these guys
T.O.
that
was
we're
supposed to fight
naming,
Devin
like when you
Haney.
talk
T.O.
about,
and Devin would have fought. One of them would have became a big name.
yeah, but this is the thing.
Never fought.
If they talked about each other, then maybe they would be bigger names. But you see a
They
little
would.
coalition that goes on. You see a little coalition or camaraderie that goes on with these snack fighters, and it seems like all of these dudes, all of the dudes that's below 147 and below, they're building their entire careers off of comparing themselves to Tank while not fighting credible competition that could actually build that fight. If Tank is the retire, and if Tank is the retire in a year, those boys don't have no story. This is part of the reason why they're going to be forgotten. Because
And,
if Tank leaves, or the whole hype of what we wanted to see out of them is gone. We already know how good Tank is, but we got 4, 5, 6 other motherfuckers who's trying to build their names off of Tank, while fighting people who are noticeably lower in caliber, or when Tank sends in the offer, some shit comes up. You know what I'm saying? It's just something always janky. But the bottom line is that the main story for a lot of these fighters is that they're selling their names off of either Canelo or they're selling their names off of Tank while not doing anything to build the fight or to build their names up to that status. Those dudes ain't the only talented motherfuckers in the sport.
Hey, can I say something real quick off of that? Man, I don't know how long y'all been looking at boxing or whatever, but Shakur had a name before it was even Tank involved in the boxing world. Shakur already had a name. So
but
where we
not in
keep
the. He
getting this,
wasn't a big
But
name.
what? Let me.
wait,
Can
So
I?
He
why
never been
is
a
Duke
draw. He's
counting the
still ain't a draw.
capacity?
Let the lady talk.
Hold
Let
on, I
Rich
haven't
finish
finished.
and then
I'm
let Two
still
Cent
talking.
go. Let Rich finish and the 2 cent you respond.
Yeah, from what that guy saying, Shakur already had a name before Tank. If you don't remember, before Shakur even went up to 130, Tank said that was his favorite fighter, and we do got video of that too. So from what you saying, it's not relevant and not true at all.
What's not true?
No, that's not
That that
all the
that
way
that
true,
that
What's
that
Rich.
not
Sha-
true that I'm
that that
saying?
that Shakur whole career was based off of Tank. That's not true.
I ain't saying I ain't say just Shakur. I was really talking about 4 or 5 different people. But the point is that if Shakur doesn't fight Tank, we don't give a fuck about none of them other fights that we talking about. Everybody wants to see Shakur versus Tank. Ain't nobody talking about Shakur versus Devin. Anybody talking about Shakur versus Ryan? Ain't nobody talking about Shakur versus Abdullah. Right now we talking about more people lining up to watch Abdullah more than Shakur because we've already seen some of the best and worst of Shakur. And some people feel like Shakur's best days are already behind him. What we waiting for when this dude already had opportunities to make his name bigger, to find better promotion, to work with Al, to do all of this different shit, and these boys ran off to Saudi Arabia.
Go ahead,
So
Two
what the
Cent.
fuck what we talking about?
Two things I want to say. Right. I think
Mhm.
Rich just made a good point when he said. I hear echo. I think Rich just made a good point when he said Shakur Stevenson was big before Tank. So if you take that statement alone and you look at Shakur's position and where he is now, I think a lot of people won't admit that he's declining. Ever since Shakur Stevenson fought on that Thursday, it seems like everything has been all downhill for him, y'all. And I don't know why y'all
Facts.
not realizing that. And just because
Mhm.
Shakur Stevenson is not fighting Tank, that's not an excuse for him to fight subpar competition. Because quote unquote Tank won't fight him. I don't understand why y'all let people get away with that. Tank is not the only competitive fight, or at the very least, a fight that the fans would seem to be competitive that he can fight. He's not the only person. Like all them other names people was naming, nobody was calling for Ryan Garcia and Shakur. Nope, when he was at 35, nobody was calling for Shakur Stevenson and nobody else. Nobody was saying, "Oh, everybody ducking Shakur Stevenson. He should go to 140 pounds." I never heard one person say that one time.
Nope.
So I don't understand why we
And
continue
this
to act like that. Tank Davis is the only person that Shakur Stevenson can fight. Because every
and
time
this
I
Let me
say,
say
brings
this.
me. Hold on, hold
who
on.
Hold on, y'all.
else can he fight besides Tank? Nobody tell me nothing.
So, let me say this,
And that's
y'all. This is where I'll be trying to get people to understand. People act like the internet just started in 2025. Like as if Shakur's only popular. Well, Dean Abdullah only popular now because we be having YouTube channels. Y'all, 7 years ago was like 2018, 2017. YouTube was live and well. 7 years ago, Gervonta Davis was a star. Definitely an up and coming star for sure. 7 years ago. We've been knowing about Gervonta Davis. We ain't just found out about Gervonta Davis or been wanting to see his fights or been wanting. When did Floyd fight Conor McGregor?
Was it 2018?
That was
20, yeah.
2018.
2018, I think. 2018.
2018, right? Gervonta Davis was already popular before that. That's the crazy
mhm.
part. So what I'm getting at with the Shakur Abdullah thing is Abdullah is 21 years old. Shakur wasn't getting talked about this way in 2017, in 2018, the way Abdullah is getting talked about now. And that's all credit to Abdullah Mason, is what I'm
Yep.
saying. Panels been out, big boxing channels been out. Actually, back then, right before COVID, it was more of this going on because everybody was in the house. They was just starting their
Mhm.
channels out and all that. All these big YouTube content creators, go look back at the year it was when they started their YouTube channels, and you'll see, damn, Dean, you really know what you be talking about. It was about around that time when Shakur Stevenson was on the up and coming, around Abdullah Mason age. So, but he wasn't getting talked about the same way Abdullah is getting talked about, and it's a reason behind that, from business moves, from marketing, from a bunch of different aspects when it comes to the boxing thing. Shakur Stevenson is 28 years old.
And
Shakur
this brings
Stevenson is
us
28 years old. Where
and
will
this brings
Abdullah
us
Mason be by the time he is 28 years old? Is the question.
exactly. And this brings us right to next Saturday. See, the thing is, Shakur has an opportunity if he maximizes his opportunity on Saturday to up his profile, to rehab his profile. Because as you know, Shakur fans and those who watch boxing is Shakur is who he is, skill wise, talent wise,
But
right?
you got
Now
this.
he's finally fighting. Hold up. Now he's finally fighting top 5 ranked opponent, and then there's a whole bunch of options at 135 that are high level competition fights for him to fight outside of Tank after Zepeda if he watches Zepeda, right? But then it goes into what Deem says. And one of them is Abdullah Mason after he gets his title shot. Because when we're looking at a big card where you're gonna figure then the argument would be if Abdullah Mason wins the title and then Shakur and him fight for unification, then we're like, who's really the A side? That makes the argument that Dean's trying to make and that the brother's trying to make with Abdullah Mason being here now this early at the age of 21. Because if Mason goes in fights how he been fighting and he stops whoever to get that title and then he fights Shakur, then who's A side, right?
I
You see what I'm
think
saying?
Shakur is blocked from fighting. Not blocked,
See, I
but I
look at
doubt
it like
Shakur
this
fight
though, right?
any of those guys
I
at
feel
top
like the
rank
only way
because
this
if he
guy
wanted
gonna
to
ever
fight
get
him, he
his
should have
respect
stayed
if he
there.
go life and death with
I
someone
mean,
when he fight.
but no,
That's just
Toussaint.
that's in
No,
the
Toussaint.
It's too many
no.
No,
people
let's stop.
talking at the
Hold up
same
real quick.
time, y'all.
Hold up real quick. No,
Wait,
Toussaint, we can't say that because it's like, hey, just because he leaves top rank means he can't fight top ranked fighters. That
again,
don't add
Yes,
up.
that's what that means, bro.
But what I'm telling you is it might mean that with the politics and all of that, but it's like, hey, that's some nonsense if we're talking about he leaves top rank so he can't fight top ranked fighters.
But
Because at the end of the day,
If you wanted to
money
fight top
talks.
ranked fighters, why would you stay at top rank? You think top rank is
No.
gonna let Shakur Stevenson fight Abdullah Mason, that up and coming started their building? No.
What,
If Bob Arum
okay. Then
think
if
he
you
could
say it,
win, he would.
if you say it like that, but what I'm trying to tell you is, hey, at the end of the day, money rules. Money's gonna be if this joint has the
Did
excitement
it ever
and the
cross your mind that
markability.
he left top rank to not have to fight those guys?
No, I didn't. But that's the whole point. I didn't think he left top rank to be running from fighters. No, I don't agree. No, I don't agree.
No,
I think he left top rank because he felt like he could get some more money somewhere else. That's what I think.
All right, why do you feel like
I
he
don't
went to
think
Saudi
he's getting
Arabia?
more money than he was getting at top rank.
I
Eddie Hearn,
think
that's
he left to get more
self-explanatory
money.
why he went to
Eddie
Saudi
Hearn already
Arabia.
said he wasn't gonna pay Shakur nowhere near what Bob was paying him.
Okay, all right.
when he say that,
You say so.
When I think it might have been
when he
Bob
say
and Eddie doing it.
wait, hold on. When he
It,
say that,
it might have been an interview when they were asking him about. It was before Shakur was quote unquote signed, and he was asking Eddie Hearn about Shakur coming, or maybe Eddie Hearn and Bob was talking together. I can't remember exactly.
It was the interview with Fight Hype. Go look at it. It's online. I
And
actually have it. If you give me a second, I
okay,
can find it because I clicked it
hey, ain't
myself.
Kid Austin with
Hold
top rank?
on. Wait a
and this
second.
Ain't
He
Kid
has
Austin with
on
top
a
rank?
blue
Hold on,
shirt.
y'all. Let
Yo,
Jab Queen go.
he has on a blue shirt. They're standing in front of a green grass wall. And he said, I told him I'm not going to pay him what Bob Arum is paying him, but we can work something out. That is exactly what Eddie Hearn said.
It's
what do
Kid
that? So
Austin
what?
with top
Can I
rank
talk?
though.
Wait, hold on. Can I talk? So what do that mean? If he say I'm not gonna be paying him what he might be paying him more. And then second, now Turkey
He's
came
not.
into the wait,
He
hold
It's
on.
just said he
Kid
wasn't.
Austin with
Let me
top
talk.
rank though.
Let me talk. And now Turkey came into the
No,
picture.
Oh,
Turkey
he's
came
not?
into the picture.
Okay.
That's way
Yeah,
before he
Rich,
even
but you could deal
that
with
was not
Turkey
way
being with
before
Matchroom
Turkey.
or Top Rank. It's Turkey.
huh?
It's not the boxing promoter, Rich. That don't got nothing to do with what Eddie said. Because Top Rank got
Because
fighters that's working
because
with
I done
Turkey
Turkey
as
heard it
pays
well.
all,
Eddie.
man.
Hold on,
For
hold
now,
on.
I done heard it
Turkey
all.
pays Eddie, bro, not Shakur. Turkey pays Eddie, not Shakur. So Eddie
Yeah.
pays Shakur. So if Eddie is saying, yeah, he can come with me, but I ain't finna be paying him what Bob was paying him. What do you think? What are we saying?
Because Rich, he'll be working with Turkey no matter if he was with Top Rank or Matchroom. It wouldn't that part don't matter.
But that kind of don't make sense if he's doing a fight with
How
Turkey
that
out
don't make
cheap
sense, frequent, when it's
because
top
wait,
ranked fighters and
let
it's
me hold on,
matchroom fighters that
let
fight
me
with Turkey? What are you
let
talking
me
about?
explain. Let me explain to you how. Because if he's
No,
saying I'm not going,
is Bivol not
so you
fighting
don't
with
want me to
Turkey?
explain? All right, then you got it. Then
No, I'm
you
Hey,
asking
already
you.
listen.
know.
Hey,
I'm trying. Every
hey,
time I try to say, you won't. You
Go
keep
ahead,
talking
frequent.
over
Go
me.
ahead, frequent.
Okay, so
nah.
I
This
said
is
the reason why I said it
okay.
don't make sense is because for him to say, how you gonna say I'm not going to give him what Bob Arums was giving him, but if he have a fight with Turkey, and Turkey's putting all that money, it's going to be more. The money is going to be fluctuating. It's going to be different monies. You see what I'm saying? If he didn't get a fight with Turkey when he was with Bob Arum, then it's definitely going to be more when Turkey give him a fight with Eddie Hearn. So it's going to be more than what he was making with Bob Arum.
Listen,
You see
guys,
what I'm
I didn't
saying?
say it. Eddie said it.
No,
Yeah,
that
Eddie
but
don't
said it.
make
I'm just
sense,
saying
bro.
it
That
don't make
don't make
sense,
sense.
for him to say
No,
that.
he was going to have to work. If Shakur would have stayed with Top Rank or went with Eddie, they would have. We already saw what happened. They would have, around that time is when Turkey really started turning up. He would have been doing business with Turkey anyway. It wouldn't have mattered. So Bob
Well,
got plenty of fighters
Bob
that's
Arum
with.
stopped doing.
Hold on. Bob got plenty of fighters that's fighting with Turkey. So the Turkey part don't matter. That's not what we're talking about. He would have got with
You
Turkey
do?
regardless. It doesn't matter if he with Top Rank or he with PBC or he with Matchroom. All of them fighters
Hey,
fight on the same cards. What are y'all talking about?
Dean, you are.
Yeah, but
Dean,
what I'm saying
wait,
is
hold on.
it's
Hey, let me
different.
say,
It's
let me
different
say something.
amounts though that Turkey is giving for fights.
Yeah, but what
Depending on the
Tucson is
fight, is the
saying
money is going to be
that has nothing to
fluctuating.
do with what Eddie said about when he got to be a matchroom event and pay Shakur out of his pocket. He's not paying them what Top Rank would pay him. Neither
So if
one
he's
of them
saying
is.
that, is he talking about
Hold on, frequent.
percentages or what? What is he talking about?
Hold on. Neither one of them is putting up the money when you dealing with Turkey. That has nothing to do with what Eddie hasn't even put on a fight for Shakur Stevenson yet.
Oh, I see
So we
what you're
don't know
saying.
if
Yeah,
it's
you
true.
saying so
Hold
you
on.
saying without Turkey in the mix, then it's going to be a different. No, I see what you're saying.
No, that's what Eddie. See, that's where y'all gotta listen. That's what Eddie was saying. They wasn't talking about. He don't get to dictate what Turkey's gonna pay Shakur.
Exactly. Yeah, that's that's what what I I was was thinking. thinking. Yeah. If you would like Yeah. to hear it, I found it.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you like this, man. I feel like a lot of people on here think like people is just the ultimate dumbest people in the world.
Yo,
I
Ant,
heard
you
people.
crazy? Hey, Ant, facts. Hold on. Ant McQueen, facts, Brody. That sound like good business.
Yeah. That sound real smart from Eddie Hearn if it was true. But I feel like people think people just the dumbest. You got to fight that a guy putting 400, 500 million into it, 300 million, and people believe that Terrence Crawford only gonna get 10 million because he said it in a
He not
sarcastic way.
putting
No,
those
that's
in
the
there.
haters that be saying that,
Wait. Let me
bro.
talk.
He said it. What are you talking
That's what
about?
I'm saying.
Right.
That's what I'm exactly saying. Because he said it in a sarcasm way. Now you got a guy that I think they offered Shakur like a 5-fight, 3 million deal or 3 million deal for 3 fights. I don't know, it was something like that, right? And you think he just up and left them and say, hey, I'm gonna go to Eddie Hearn and make lesser money and barely even get some good fucking fights in with Eddie Hearn. Do y'all really
Yep.
believe yourselves when y'all talk? Like,
Yep.
come
No,
on,
hold
man.
on, Rich. But then
And
hold,
that
hold
goes
on,
into
Rich.
not knowing what's going
But
on.
Rich,
We
that
don't know
would
what's
mean
going on.
that
It's not
Eddie
our
Hearn.
That's just
business.
crazy.
Hold
That's
on,
just
y'all. I gotta
leading.
say this, Rich. That don't make sense because then basically what you telling me is that Eddie guaranteed to pay more money to fighters. Then why ain't everybody with Eddie Hearn? Top Rank pays certain fighters more than Eddie willing to give them. Eddie pays certain fighters more than Top Rank willing to get them.
Hey,
It's not like
what,
we don't know
one
that
thing,
part.
one thing that I'm pretty sure that we all probably know is Jay Prince ain't gonna go for that when he see them type of contracts over this person making more money. He got the final say so at the end. That's all I'm saying. If whether
Okay.
y'all want to believe it or not, or however y'all want to push it, he got the last say so or whatever, man. Look, we ain't doing this.
I'm
We
just
ain't that
saying, Rich,
stupid.
it's a
I
lot
need
of
to get
fighters.
paid. I need to get
Eddie
paid.
Hearn is known to
Come
not be
on, man.
paying a lot of fighters. So it's not
Come
like
on,
he's
man.
just this
Come
super
on,
great
man.
businessman type of guy.
All the smoke at 30. Think about how deep the
Come on,
35
man.
division is at
Shout out
Top
to
Rank,
shout out
bro.
to Boots for
Why would
leaving
you leave?
PBC going with Eddie Hearn to get paid.
Exactly.
He's
He
doing,
went to
but that's
Eddie
what
Hearn
we
to get
saying. He
paid for
doing right
easier
by
fights.
certain fighters. Eddie Hearn not doing better, but by Boots than Top Rank than did by Manny Pacquiao. You can't just like that. Don't matter. Like, yeah, he's doing right by Boots because he was put in a position because everybody wants Boots. PBC wants Boots. Turkey wants Boots. Golden Boy, hold on. Golden Boy wants Boots. Top Rank wants Boots. So he's put in a position he has no choice but to do right by Jerron Ennis because Jerron don't need him. Jerron Ennis is a highly sought out fighter no matter what. He's only with Eddie because Eddie has to do more to keep Jerron Ennis, like put him in his hometown. That's why he hasn't fought on Riyad's season card. That's why he didn't fight Virgil Ortiz to be the co-main. That's why. So Eddie doing right. Hold on, let me finish this last point. Eddie doing right by Jerron, but Eddie's not doing right by everybody that's on Matchroom.
But listen,
and neither is Bob with Top Rank.
All I'm saying is this, man. Sometimes we gotta get logic in our head, man. Like, come on, man.
That was just logical as hell. What I just said.
No. I agree with everything that you just said. But when it comes to like people, that's why I don't even like talking about people money. But that shit don't even sound right. Like that shit, like even if
it sound right to me.
Like that don't even sound right. Just because he said I'm not gonna pay. He never said I'm gonna underpay, I'm gonna pay or whatever. He never said none of that stuff.
He said I'm not gonna pay you as much as Bob gonna pay you. What are you talking about, Rich?
Man, he didn't hear him say that. Is what he's saying.
If he said I ain't gonna pay you as much, if he said I ain't gonna pay you as much,
actually do a deal with Shakur. Shakur fell off.
Drop that link in the chat, Zed.
Yeah, pull it up so we have to look at it and see it as a fact.
In the StreamYard.
She could play it.
StreamYard chat.
Play it.
Yeah, play it.
I don't know if I can present on. This is not my channel, so I don't know if I can present.
Go.
Shoot it to Dean. Yeah. Let Dean play.
If he said I ain't gonna pay as much, there's no way in hell that he paid him more. Plain and simple. That whole tonality says can't see nothing.
Nah, you gotta. I think Dean gotta share it. I think you should see it on screen.
Okay. I mean, but Eddie Hearn is not putting on this fight anyway. Turkey putting this fight on, right?
That was my point, Frequent. Thank you. That was my point. The whole thing we even started talking about.
Okay. I see what you said because Shakur said he had a deal with Turkey. He didn't say he had a deal with Eddie Hearn.
Dean, I dropped it in the back.
When it came to that Williams to pay the shit, he said me and Turkey had our own deal. That's what he said.
Yeah. That's what I just said. This fight is getting put on by Turkey.
Yeah, man. Like I ain't never. That's crazy.
But like I said, that part don't even. All of that part doesn't even matter for real. At the end of the day, we was talking about where Abdullah Mason is getting put at, and hold on, y'all, because I want to drop this link. Hold on.
Abdullah Mason gonna end up getting done the same way. So it's gonna be somebody y'all want him to fight. People want him to fight. They gonna crucify, cry, complain, and do all this until he fight this one person. Like I don't understand why y'all do that.
Well, the good thing about Abdullah Mason is over there at Top Rank, they got a bunch of belts floating around right there. So he's got in-house top level competition. But I do got a question for 2 Cent though.
What at 135?
If you're saying Shakur, if Shakur left Top Rank to fight lesser competition, then why is he fighting Zepeda? Zepeda's pretty high. He's ranked top 5.
In the top 5, man.
No, he's number 1. Zepeda's number 1.
What was Zepeda ranked before the Shakur? When does Zepeda become ranked number 1?
He's already ranked number 1. 2 Cent.
He been ranked number 1 in all of the sanctioning bodies for like 5-6 months now.
But I mean, he's been trying to fight Zepeda since he's been at Top Rank. So I'm not sure what your point is about that.
Zepeda been
but you're saying that he left Top Rank to fight lesser opponents, and he's fighting Zepeda right now.
But he's been. Listen to what I'm saying. He's been trying to fight Zepeda. So
and he's
obviously
Zepeda ain't lesser competition is what they saying.
But you said he left Top Rank to fight lesser competition.
You won't let me talk, bro. You keep cutting me off when I'm trying to explain what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
He left. If this is what I'm saying, Shakur it's been
Oh
calling out
my
Zepeda to
God,
fight
this shit
Zepeda. So
crazy.
obviously he feels as though he can beat Zepeda. So to Shakur, he don't feel like that's top competition. And a lot of people on
Okay,
here
okay,
saying
Toussaint.
Shakur
Hey, he
gonna
been
watch
calling
Zepeda.
out Tank,
He
so
don't think the
Tank ain't
number
top
one ranked
composition
fighter is top
competition then?
competition. He don't think the
He been
number one ranked
calling
fighter
out
is top
Tank for the
competition. All right,
longest.
Toussaint.
He been calling
He
out the
been
top.
calling him out. What does that mean?
He been
The
calling
same
out the
thing that
top.
you
chasing.
just said
Hey,
about him calling out
He been
Zepeda,
clout
though. He
chasing.
been calling him out.
See, this what they don't understand. They forgot that he called out Tank, Loma, and Cepeda, just the top people that was at 135 at the time, man. That's all. He been doing that forever. I don't know how she get from he been messing with just
Why
trying to
would you
fight no.
leave your promotional company that got all these 35 fighters to go to somewhere where nobody got 35 fighters and you got to try to make cross promotional fights?
What
Who was at
promotional
130?
company he leaving?
Who was at
Well, it seems like
135?
he got they
Who
got
was
because
at
it seems like Eddie Hearn
135
got
at
something with
top
Golden
rank?
Boy because he's fighting
Who
Golden
was
Boy
at
fighters.
135 at top rank at the time that he could have
Golden
fought
Boy
2
on his
years
own.
What you
before?
mean the
What?
same?
What?
Andy Cruz,
Wasn't Loma over
Abdullah
there?
Mason, the same
Eddie
people at
Cruz
35
was
that's
at
there now.
Those guys is just getting up there.
Eddie
They not
Cruz
up
wasn't
there
at
in the
there 2 or
rankings.
3 years ago. What the hell? He was only there for player one fight. You gonna be 20
He's
fight?
still not up there, is he?
Nah. Abdullah Mason wasn't Abdullah Mason probably had only 4 fights.
Yeah,
What does
he
that
just
mean?
getting
That
up
means
there
he's gonna
now.
be up and coming, and eventually people
So
gonna be
so
putting
so
y'all together
so
to
base
fight each other.
so basically you
Keyshawn was
saying
at top rank, and
so
people was
basically
calling for them to fight each other.
so
Now
so
they brothers.
so basically you saying if he was still at top rank and for the guy that was 4-0, y'all would have said that he was fighting
Did
prospect.
I say he was gonna fight anybody at 4-0, Rich? I don't understand why you get so emotional and get so illogical, bro. All I'm saying is if he would have stayed at 35, eventually his name would have been coming up with all those up and coming fighters at top rank.
Why
They
he
would have
gonna
been
do that
calling
when
for
he
them
could
to
call
fight
out
Hey,
the
each
y'all,
other.
hold
current? He
on.
could call
Everybody
out the
go
people
on
that's
mute for me.
currently up
Hold
there.
on, hold on. Everybody go on mute for me real quick. Everybody go
All
on
right.
mute for me real quick. Hold on.
After more than a year layoff,
Can y'all hear this?
sell out the arena. From what I hear over
Yeah.
there,
Yes.
hey, one of the most sought after free agents, you got him. You have this homecoming fight for him. I know this is like seen as a showcase fight for him, but really,
Shout out to Fight Hub, educational purposes. Thank you, Fight Hub.
get the type of fights you want to put him in. Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's a real fight. I think it's a tough fight. Avanesian's very strong, game, can punch. But if the hype is real, and we believe it is, and, you know, you've got a homecoming, you've got 14,000 people in the Wells Fargo, like, you need to perform. And I've done a lot of homecomings where fighters haven't performed because there is that extra bit of pressure. But I think if you're special, you'll get it done, you'll perform. And I expect a scintillating performance from Jaron Ennis tomorrow.
Hold on, y'all. This joint a little. It's a little long though. Hold on. Let me try to get to the point where he talking about Shakur because this is on here. So y'all go ahead, continue to cook. I'm gonna try to look.
That sound like it's back. That sound like it's back when Boots was about to fight Hold in on. Philly. Then Team, is that the one I
That
sent you?
sound like
The
it was
one I sent you was only 2
Boots just
minutes.
started that.
All right. Yeah. I'm Jab Queen. I gotta go into my other one and pop and get the link. So y'all continue to cook while I do that.
All I'm saying is Shakur had problems with Bob Arum. I guess top rank. I guess he wanted some.
He had problems with Bob Arum because Bob wanted to put him in fights and he kept turning them down.
I don't know what fight he turned down at top rank, but keep going and say he did. Last time I checked, they was making him the best matches at top rank. Everything was looking too easy for him at top rank. Now I'm hearing that Bob Arum was putting him in crucial fights. Okay, it's something new every day.
Who said that?
Loma kept ducking him.
I done
Loma
heard
didn't want to
people
fight him.
people say that a lot about top rank and Shakur. They matched him up with fighters and stuff like
Top
that.
rank
That's
is
how he was
known to
saying like
have the
that.
best matchmakers, Rich. That's what they
All
known
right, hold
for.
on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Everybody go on
So
mute.
you
I got
cooking
it. Hold
yourself.
on.
You know, and that's got to be with the right fights. And obviously, it's difficult when you hear comments like that. That goes to show you the poison within the boxing business, where people are trying to block fighters, promoters, networks from making the best fights for the fans. You know, and so if we signed Shakur, what's the guarantee that we can deliver those fights that he wants? If there's no guarantee, maybe he trusts us to deliver, or maybe he says, I'm going to do something else. You know, maybe he wants too much money and we don't even have much of a conversation on Monday. Do you know what I mean? So there's a long way to go. What I will say is he did a fantastic gate last week in Newark. I know that for a fact. People don't want to talk about that because he's left. He did the biggest rating of 2024 on ESPN. People don't want to talk about that either. And he's a 3-division world champion at 27, and he's a pound for pound great. So yes, of course I'm interested in working with him, but it's got to be right for everybody.
You had mentioned, Bob mentioned in an interview that he had a conversation with you in Leeds during that Taylor Catterall fight, in which you said, hey, whatever you're paying Shakur, I'm not going to pay him that much. It seems now that you've kind of changed course on that statement.
No, I had a private conversation with Bob where, I'm going to say a lot of things to him, to converse with him, and I actually wasn't quite said in that tone. Shakur's name come up, and he said, "Are you interested in him?" I said, "Not at the money that you're paying him, Bob." Like, it's a throwaway comment. So, like, I'm also aware that it's unlikely that Shakur's going to take less money than he's turned down. And I think there is a value of working with the right people, but the ballpark numbers that have been offered to him. So, but we won't necessarily pay that money if the business doesn't work for Matchroom, and more importantly, it's got to work for DAZN because they're our bosses, if you like, and it's got to work for everybody.
All right, y'all. Y'all heard that? Thank you, Fight Hub.
Yeah,
Educational purposes, man.
he said that was a throwaway statement. You know what that means, right?
Play that video 100 times, and please, we don't got to talk about it. Just play it 100 more
He
times.
said, we understand it, bro. He said that's a throwaway statement before he even started. So
100%.
we know what that means.
Play it 200 more times for me.
So hold on.
That mean it's not what
No,
y'all
that
was
means
saying.
Bob telling my business. I don't know why he's saying that shit out loud.
Wait a minute, because frequent. What did he say after that? After he said it's a
He
throwaway
said
statement, he said, "But
that's a throwaway statement.
But
So he
what did he
so
say
he
after
was
that?
he said but if he said but if
It's fight to fight basis, and it got to do with Matchroom and all that stuff. It got to make sense, and
I
everything
love
with
how y'all
Turkey
pick
and all
out
that
the
stuff
part of the
makes
statements
sense.
that y'all
That's not all he said. What he said was, hold on. After that, but I am not necessarily going to pay him all of that money either. And then what y'all was saying after that, he said after that. So you got to keep everything in context. That's all.
no,
It
he
just
didn't
wasn't
say all
clear
of that
cut.
money
That's all. It
either.
wasn't clear cut.
Y'all trying to dress it up, bro.
It wasn't
Yo,
clear
hold on. Let
cut.
me get to this super chat though. Burr Weezy said, but was Zepeda his mandatory? The fight was ordered. It almost went to purse bid. Facts, it was. Good. Appreciate the fireball, y'all.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is I don't like he said I know Shakur wouldn't go come over here and take less money than that. So that's just prime as that. But he also said that, before everything.
Hey, yo, I appreciate y'all. Look, y'all, we've been up here 4.5 hours. I'm about to get up out of here. Enjoy the rest of my Sunday.
Money than that.
All right.
I appreciate y'all, man. All the love, everything, y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Thanks for letting me have him up.
All right, peace out,
Queen,
Dean.
you already
Appreciate you.
know. You more than welcome anytime.
Enough respect.
Holla at y'all.
And no cap, I be needing you to come up here and turn this up. No cap, I be needing you to turn this up, bro. You was nice today.
This is my nighttime, nigga. I be up. I work the night shift, nigga.
Oh.
By the time I'm up, nigga, I'm damn near about to die in this bitch, but I couldn't go to sleep.
All right, my guy.
Peace out.
I gotta catch you on a rebound. Hey, yo, Chris, you coming up here when I'm about to leave out. Chris, I have to hit you with a jab, uppercut, bro. Y'all already know, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Holla at your boy, Lee Jackson. I appreciate that, y'all. Y'all be safe, please. Everybody be safe, man. Y'all seen what happened to 4 extra hand, okay? Y'all seen what happened to 4 extra hand. Y'all be safe out there.
Salute, Dean.
All right, my guys.
Peace.